Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met, we do have some members of City Administration attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those members who are attending, ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. Council knows inside the room we got microphones, and I believe, thank you. Okay. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of the written brief from Dr. Bob Dixon? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. A seconder by Councillor Vendura. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from City Council meeting held on July 14th, 2021? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Any error or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Out of the gates, we have a communication on motion 21-7. We have a motion with regards to community water fluoridation, City of Regina, from the Regina and District Dental Society and the Saskatchewan Dental Therapist Association. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 21-27? Councillor Hawkins, CP 21-28. Councillor Hawkins, you're moving as well. And I need a seconder to receive these written submissions. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none. We shall get to our delegations now. On motion 21-7, which is Community Water Fluoridation Program. Out of the gates, I have Dr. Lanray Madu from the Regina Public Health, Saskatchewan Health Authority. I would like to call upon you, Dr. Madu, to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Dr. Madu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, please?
We can, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. My name is... I'm one of the medical health officers working with the Saskatchewan Health Authority out of the Regina office today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before council today. And I'd like to provide some evidence about the positive effects of community water fluoridation. First, I would like to congratulate council for bringing this forward and making the population's health a priority, thus aligning the city with some of the best preventive dental health public health practices. By way of an introduction, fluoride is a form of fluorine which occurs naturally and it's widely distributed. It's a widely distributed element. The widely distributed element. Fluorides are a natural component of the Earth's crust, and small amounts of fluoride are present in water, air, plants, and animals. Fluoride, how does it work in impacting dental health? It works in three ways to prevent tooth decay. The first is through its ability to prevent or delay the loss of minerals from the teeth. Secondly, it reverses the loss of these minerals. And the third way it acts is by hindering the ability of bacteria to produce acids which are harmful to teeth, thus limiting the ability of this bacteria to stick to tooth surfaces, resulting in decay. Fluoride's use in drinking water in terms of one of public health intervention ranks as one of the most significant events in the past century. And the addition of fluoride to public water systems has significantly reduced the tooth decay rates. Community water fluoridation is a practical and cost-effective and equitable intervention which is aimed at reducing rates of tooth decay and the associated adverse effects on health and well-being. As an example, caries-associated infections can cause pain and discomfort, and it also results in reduction of food intake because eating becomes a painful exercise. Severe caries have also been shown to impact adversely children's quality of life and their growth, with the pain that cause it also is associated with some irritability, disrupts sleeping habits, and other adverse growth impacts. Fluoride use in municipal systems, this began back in around the 1940s, and as a public health measure, it's widely endorsed by a range of professional organizations, including the World Health Organization, the Centers for Disease Control, the Canadian Medical Association, the Canadian Public Health Association. Closer home in Saskatchewan, there is also support for community water fluoridation. This support has been provided by the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Saskatchewan, and the respective associations of dental assistants, hygienists, and therapists, among others. The Saskatchewan Ministry of Health and the Saskatchewan body of medical health officers who work with the Saskatchewan Health Authority have also supported community water fluoridation, particularly at the Health Canada recommended level of 0.7 milligrams per liter. This is considered the optimum target concentration for fluoride in drinking water. The benefit of fluoride has been detailed in a recent review, and the reference is included in the submission that we made to Council, highlighting a number of benefits of community water fluoridation, primarily looking at tooth decay reduction. Early studies from the 1940s through the 1960s, which included the original trials in Brantford, Ontario, showed strong effects of community water fluoridation. More recently, in Calgary, where community water fluoridation was discontinued in 2011, there was an adverse effect observed resulting in increased tooth decay in second-grade children about 2 to 3 years after the cessation relative to the city of Edmonton, where water fluoridation continued. The study found that more cavities were seen in children in both cities. However, in Calgary, the number of tooth surfaces with decay increased by almost 4. That's 3.8 during the study relative to 2.1. So almost a full a doubling of the rate of the increase in surfaces in Calgary relative to Edmonton. Closer home in Saskatchewan, we also see a difference in cavity rates between communities where there is water fluoridation, resulting in lower cavity rates and healthier teeth in Saskatchewan communities with water fluoridation relative to those that do not have. As an example, Saskatchewan communities with fluoride with fluoridated water systems had higher proportion of carie-free, permanent, and primary teeth than those without fluoride, resulting in about 81% in fluoridated communities, really compared to 76.6%, and 62. And the difference was closer, looking at children who were 12 years of age at 62.9% rate compared to 61.2. Similarly, international evidence also demonstrates that community water fluoridation prevents tooth decay. Allied to reduction in tooth decay, secondary benefit on the health outcomes, which result in improved overall health of children because of the reduced dental health needs, improved school performance, and the other piece to it is that the prevention of tooth decay is not only limited to children, it also extends into adulthood. So it's not an intervention that is dedicated solely to children. It affects the entire life course. At a population level, community water fluoridation is a public health measure which benefits people of all ages. It also does not, because it's added into water, it's a passive initiative which does not rely on individuals' compliance, and it also addresses other socioeconomic barriers. So those barriers around compliance or limited access are addressed, thereby addressing the inequities. Community water fluoridation, I must add, is a safe intervention, and it is supported by evidence. There is no evidence of increased risk of adverse health outcomes, including bone cancer, kidney disease, fluoride toxicity, thyroid suppression, or congenital disabilities are some of the things which have been studied and for which no evidence have been found. There is also an economic benefit to community water fluoridation, resulting in, at a minimum, a general cost savings. For example, a recent review shows for a Canadian municipality which do not have community water fluoridation, subsequent to its introduction, it was less costly after the introduction of community water fluoridation, it was less costly than when community water fluoridation was not provided. Additionally, the community water fluoridation introduction, the sunken cost for community water fluoridation is typically recovered within the first year of the initiative. And the review highlighted that the cost savings to be had ranged from about $1 for each dollar spent to as high as $135 for each dollar invested. Speaking about some adverse outcomes, there are concerns about adverse outcomes related to fluoride. However, as I noted earlier, there has not been any association found between community water fluoridation and some of these outcomes, including a recent analysis which showed that there was no association between cancer incidence, neurotoxicity, increased mortality, or even hip fracture. In cases where there is excessive fluoride exposure, which typically occurs when there's exposure from multiple sources, a condition known as fluorosis has been reported. In its mildest form, dental fluorosis consists of white filamentous striation across the crowns of the teeth, and at its most severe forms, it's resulting in some brownish discoloration of the teeth. At the recommended community water fluoridation level of 0.7 milligrams per liter, this is not expected to occur. So that would not be a concern in this instance, but we just felt it was worth mentioning. When water is fluoridated at the recommended level of the resultant effluent does not reach the resultant effluent into community water bodies does not reach the levels that could harm plants or animal species. Therefore, fluoridation of public water systems is also safe for the environment while also beneficial to the people. Finally, we do appreciate the opportunity to speak before Council today and reiterate our support for the proposed community water fluoridation in Regina. Thanks again for the opportunity to provide this input. Please, we'll be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Madu. I do have questions from Council for you. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions through the chair. I understand that for anyone who does not wish to have fluoride in their water, that they can purchase some, that there's water filters that they're able to purchase. Are you able to provide some additional information about those options for folks?
Certainly, thank you so much for the question. Filtration is one of those options to be. Ultrafiltration is one of those measures that can remove fluoride from water for those who wish not to have fluoride in water. At a population level, I don't have information as to jurisdictions that have implemented it, but certainly it is a technique that can be deployed. So if it does come to that, and I would imagine that would be contingent on what proportion of people do not want fluoride in water, and providing that as an option for them would be an intervention to consider. But yes, to answer, it's an option that can be used.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one more question. So if scientific evidence against fluoridation becomes more prevalent, can the SHA commit to alerting City Council and administration if the Sask Health Authority is no longer confident in recommending community water fluoridation? So just wanting to know if you folks would, if scientific evidence changes, if you would be willing to if there's mechanisms in place to alert us if your recommendations would change.
Yes, and I think that generally across health, if there is anything, if at any point where there is any evidence of harm that is identified in any population health intervention or medical intervention, and once the body of evidence does change, it will be incumbent on us to notify our partners and the community whom we serve about revisions and updates to the state of knowledge. But at this time, we haven't seen that just yet.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. You've gone through about 70 years of research in a couple of minutes, so I was struggling to catch up here. You did identify reasons why people would oppose fluoridation, and so you countered some of those studies. So I was wondering if you perhaps could go through them. Just to clarify, is it correct to say that there are some potential health consequences with consuming fluoride, but it would have to be at such high levels, far beyond what we're proposing here, for it to have effect? If you could just clarify why there would be opposition and what the studies have concluded in terms of the negative health effects of fluoride.
Thank you very much. I think one of the commonest adverse events of fluoride is the dental fluorosis, and dental fluorosis is that staining of the teeth. But typically, it does occur when you have instances where there are multiple sources of fluoride, or in some instances where you have communities which have high fluoride levels naturally occurring in their water. What is being proposed here is addition of fluoride to municipal water at the recommended level. Taking a step back a few years ago, it was at a range. It was a range previously of 0.7 to 1.5 milligrams per liter. Now it has become, because accounting for all the other sources from where fluoride has come, 0.7 milligrams per liter is the optimum level at which fluoride should be provided. And at that level, it has not been found that there is any adverse effect to the health of people and the environment. Certainly, if it's taken at higher concentrations, which in those instances I'm not aware has been studied, because there are communities that have natural fluoride levels at levels much higher than even 1.5, and differential adverse outcomes have not been really observed in those settings. So at this time, I am speaking to target the optimum level at which point it is safe and no adverse outcomes are noted.
Thank you. Another follow-up. What would you say to opponents of fluoridation who suggest, we're getting it from toothpaste, we're getting it from mouthwash, we might be actually ingesting it from other sources? Is it correct that would accumulate in your body, or still, even given all of those other sources of ingestion, at the levels we're proposing here, we're not going to see the negative health effects that some are proposing? Is that correct?
Well, I think maybe a way to look at it is if we looked at the evidence from Calgary, and the evidence from Calgary and Edmonton, in which case you would almost argue, I would consider it is very similar. The dental health practices is perhaps similar across both areas. But one community discontinued fluoride, and it was observed that there was an increase in dental caries rate. The natural sources also remain, so it does show that community water fluoridation does play a role. The other part is not everybody has the best best oral hygiene. In some instances, it may be it's just personal habit. In some instances, it's socioeconomic. Because of, if we are community water fluoridation as an initiative, it takes care of that barrier, it addresses that barrier, and it essentially levels the field for everybody. So that is one of the reasons why we think other sources would not sufficiently to compensate for water fluoridation to prevent tooth decay.
Okay, thank you very much. My final question. Others have proposed, instead of spending this on, basically a universal fluoridation process, instead we would spend the money on, public health outreach. We would distribute information about oral hygiene. We'd distribute toothpaste, whatever. In terms of balancing what has the best effects, is it correct to say that this is actually a policy and a program that would have better outcomes than the alternatives if we were to spend the money in different ways?
I think without a doubt, and looking at the evidence of cost savings for community water fluoridation, it ranged from $1 for $1 spent, and which was essentially a cost recovery to $135 for every dollar spent. Granted, the $135 was from a New Zealand study, but when we looked at a study closer to home, there was a Quebec study in there which had about $87 benefit for every dollar spent. I would consider that it is hard to find any other intervention that will provide that return on investment. So I think community water fluoridation provides an opportunity that provides the best value for money in terms of improving dental health. The other thing though is the additional measures which you propose, they are good measures, no doubt, but I think they rely on a number of things. It is contingent on the level of health literacy of the population for which it's targeted. It is contingent on compliance of the persons for which it is going to be delivered to. The modes of delivery have to be figured out. Community water fluoridation takes away and addresses a whole lot of those barriers, at which point it's no longer, it's a high yield investment, if I would put it that way.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Moll.
Thank you for your speech, Doctor. I have a few questions for you. Just curious, what chemical compound is used to fluoridate most communities in North America?
I don't have that information pretty much at this point, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, I'll probably ask the one of city staff. Maybe I'll ask you this one. Do humans need fluoride?
Okay, so here is what I would say. Fluoride, in this instance, it does work it's a naturally occurring element. So humans are exposed to fluoride naturally at any rate. There is a differential in areas that some areas have and some areas do not. So if I were to go along the lines of the question, the humans need fluoride. Humans are already exposed to fluoride naturally in some areas, and there is benefit to it to the extent that we would add it. The other thing which I would ask, which is perhaps a rhetorical question, is there are other instances where we have fortified foods, and so you have iodine in salt, you have folic acid in flour, you have folic acid in juices. So those elements are also used because there is benefit to them. They provide benefits to human health in various forms. In this case, fluoride has dental health benefits. So to that extent, to answer your question in its most direct form, I would say yes, it is beneficial, and if we're able to provide it, it would be needed. It should be supported.
Okay, thank you. Just curious, there's a future delegate here speaking, Janelle Gerard. Have you read her research that she's about to present?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. No, thank you.
But I'll be happy to read that.
Okay, my last and final question. Before council started, I wish I could share this with my colleagues. I have a letter here from Health Canada. So it does date back a few years. Has there been any toxicology and clinical tests relating to hydrofluoric acid in Canadian tap water?
Okay, I am not aware of that, but if I do recall, I think so. This may speak to a study which came out about 2 years ago out of York University, which spoke about hydrofluoric acid, and also there's quite a fair bit of publications on it in the U.S. In some U.S. studies, and I do think that hydrofluoric acid, in this instance, you're talking about quantity. So as a chemical compound in and of itself, yes, there may be harms, but we're talking about the quantity of 0.7 milligrams per liter. The York study, which similarly suggested that there were neurotoxic effects associated with fluoride, that study had some significant issues with that. And I am happy to provide a response to that, but because I have read that paper at one time, but I don't quite have all the details. But the study design for what it was decided to use there were some significant concerns with that. So to the extent that the conclusions that were drawn were flawed based on the research approach that was used. But I am happy to discuss further about that study if that is what I think you are speaking to.
When was this study performed?
The York study was a study that was published in 2019, I believe.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask you about the health impacts of tooth decay, of having a high level of tooth cavities. You mention in your report that the quality of life, eating foods is painful, irritability, disturbed sleeping habits, and adverse growth impacts. I understand that it can also create heart disease. Is that true? Are there other health impacts of poor oral health?
So I think as a direct connection, perhaps not, but there is a compound effect of, if you have poor oral health, you have poor hygiene, the extension means, okay, well, there is perhaps the individual may have a less competent immune system. All of this, when you look at the combined picture, may suggest that, okay, well, there are different various adverse health outcomes, some of which may involve heart-related complications. But for a clinical component here, I would defer to the dental health specialist, who I believe is also speaking to, who will be able to provide more details in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I have some other questions, but I think that they might be more appropriate to the other representative of the Saskatchewan Health Authority, so I'm going to hold them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor, I know you had sent a couple questions, and I'm happy to respond to. There are a couple which are more appropriate to the clinical folks, but there are a couple which I think we as public health are able to speak to. In particular, you had requested about comparing dental decay in communities that fluoridated versus those that did not. We took a look at our data, and looking at data from 2008 and 2013, aggregated by the former regional health authorities at the time. Former Saskatoon Health Region reported about 51% and 47% respectively for children in grade 1A children who had never experienced tooth decay. Across the same time periods in Regina reported 43% and 39% who had never experienced tooth decay. So that's about an 8 to 9% difference in tooth decay in Saskatchewan and what was former Regina Capel Health Authority Health Region. Over the same period, the proportion of children who had unmet dental treatment needs in Regina area was about 32%, relative to about 19% in what was former Saskatoon. And that also speaks to the benefit, to the fact that education in and of itself and other measures may not be sufficient to bridge the gap that community water fluoridation would address in preventing and reducing the rates of dental decay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, I will thank you very much again for your presentation this afternoon, Dr. Medieu, and ask that you now leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon delegation Jerry Uswak from the University of Saskatchewan College of Dentistry. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Perfect. I am Jerry Uswak. I am the registrar of the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan. I am the referral consultant dentist for the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and I am a associate professor of dental public health at the University of Saskatchewan College of Dentistry. And I'm representing the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan Dental Hygiene Association, the Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association, the Saskatchewan Dental Therapists Association, and the Dentura Society of Saskatchewan, and I'm calling from Saskatoon. Your Worship, Mayor, and councillors, this is a statement of support for the proposal to fluoridate Regina's community water system from 6 organizations whose primary mandate is to protect the public, and part of that public protection includes supporting safe, effective, and efficient population-based dental public health interventions, which is exactly what community water fluoridation is. Community water fluoridation is endorsed globally by dental and non-dental organizations, from the World Health Organization all the way down to the organizations that I'm representing here today. No credible dental organization does not support community water fluoridation as an effective preventive modality for dental cavities. Community water fluoridation is effective. This was first seen when the community water fluoridation trials began in 1945 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, then carried on to other communities, including communities in Canada. After 11 years of the Grand Rapids fluoride trial, which was the amount of time it took for children born after the community water fluoridation started to receive the benefits of it, there was a 60% decrease in the dental caries rates in those who consumed fluoridated water versus the communities that did not. Research over the decades, almost 75 years, have shown that it continues to be effective even with fluorides from different sources. The contemporary projection is that, all things considered equal, there is still a 25 to 30% prevention of dental decay rates in our communities. The fact is that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention called community water fluoridation one of the top 10 greatest public health initiatives ever. That's not dental public health, that is all public health initiatives, and included in this list there are vaccinations, motor vehicle safety, healthy moms and babies, the recognition of the dangers of tobacco, control of infectious diseases. So this is a massive, successful endeavor that has been delivered safely for 75 odd years. We also know that in Saskatchewan there is a statistically significant difference in the decay rate in unfluoridated versus fluoridated communities, and this has been documented by the Saskatchewan Health Authority's regular 5-year research surveys. We also know that community water fluoridation is safe, right? The original fluoridation studies continue to examine the health of the generations of people since community water fluoridation started. So there are regular examinations in Grand Rapids and Kingston and Newburgh, and there are no deleterious effects of community water fluoridation. This has been confirmed by national reviews in Canada, the United States, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand, and there is no credible link between community water fluoridation and any systemic diseases. Fluoride is one of the most abundant minerals in the soil and presents in varying amounts in potable water supplies, usually not to the level that prevents decay. And at the levels, and as a matter of fact, we reduced the level we fluoridate community water systems at from 1.2 parts per million to 0.7 to continue the benefit of cavity prevention while monitoring to make sure that people do not become over-fluoridated. The Canadian Health Measures Survey that was done in 2007-2009 could not find enough significant dental fluorosis, which is fluoride-induced changes to enamel, to even statistically report on it in their report. So the Canadian population certainly is not suffering from being over-fluoridated due to community water fluoridation. Community water fluoridation is cost-effective at $1 per person per year. That's 8 times cheaper than if a government were to distribute toothbrushes and toothpaste to the population, and significantly cheaper than having to treat a cavity, which would cost $100 in private practice. Community water fluoridation assures health equity in that the most vulnerable population or segments of our population suffer the most serious disease risk and disease experience when it comes to dental decay. And community water fluoridation may be their only preventive modality that they experience because they can't seek care in dental public health or private practice. So it is a great equalizer for those people who cannot make a demand on the healthcare system. Community water fluoridation is politically charged because we're balancing providing for the entire population as a patient versus individuals not having the choice to drink fluoridated water or not. We fully recognize this, but the benefits of community water fluoridation fully outweigh someone's desire not to drink community water fluoridation from their taps. And in closing, community water fluoridation is the right choice for Regina, and that is why the Saskatchewan Oral Health Professionals Group and the Saskatchewan Health Authority endorse Regina's proposal to fluoridate their community water system. I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uswak. Members of council, I have Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned the absence of evidence of the opposing view, so there's an absence of evidence of fluoride causing health concerns. I just want to ask you about 2 sets of studies that one of our delegates brought to our attention and ask if you're aware of them and to respond to it. So the first set is Bashash et al. There's a 2017 study, prenatal fluoride leads to lower IQ scores in children, and prenatal fluoride leads to increased ADHD and inattention in children. Are you aware of that set of studies, and can you give us any context to it?
Yes, I'm aware of those studies and the subsequent ones because there were initial ones that were done in Mexico, and then there was a more recent one that was done in Canada. As a matter of fact, when those results were published, the dental public health research community became quite concerned by what was inferred by the results from these studies and reviewed the data set and came to the conclusion that the initial studies were linked to women who had fluoride exposure well above what we fluoridate at. So we're talking about water systems of 2 parts per million and up to 4 parts per million, where we only fluoridate at 0.7 parts per million. So, the context is, at certain fluoride levels, certainly at 14 parts per million, we can have skeletal fluorosis and bending of bone. But that's due to naturally occurring groundwater, fluoride in groundwater, or environmental contamination from industry. The subsequent papers that were done in Canada, again, the authors inferred too much, and after the review, scaled back on their linking intellectual deficits to community water fluoridation. So that's the context that I understand from the work that was done by the dental public health research community in the United States and Canada with respect to those series of studies.
Thank you. And then just one follow-up question. So there's one by Till et al. 2020 study. Essentially, babies that drank formula made with fluoridated water was associated with diminished nonverbal intellectual abilities. Can you tell us anything about that study?
We have, in dental public health, we have recommended that formula not be reconstituted with fluoridated water for the simple fact that we wanted, in part of trying to provide good stewardship on the total amount of fluoride that is taken in from all sources. That was one of the reasons why we reduced 1 part per million to 0.7 parts per million, to understand that we're getting fluoride from toothpaste. People choose to use mouth rinses, whether it's recommended or not. Convenience foods made with fluoridated water. We look at the complete burden, body burden of fluoride from all sources, so that's why the recommendation is we only fluoridate at 0.7 parts per million, and we don't recommend the reconstitution of baby formula with fluoridated water. I mean, in the past there was a difference between milk-based formulas and soy-based formulas, and soy-based formulas had higher naturally occurring levels of fluoride. So we pay attention to all of these things. Currently, the belief is that there is no credible series of evidence. There's no systematic reviews of looking at the overall amount of research to suggest that the level of fluoridation that we currently use has any impact on intellectual development.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Moll.
To present, just curious, so the Lancet Medical Journal classifies fluoride as a neurotoxin. Why would we put something classified as a neurotoxin into our city water?
In World War I, chlorine gas was used to kill the enemy. Why would we put chlorine in our water systems to purify it?
Thank you for that.
I mean, it's a matter of degrees and it's a matter of concentration. There is no evidence that at 0.7 parts per million, and for that matter at 1.0 or 1.2 parts per million, that community water fluoridation has any deleterious effect on the neurological systems.
Okay, so you're confident the city will be able to regulate the dosage of every citizen in Regina?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You're confident that the city will be able to regulate the dosage of every citizen in Regina?
Well, the city, with a brand new water treatment plant and trained water treatment plant operator, can regulate the fluoride concentration in the drinking water system to 0.7 parts per million, and within the larger window that Health Canada has established for safe tolerances of fluoride in drinking water, yes.
Okay. I was interested to hear about the baby formula. I guess I'm not too sure how the residents will be able to get unfluoridated water afterwards for the baby formula, but can too much fluoride damage kids' teeth?
It can. So fluorosis is fluoride damage. It alters the development of fluoride, and what we see typically, and the grading of fluorosis ranges from very mild to moderate to severe. When the whole concept or the idea of fluoride in water was first discovered at the turn of the century, circa 1910, by Dr. McKay in Colorado, it was called Colorado brown stain, because we had a population where dental decay was endemic, yet in this subgroup in a couple of Colorado cities, there was no decay, but the people had these really brown stained teeth. Well, that was fluorosis, and fluoride caused that fluorosis, but fluoride prevented that disease. And then subsequently, that Colorado brown stain, when they figured out how much fluoride was in that drinking water system that occurred naturally, it was 12 parts per million. And we're talking about fluoridating at 0.7 parts per million. I refer back to the Canadian Health Measures Survey, which was a nationwide survey of clinical health and dental exams on a composite of the Canadian population. What they found was 60% of kids 6 to 12 years old in Canada from that survey had normal enamel. Another 24% had lesions that could be fluorosis, but could be some other white lesion. So it was equivocal. And then another small percentage had very mild fluorosis, and then less than about, I think it was about 4% had mild fluorosis. But the cutoff for a significant dental public health problem and from a cosmetic point of view, moderate fluorosis, there was not enough moderate fluorosis found in the Canadian population of 6 to 12-year-olds to even report on it statistically. So yes, it can, and all sources of fluoride can. I mean, the biggest risk for dental fluorosis is children swallowing fluoridated toothpaste, not community water fluoridation.
Yes, thank you very much for that answer. I'm well aware of fluorosis. The lady that started the petition against adding fluoride to the water has fluorosis. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Stanachek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you so much for coming today. Through you, Mayor Masters, a question about is it possible to be allergic to fluoride? This was a concern that was raised to me, and the person admitted that they weren't sure if their dentist wasn't sure if they were actually allergic to the fluoride or the additive in the fluoride. Is it possible? And if it is possible, then what precautions should people take?
Well, I've never heard or read about being allergic to fluoride, especially in potable water systems. One would think that, I mean, if we look at community water fluoridation is 0.7 parts per million. If you look at the toothpaste that one uses that is fluoridated, that's 1,000 parts per million. So that individual who's allergic to fluoride would have to never drink fluoridated water, never use fluoridated toothpaste, never get fluoride at their dental clinic, and avoid all convenience foods because there are convenience food and drink that is made with fluoridated water. So, it's hard to completely avoid fluoride in the environment, and there's fluoride in a variety of sources. So I've never heard of an allergy to fluoride, especially community water fluoridation.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you again very much, Dr. Uswak, for your presentation this afternoon, taking the time, and I'd ask that you please leave the meeting now. Thank
you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Kelly Fuchs to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon. Kelly Fuchs? You're on mute now. You'll have to unmute yourself.
This is Kelly.
Ms. Fuchs, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can now, yes. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Fuchs. I'm a senior health educator with the Oral Health Program for the Saskatchewan Health Authority in the Regina urban area. The implementation of fluoridation of the municipal water system in Regina would provide all residents, especially our most vulnerable, with an effective and equitable approach to helping prevent dental decay. In all communities and neighborhoods, we see children with mouths full of cavities and abscesses. They're living with pain, it's been left unattended, and in many cases, it's left unattended for years. Due to their debilitating oral health, these children suffer due to poor nourishment because they have difficulty chewing when their mouths are in pain. Many lack sleep due to the pain that they are experiencing in their mouth. Poor oral health can result in inadequate nutrition, resulting in poor brain function and potentially many missed days of school. Many of these children will end up having their dental treatment completed before the age of 5 in the hospital under general anesthetic. Children under the age of 5 going to the hospital for general anesthetic. Many have all their teeth extracted or restored with numerous crowns and nerve treatments. Many of the families can't afford the dental treatments, so the children continue to suffer. Small children often will awaken from surgery in pain, and often they're left without any teeth until their permanent teeth erupt, which, as we know, is between age 6 and completing around age 12. Poor self-esteem, speech difficulties, and crowded teeth are all issues that can follow. A 2011-2012 report from the Canadian Institute of Health Information shows the former Regina Health Region accounted for 317 surgeries in Saskatchewan for children under the age of 5 years of age that were suffering with early childhood caries. This did not take into account the surgeries that are also performed in private clinics in Regina. These surgeries come at a cost of approximately $1,700 per surgery. Tooth decay is something that is completely preventable, and we can help to prevent it. Another screening, a 2018-19 screening in the province, showed clear evidence that communities with non-fluoridated water versus fluoridated water had a significantly higher rate of tooth decay on only 2 age groups. So children age 6 had about 5.5% more cavities, and the 12-year-old age group had 4% more cavities than children in our neighboring city of Saskatoon. So this might not seem like much, but this is real data on only 2 age groups. We know if every age had an average of even 4% reduction in cavities, this would equate to a significant reduction in tooth decay for the Regina population, and with fewer cavities, a reduction in future infection and pain. This reduces the number of people going to emergency rooms with oral pain and infection, and would reduce the number of children experiencing dental treatment under general anesthesia. Older adults and seniors experience similar cavity, have similar cavity experiences. Adults are keeping their teeth longer, and the majority are keeping them even for life. This increased retention of teeth means that more adults are at risk for cavities. More residents are going into long-term care with their natural teeth and with extensive dental work, such as crowns, bridges, and implants. And they've maintained this oral health over the years, over the decades, with many investing thousands of dollars for good oral health. So they too would benefit greatly from the additional fluoride. Tooth decay can negatively affect an individual's quality of life and ability to thrive. Tooth decay can cause pain and infection. Water fluoridation has been around and safely used since the 1940s. Community water fluoridation protects the oral and overall health of communities. Can we set our city up for better oral health outcomes by providing a safe and scientifically valid measure for fluoridating our water? It's simple. Cavities are preventable, and fluoridation prevents cavities. This makes fluoridation a wise choice for healthy people, healthy Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly Fuchs. I'm going to turn this over to Councillor Stadnichuk, has some questions for you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Sure. Thank you so much for your presentation. I did miss the stat that you provided when you were comparing Regina, the rate of tooth decay in kids in Regina versus Saskatoon. Could you repeat that?
In Regina, the screening, the dental screening from 2018-19 showed that 6-year-old children had 5.5% more cavities in Regina than in Saskatoon, and 12-year-old children had 4% more cavities in Regina than children in Saskatoon. So this was just 2 age groups that were screened.
Okay, thank you very much for that. You did also talk about the rate of the number of children referred for dental surgery. The do you have any additional statistics in terms of that? Was just in the public system, and I do know that the private clinics here had been referred, had dental surgery also referred to them, children dental surgery referred to them. So it was so serious that the government contracted that work to private clinics to get rid of the backlog. Can you provide any more information about those numbers or any other information?
I don't have those numbers. I'm unsure if possibly Dr. Uzbak or Dr. Madu would be able to produce those. I can't give you an exact number.
Okay. Are you aware of if dental surgery for children is an issue in Saskatoon where their water is already fluoride?
Dental surgery, there are high numbers of dental surgery in children, I think across the country. I'm not sure what Saskatoon's numbers are.
Okay. Thank you. And so the cost you said was $1,700 per dental surgery. So even with just the 317 surgeries that you mentioned for those under the age of 5, and we know there's probably more, that's a cost of almost $540,000.
Per year.
Yeah. So I imagine that the numbers could be quite high if we knew that. Do you believe that the addition of fluoride in Regina's water would reduce the number of cavities among children, among newcomers, and thereby reduce the amount that would be referred to for dental surgery?
I do. I 100% absolutely believe that. We've had, as you said, we've had large numbers of newcomers to our city in the past 10 years. And in the work that we do, we're primarily seeing children under the age of 5, and on a regular basis, we are seeing children suffer for years with dental decay. And I think putting fluoride in the water is going to give them the best opportunity to improve their decay rates. It's hard. It's really difficult to teach new behaviors for people to really grasp that and take control and responsibility of their oral health. But unfortunately, as I said, it leads to these children having poor self-esteem if they've had all their teeth removed. They're not having proper brain function in school because they're not sleeping well. If they've had pain in their mouth all night, and they just continue to suffer. So it's really sad.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Moll.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I'm going to ask you similar questions that I asked Dr. Madu. I'm not too sure if you have any different answers. Do you know what chemical compound is used to fluoridate most communities in North America?
I don't. I think Dr. Uzak would have the best answer for that.
Okay, I should have asked him. Do humans need fluoride?
Do they need it? Yes. I think it certainly prevents a lot of, I guess I could say that the fluoride definitely paves the way for a healthier being, for each individual and to cover an entire population. As you've heard in the last 3 presentations, if you don't have healthy teeth, you're not eating well. You're not eating well, you're not sleeping well, you're not having proper brain function, you're malnourished, which leads to, other different types of health issues. So I do think that fluoride is important and definitely needed here.
I do agree with you. Clearly, there's not enough education for dental hygiene out there. So exactly how much does someone need to drink each day if water was in the fluoride? Fluoride is in the
how
water.
Well, it's, the optimal amount is the 0.7 milligrams per liter. which at that level accounts for additional fluoride being taken in, such as toothpaste, fluoride varnish, fluoride mouth rinses, and eating foods that are prepared with fluoridated water. So, I mean, that 0.7 is lower than it has been previously, and it's that amount to take into consideration all the other opportunities to have fluoride. But
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you, again, the same question I asked Dr. Madu. So I referred to a Health Canada Freedom of Information request out of Ottawa here in regards to toxicological and clinical tests relating to hydrofluorosilicic acid in Canadian tap water. They stated that no records were available of any such tests. Then Dr. Madu referred to the York University study. I just read an article that York University study was debunked already. So are you aware of any clinical or toxicological tests being done?
I am not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just through you, Mayor Masters, just one question, Kelly, in regards to your experience in, we've talked about the financial, of course, savings in this regard, but also I think I've experienced this, is the trauma to the children that have to be put under for this type of dental work. I've seen it firsthand and it's not pretty. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a workup before they can get in. There's lots of paperwork, some pre-op, and so they're going into the hospital or to the private clinic. They're in pain. Many of them have never been to the dentist, so I mean, just going to the dental office on its own is frightening for them. Sometimes, they have difficulty with transportation just to get them there. So they're there. I'm not quite sure how long they're under anesthetic, but there are risks involved in any surgery to anyone that's under anesthetic. But they're under anesthetic. They have, they can often have even all of their primary teeth removed in that one appointment. They're often having crowns, root canals done. And so they're waking up, they're groggy, they're uncomfortable, and now they are having to learn how to eat and how to speak. Some of them, have difficulty speaking after because they don't have those teeth to push their tongue up against to, pronounce proper words. And then there's the recovery period. So it's not fun for them. It's difficult for the parents as well, for everybody involved, as well as the financial aspect.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, I just have one quick question. I'm not sure if you can answer this with the information that I'm going to give you because it's very vague. But I remember when my children were younger and the dentist, when they brushed their teeth, they went to the dentist, but the dentist had recommended that I put fluoride in their milk or in their water or juice or whatever that they drank in the morning. Can you tell me, would you happen to know, and I don't remember if I bought the pill at the grocery store, at the drugstore, or if he prescribed it, but do you have any idea of the comparison between that, what he recommended I give to my children, to what we see that we're going to be putting into our Regina City water if this goes through you, Mayor Masters?
I'm not familiar with what the amount of fluoride is. I know that fluoride chews or drops are available at the pharmacy. They're behind the counter. You can't just pick them up. You have to ask for them.
Okay.
And I do know that on the packaging, though, it will tell by weight or by age of the child how many drops per day or how many chews they would have per day. And yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I understand that a lot of people do use them with children, really, really young to help reduce tooth decay. And because we don't have that addition of that optimal amount of fluoride in the water. So, I don't know the amount in the chews or the drops. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, I am familiar with people using that.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Ms. Fuchs, for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jim Elliott. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Jim Elliott. I'm a resident of Regina, and therefore I'm representing myself. My concerns with the fluoridation option that the City Council is considering today is twofold. First of all, putting fluoride in Regina's drinking water is wasting, in my estimations, about $180,000 a year. Second of all, right now there's no information that I've heard or seen to say that Moose Jaw's drinking water is in fact helping in the questions around tooth decay. First point, I've put in a graph to illustrate that about 30% or approximately 30% of water use doesn't actually get into the household, and of that 70% that's left, only about 19%, or in an overall sense, about 13% gets to the tap for use by the residents. So basically that means that 87% of the water that comes to the household doesn't in fact even get to the point of being drunk by the resident, or the fluoride getting into the resident. And so therefore we're essentially putting a lot of fluoride into watering our lawns, flushing our toilets, cleaning our clothes, and various other uses around the household. Now, estimating, as I said, that 100% of our water was going to the faucet, we're basically wasting about $180,000 of that fluoride because it's not getting to its intended use. And so essentially it's going down the drain. Now, if all the water coming from Buffalo Pound Lake was to be used for residential use, that would be the end of the waste. But of course, it doesn't. There's several industrial users who take water from the pipeline. There's also communities along the way that also take water, and I'm not sure whether they've been asked or even have the ability to refuse the fluoridation that you're proposing. And additionally, water coming into Regina is also going to businesses, stores, commercial operations like car washes. So in a general sense, very little would ever get to be used for drinking purposes. And likewise, even with restaurants, much of that water is being used for toilets, dishwashers, etc., and not getting into the customers of that restaurant. So, as I said, Regina is considering wasting money for this proposed action, and I thought mayor and council were elected because they said they would be saving residents money, not wasting it. My second point is the use of fluoride in Moose Jaw water has no known benefits. Now, we've had some general comments about Saskatchewan, so Moose Jaw has been fluoridating its water. And we've got the perfect definitive testable hypothesis as to whether the fluoride actually helps residents in Moose Jaw and not in Regina. And yet there's been no mention of any of this within the motion that you have before you. So again, we have two cities adjacent to each other using the same water, one with fluoride, one without, and conceivably the same dental programs, and yet we should be able to tell whether the fluoride in Moose Jaw is helping them, and yet we've heard nothing from this discussion so far. So in my mind, or in the conclusions that I've made, and I think many other taxpayers, council is either wasting money and not basing their proposal on any local empirical proof that the fluoride going into this city's water will do any benefit. And as I said, that's not what I voted for in November in 2020. And so as I said, my recommendation is that Regina not fluoridate its water coming out of Buffalo Pound Lake. and I'll conclude at that point and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Any questions from council? Councillor Mole.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Yeah, I never really thought about this before until I read your information. It sounds like this could be a waste of taxpayers' money. I've heard that it's well over 90% plus of fluoridated water is wasted. Are those the numbers that you heard? I can't remember what percentage you said.
Well, the average numbers that I presented were about 87%, or thereabouts. Now, like I said, I don't have the ability to go into the commercial use of water in Regina as well as any of the users upstream from us to know whether that average of 87% is the same, or in fact it's higher than that in the sense of whether it's 90 or 95%, that type of thing. But
okay. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Elliott, we've heard this afternoon conclusive evidence of the effectiveness of fluoride in protecting children's teeth. We've also heard a terrible set of stories about children who are forced to go into the hospital to have their teeth removed, the pain and the suffering that they go through. Do you still maintain your position in light of that fluoridation is a waste of money?
Well, as I've stated in my presentation, we're wasting about 80 or perhaps as high as 90% of the money we're putting into the fluoride. I don't discount the fact that people are suffering from dental cavities and that type of thing, and that some of the stories that were presented to you are valid and appropriate. The only thing that I would say is that I'm not sure whether all of those dental cavities are related strictly to the lack of fluorine in water. And I suspect that if you looked at things around the social determinants of health, around income, around poverty, around racialized communities, I suspect there's probably more or that we could be saving those trips to the dental surgery as well by taking that effort rather than necessarily, as I said, wasting 80 to 90% of the money put into fluoridating water.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
I just have a very simple question through you, Mayor Masters. Can I ask you your statistics that you gave today and your opinion? Can you please let us know how can you justify these statistics, and how do you justify what you said today based on what knowledge that you have through you, Mayor Masters?
Well, I guess, first of all, the numbers that I quoted to you and the graph that I presented or put into the presentation come from studies that were done across Canada and therefore are averages, so that it doesn't necessarily match up entirely with every individual city. So I suspect you could probably tell your administration or ask your administration as to what the actual percentage of water that goes into the residents actually gets used by the resident and not for all of the other uses that were part of the graph and what I presented to you. But even if it's less than that, I guess my recommendation would be I would be wanting to put that 180 or thereabouts, even if it's $150,000. I would think it would be better spent on getting the lead pipes out of our water system, because lead is cumulative as well, and I think it would have or has had much more deleterious impacts on our on those that ingest lead as would be getting out of high fluoride levels or low fluoride levels.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Seeing no further questions from council, Mr. Elliott, I'll ask that thank you again very much for the presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
Much for the presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now. I would like to call upon Delegation Janelle Gerard. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So hello, councillors. My name is Janelle Gerard, and I am representing myself. One of the most important advancements in society has been the development of science as a means to pursue truth. With objectivity as the founding principle, the intention of science is to provide knowledge and disseminate the truth. The ultimate goal is to produce an evidence-informed society that benefits all of humanity. Unfortunately, as we know, this has not always been the case. As we look back in history, there is no shortage of examples of products that had initially been deemed safe and only years later were found to have catastrophic consequences. From DDT to asbestos to lead paint to cigarettes to thalidomide and Accutane, products that were all once heralded, approved by regulatory agencies, widely promoted, and deemed safe. The independent scientists who raised the alarm bells were often criticized and dismissed by industry, as Dr. Carson was when she released her groundbreaking book, Silent Spring, outlining the toxicity of the chemical DDT. Fast forward to today, and these remnants of history continue. Glyphosate, an agricultural chemical, has been deemed a human carcinogen by the World Health Organization. This is an assertion that has been supported by hundreds of independent scientific studies, and yet has been approved by Health Canada for use. I am here today as a very concerned citizen to present independent, scientific, peer-reviewed evidence outlining the adverse health effects of water fluoridation. Please note that I have sought the assistance and direction of Dr. Kathleen Thiessen, one of the world's top scientific experts on fluoride. Several of the studies referenced involve a Canadian cohort, and several of the authors are Canadian. Many of the studies were also supported by the U.S. National Institutes of Health. I should also note that each study called for future research to investigate these troubling relationships that they identified in their research. A study by Bischoff et al. 2017 found that prenatal fluoride exposure was associated with lower scores on tests of cognitive function in children and called for further research. Another study by Bischoff et al. 2018 found high levels of fluoride exposure during pregnancy was associated with ADHD and inattention in children. A study by Till et al. 2020 found that infants that consumed formula that was reconstituted with fluoridated water at the recommended level of 0.7 milligrams per liter, as outlined by Health Canada, was associated with diminished nonverbal intellectual abilities in those children. A peer-reviewed meta-analysis out of Harvard University found that there's an association between fluoride exposure and lower IQ scores in children and called for further research to investigate this relationship. Riddell et al. 2019 found that fluoride exposure in tap water is associated with an increased risk of ADHD among Canadian youth and called for further research. Please note that there are over 400 scientific studies outlining the adverse health effects of water fluoridation. I'm only presenting a tiny fraction of the evidence that exists. The main point here is that Canadian studies show the effects of neurotoxicity in fluoride levels routinely encountered by Canadians whose water is fluoridated at the recommended level. I'm incredibly concerned about the lack of consensus within the scientific community with regard to the safety of water fluoridation. It is also worth mentioning that 97% of Western Europe does not fluoridate their water. With that, there's another piece to this in relation to ethical issues surrounding informed consent when it comes to adding a substance to an entire community's drinking water. Informed consent is the knowledge, understanding, and acceptance of the risks and benefits of a procedure or treatment. When fluoride is added to an entire community's drinking water, the public's right to informed consent is violated. Will City Council be providing water filtration systems to all citizens who do not consent to having a chemical compound added to their drinking water? I do not consent to having fluoride added to my drinking water. I do not consent to having fluoride added to my daughter's drinking water. We do not consent. Thank you so much for your time. Added to their drinking water.
Thank you, Ms. Gerard. Any questions from council for the delegate? Councillor Mole.
Thank you for your presentation, Janelle. You sound very educated on this topic. You mentioned the vast majority of Europe does not fluoridate their water. Can you provide any additional information as to why this is the case?
Yeah, so from what I've read so far in relation to this is that they have cited everything from concerns related to toxicity to safety concerns and ethical concerns as being the primary reasons for them to not fluoridate their citizens' water.
Okay, awesome. I might have missed it. You said something about 100 clinical studies or 100 studies. Do you want to elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, so there's actually over 400 studies that have been done, albeit they're all, we're specifically looking at the 0.7 milligrams per liter. So, in order to, sift through those and go through those and look at studies specifically referring to that measurement, I think would be definitely important. And also something important, that I just want to touch on is in the studies that I have read and reviewed, all of the researchers are calling for further research into these troubling associations and these relationships between fluoride and these, neurotoxic effects that they're finding in these studies. I recall one counselor referenced Bashash et al., and I can't remember the speaker who addressed the question. They said that the levels in those specific studies were higher and they weren't associated, with 0.7 milligrams per liter, which is what we're kind of looking at here in relation to Canada. And it's interesting to know that there was another study done by Mallon and Till 2015 who used national health surveys conducted by the CDC to estimate the prevalence of ADHD and water fluoridation for each state. And they found that the greater proportion of people who had fluoridated drinking water had more children and adolescents to receive an ADHD diagnosis. So I want to emphasize that, yes, we have these existing studies and they're identifying these key areas, relationships and associations between neurotoxicity, and they're calling on more research to be done. So I really want to emphasize that point is that, if they're saying that, this study wasn't measuring the levels at, 0.7 or anything like that, I think it's really important that more research needs to be done so that we can make an educated decision regarding what's being reported here in the existing studies that we do have.
Yes, very interesting information, and I agree more research does need to be done, as they keep citing the Health Canada letter with clinical tests regarding toxicology not being completed. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'm going to ask
Thank
a question.
you so much.
I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Gerard.
Sure.
In your written submission and in some of your verbal submission today, you outlined the premise is that you produce an evidence-informed society that benefits humanity. the lead up to which is that products originally deemed safe later to be found catastrophic consequences. How do you reconcile the fact that you're speaking about a few hundred, apparently scientific studies, but name a couple which have been spoken to already today? How do you reconcile the fact that you're referring to a science when the individuals or the organizations that are supporting this, and quite literally we have hundreds of doctor signatures, dentists and doctor signatures on file here in letters, with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, the Saskatchewan Dental Hygiene Association, the Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association, the Saskatchewan Dental Therapists Association, the Dentura Society of Saskatchewan, and the College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, and the University of Saskatchewan College of Dentistry, as well as dental organizations from the World Health Organization to Australia, America, British, and Canadian dental associations, and the Centers for Disease Control, suggesting that community water fluoridation programs are one of the greatest inventions of the 20th century, or are supportive of community water fluoridation programs. How do you reconcile scientific studies with the endorsement of every known dental organization that we have pretty much in Saskatchewan, as well as the nation and the world?
Thank you so much for your question. I'm speaking today. I can't speak to, why they're supporting water fluoridation. I'm here speaking today as a citizen who is going to be a potential recipient of this treatment. And so as a concerned citizen, I am doing research and combing through research to see if there's any potential risks associated with this treatment that I could be potentially subjected to. So, in terms of why, their support of water fluoridation, that's fine. I'm not, really speaking to that. I'm more so speaking to my concerns here as a citizen and the research that I've read and calling on the need for further research to be done. One important thing to note is that my understanding is that I think there are a few associations who have actually removed their endorsement. I believe it's the American Kidney Foundation who no longer supports water fluoridation. Don't quote me on that. I can get back to you with a confirmation regarding that. But that's my position regarding that.
Thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Gerard. We have no further questions from Council. I'll thank you again very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Shelby Ham from the Saskatchewan Dental Hygienist Association. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Shelby Ham, and I am the Registrar of the Saskatchewan Dental Hygienists Association, and it is my pleasure to join you virtually from Treaty 6 territory in Saskatoon. The Saskatchewan Dental Hygienists Association is both the regulatory body and professional association of over 700 registered dental hygienists in the province and over 200 residing in the city of Regina. The Saskatchewan Dental Hygienists Association exists so that the people of Saskatchewan can be ensured of safe, competent, evidence-based dental hygiene care and expertise that contributes to the public's oral and overall health. As oral health care professionals whose primary focus is disease prevention, dental hygienists feel strongly in support of the inclusion of community water fluoridation for the residents of Regina. With over 70 years of evidence, the SDHA is confident in our position that community water fluoridation is safe, effective, and equitable in reducing dental decay. Fluoride benefits the teeth in two methods. Children ingesting appropriate doses of fluoride benefit in the strengthening of enamel for developing permanent teeth. Secondly, fluoride binds to saliva to counteract acid attacks responsible for both tooth decay by sugar and bacteria, keeping your teeth strong by preventing decay and sensitivity. In Saskatchewan, we have identified that there are significant barriers in accessing oral health care, resulting in a high rate of children requiring dental surgeries utilizing coveted operating room time. Nationally, it is estimated that 19,000 day surgeries are performed to treat dental decay among children under the age of 6. Children with tooth decay are often in pain, have difficulty eating, and are at significant educational disadvantages. They are likely to have frequent absences from school and parents losing days of work. It is estimated that for every $1 invested in community water fluoridation, there is a $38 savings in dental treatment. All Canadians, including the citizens of Regina, should have access to this critical public health measure, which plays a significant role in protecting those at high risk for dental decay. Our support is echoed nationally by the Canadian Dental Hygienists Association, Canadian Dental Association, Canadian Association for Public Health Dentistry, Health Canada, World Health Organization, Centre for Disease Control, and World Dental Federation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to address any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ham. Any members of council have a question for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Ham, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Dentistry, Health Canada, World Health Organization, Centre for Disease Control, and World Dental Federation.
I would like to call upon delegation Dr. Bob Dixon, Safe Water Calgary. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Dr. Dixon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, and councillors for having me on today. Much appreciated. I'm just going to, I'm hoping you have Safe Water Calgary's top 10 reasons not to fluoridate in front of you, but just before I go into that, I'd like to address a couple of issues. Cavities we can fix, brains we cannot fix. Health Canada has no safety data on hydrofluorosilicic acid. They have not a single bit of data available. That's through FOIA requests. When I first walked into the medical school, one of the first things that I did was to take an oath saying, first do no harm. Fluoridation harms. So please even consider the precautionary principle, which says, if you don't know, don't do it. So let's go to the top 10 reasons not to fluoridate. Any one of these 10 reasons should negate water fluoridation. All 10 together should be a strong force against it. Number 10, there's a major court case in the United States, federal courts, and that's been going on for 5 years now, and we've won every single step along the way. And they've confirmed under oath that fluoride is indeed a medication. We should have a judgment on that very soon. Politicians should not mass medicate people, neither should doctors. Neither should citizens be forced to vote on a plebiscite on who they should be medicating. So you're medicating your fellow citizens? Choice is of utmost importance in this regard. It is highly unethical for me as a doctor to mass medicate, but it's highly unethical for anybody to mass medicate, especially without informed consent. And there is no informed consent with water fluoridation, and there is no monitoring and zero follow-up. Fluorosis, contrary to popular opinion expressed earlier, is skyrocketing in the United States. The actual CDC data shows between 50 to 70% of teens in the United States have some degree of fluorosis, and about 20% of it is serious fluorosis. And that costs a lot of money to fix. You in Regina, we in Calgary, Alberta, I don't think I addressed that issue. I'm phoning from Calgary, Alberta. I'm a family physician in Calgary. We in Calgary and you in Regina are definitely in the vast majority in the world. We're not some backwoods places. We're not behind the times. 98% of British Columbia and 98% of Quebec are not fluoridated. 97% of Europe is not fluoridated. And 95% of the world is not fluoridated. So let's stay with the majority there. 38% of Canada is fluoridated. So even in Canada, we're in the majority as not fluoridated regions. Water fluoridation in tight economic times does not make sense. I'm sure you in Regina, as we in Calgary, have very tight economic times now and budget constraints. So to spend in Calgary $30.4 million to refluoridate, or for you folks, several $1 million, I'm sure, by the time all the infrastructure and buying the product is taken into account, we're spending a lot of money to put a chemical in the water that we don't need. I'd like to change some of the stats from earlier. It's actually 99% of fluoridated water is used to water lawns, flush toilets, shower and bath, and by industry. So only 1% or less is ingested, and about 20% of people drink bottled water. So they don't even drink tap water. And it's not green to put that 90 to 99% of water back into the ecosystem where it's not allowed originally. A very important point is that fluoride is not a vitamin or a nutrient, and it is not needed for a single body function. I'll repeat that again. It is not needed for a single body function. If Elon Musk took all the fluoride to Mars, we would have a much healthier planet. And fluoride and fluoridation are most harmful to the smallest people in our societies, to baby and children, but it's also harmful to the disadvantaged and the poor, and also to people of color, to wit the organizations in the United States that oppose it. And the last strong point is that fluoride is a proven neurotoxin through the NTP, the National Toxicology Program, which calls it at their highest level of toxicity available after pouring through all the evidence for 3 years. A proven neurotoxin. And it's one of the most toxic substances on the planet. It's more toxic than lead. And folks, we don't want lead in the water, but fluoride is lead and almost as toxic as arsenic. So we do not want to add this to our water. Please hold off on this. There's more and more science coming out every single year, and it is against water fluoridation. It's proving neurotoxicity, proving brain damage to our smallest citizens that are not able to speak for themselves, our babies, our children, and our kids. There are so many better ways to deliver good health care and good dental care to people. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. I have a question from Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. I took note that you mentioned in Europe there's no fluoridation of the water. I've been listening to the presentations carefully today. I note that I believe it was the Saskatchewan Health Authority mentioned in many places in the world fluoride shows up naturally in water. Do you have any opinion or data on that?
Yes, actually 97% of Western Europe does not fluoridate. But yes, natural calcium fluoride is in virtually all the groundwater around the world at varying concentrations. Here in Calgary, we have about 0.1 to 0.2 parts per million in our Bow River and in our Elbow rivers. But calcium fluoride is highly toxic too. However, the aquatic life has been smarter than us for the most part because they've learned how to export it. They have fluoride exporting proteins to get rid of fluoride. So natural calcium fluoride is not this wonderful, safe, effective thing. It's very, very toxic as well. So to top up that natural calcium fluoride with hydrofluorosilicic acid. So I'm going to repeat that again because that's what comes into our city waters in almost every jurisdiction in North America. Hydrofluorosilicic acid out of the fertilizer stacks in Florida and now in China. And it's not cleaned. It comes unadulterated along with mercury, arsenic, lead, some sorts of strontium and bromium and radionuclides, and it comes directly from those fertilizer stacks in that industry into local city waters.
Thank you for that. And for the chemical analysis you're delivering there, am I to understand fluoride, the atom itself, is quite like carbon, and the fact that it's effective is because it's able to combine and bind and prevent bacteria from growing? The reason it's delivered in the format you just mentioned is because it is a radical atom that likes to combine and bind and has to be somewhat mitigated by combining with another atom for delivery. Is that correct?
Yes, that's mostly correct, and yes, it can take care and kill bacteria, and therefore it should be used where it's effective, and that's on the teeth, not in the body. So, for instance, we don't swallow our sunscreen, we put it on our skin. We shouldn't be swallowing our fluoride neither. We should be putting it on our teeth with gels and rinses and foams and sealants and toothpaste. But we should not be taking it internally because it is one of the most toxic elements on the planet.
Thank you. For those places that you mentioned that don't fluoridate water, do any of them actually strip the fluoride out of the water that naturally occurs in their sources?
Yes, there's a number of places around the world that have to do that because the natural calcium fluoride is so high, places in India and China, for instance. And they have numerous problems from having too high fluoride. But the studies that are coming out now are studies that are being done, particularly the Canadian studies, excellent studies that have been published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, in JAMA, for instance. And those are all done at 0.7 parts per million. So I'm not sure why previous speakers deny that fact. The Canadian studies are done at 0.7 parts per million, which is what you folks in Regina and we in Calgary are proposing to put back in our clean public waters.
Thank you. When they strip the fluoride out, do they strip it down to a zero level, or do they leave an allowable amount for safety, for dental safety for their residents and people who consume the water?
It's not needed for any body function, so generally speaking, they strip as much of it out as they can. Fluoride's a very small and tiny volatile ion, and it's very difficult to get rid of. And that's why, like in houses, once you fluoridate, people need a whole house reverse osmosis system to remove fluoride from the water. And those systems cost anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 each. And so if you're going to say to poor people, well, you know, you might be allergic to fluoride, and that's another thing to address. There are allergies to fluoride. 1 to 5% of people are allergic to fluoride. So if you're allergic to fluoride or you don't want it in your water, are you going to spend $5,000 to $15,000 to remove it from your house? Because that's what it requires. The normal Britas and fridge filters, they do not remove fluoride. So you have to have a very expensive filter to remove that.
Thank you. We've just had a variety of public servants and officials from our own province inform us about the benefits of fluoride. Also, people with medical degrees. Why the difference of opinions? It seems the vast medical community agrees with fluoride. How have you come to your determinant and your fears of your fluoride kind of against what they're informing us of?
Yeah, this is a highly controversial topic, and I don't envy you folks for having to make this decision because I don't imagine most of you are scientists. But it is one of the most polarized topics on the planet right now. I'd just like to correct something that Janelle said. I very much appreciated Janelle's presentation, and she did some excellent work there. But there's actually 488 studies as of the end of 2019 just on neurotoxicity of fluoride. There's actually thousands of studies on fluoride itself, but there's 488 at the end of 2019 on the neurotoxicity alone of fluoride. 149 of those studies were human studies, and 339 were animal studies. So there's thousands of studies against fluoride and about the toxicities of fluoride to the thyroid gland, to the kidneys, to making the bones thicker and more brittle and easier to fracture, to damaging the microbiome in the gut, to even damaging teeth, as I mentioned before, with the high degree of fluorosis in the United States at 73% fluoridated.
Thank you for that. My final question is, with the dangers of fluoride, having gone through lead being taken out of gasoline, the change in the smoking habits of people around the world, why is there no large group trying to get toothpaste, mouthwash, all the fluoridated products and all the dangers off the shelves if the science has changed so dramatically?
Because again, there's a couple of reasons there. Choice is one, because if you buy those things, those products, and use them, then you have a choice. But the thing is, as I said before, it's topical. The effect is topical. Even the CDC in the States has admitted that the effect of fluoride is topical, not ingested. So right now, yes, there's a number of organizations that have this circular referencing that go round and round and pat each other on the back and say, yes, safe and effective, safe and effective. But there's actually more than 22 organizations now that oppose or have pulled back from fluoridation, including the Kidney Foundation and many others. I can send you the list of them if you like. But there's more than 22 organizations that now oppose, and you never hear of that. And a lot of the organizations that still are on that list of 90, if you actually contact them, they don't really support it. They're just kind of going along for the ride. They really don't know a whole lot about water fluoridation, and they're not actually supportive. They're still on the list.
Thank you. You're mentioning the Kidney Foundation. Are you saying the Kidney Foundation actually has a recommendation that fluoride should not be added? And have you studied this recently?
No, they don't have a recommendation not to be added. They have withdrawn their support for fluoridation. They are no longer on the list.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mole.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for speaking. I have a few questions for you. So, heard a lot of people say about 90 organizations endorsing fluoride in the water. Have these organizations kept up with the emerging science?
Generally speaking, they're not organizations that do the research. They're organizations that are sort of professional organizations, they're labor organizations, they're unions, that sort of thing, and very few of them actually do any research on it. So again, it's that circular referencing that happens that, well, those people said it was good, so we'll say it's good too, and we'll support that. But if you follow the money, like almost everything in the world, follow the money. And the big players, Colgate, Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and those sorts of organizations and companies, they benefit to the tune of over $20 billion a year from fluoride profits. And so they fund a lot of the studies, they fund a lot of the information, they fund a lot of the, shall we call it, propaganda that happens out there that fluoride is safe and effective. So that's a big hill to climb. But again, if you use it topically instead of ingested, we have no problem with that. Use it topically where the action is. If there's any action, it's on the teeth, and we can use it through your toothpaste, fluoride gels and rinses and all those sorts of things.
Yes, I do agree it's a topical treatment. Just curious, how much does it cost to repair dental fluorosis?
Oh my. So as I mentioned, about 20% of fluorosis is now getting into the moderate to severe categories. And that is hard to fix. It's hard to repair. That's permanent damage. One of my dental friends here in downtown Calgary has a lot of kids in this practice. And he, by the way, has also said that he has seen zero increase in caries and cavities in Calgary in the last 10 years since we stopped water fluoridation. He says he sees no difference. But in the past, when we were fluoridated for 20 years, from 1991 to 2011, when we turned off the fluoride taps here, there were a number of kids born that had dental fluorosis. And this particular dentist in his practice he's had a lot of kids with fluorosis and done a lot of repairs, but he had two kids in particular that were from a wealthy family, and it cost $70,000 per patient to repair the dental fluorosis damage that was moderate to severe in those two boys. $70,000 a person. Now, okay, you're going to save $100 per cavity? Well, maybe, but I tell you, to fix fluorosis that's very damaging in some people, and you tell a kid, a teenager that has spots all over his teeth, his or her teeth, that, oh, it's just cosmetic, I think you'll get a different answer there.
Wow, that's quite a lot of money. Just curious.
A lot.
Yeah, just curious. Can you get enough fluoride from toothpaste alone?
Generally speaking, yes. Again, you get fluoride from other things that are in our society as well. You get a little bit of natural calcium fluoride. You get it from packaged and processed foods. You get it from drinks, bottled drinks. You get it from a lot of different sources. And so that's why we're seeing fluorosis, because kids and people are getting too much fluoride now. So that's why if you put it in the water, you're also competing against all those other sources of fluoride that are out there. And very, very easy to overdose people. Particularly as you get smaller and smaller, the infants, babies, children, they're much more susceptible to an overdose of fluoride.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor Master, through you. Question, sir. You mentioned about filters like Brita that do not take out fluoride. Curious about the reverse osmosis. Would that do anything with the fluoride?
Yes, as I mentioned before, the normal filters out there, virtually all the filters do not take out fluoride. It's such a small ion. Those filters will remove chlorine and some of the other contaminants, but they do not remove fluoride. The only thing that will remove fluoride, there's actually two things: distillation and reverse osmosis. Distillation produces water that's kind of flat and dead and not really good for people because it has no minerals or any of the good things left in it. And reverse osmosis, almost all the systems remove everything and then remineralize with the minerals that are good for you. But again, that costs $5,000 to $15,000 I don't know. As a doctor, I'm not going to be wanting to afford that, and I know a lot of other people that just don't have the money for that. It's very, very costly to remove fluoride once it's in the public water.
Thank you for that. And then I believe there was a couple of comments made that hydrofluoric acid, if it gets out into the air, is that considered pollution?
Absolutely, because the fluoride industry in Florida, the fertilizer industry in Florida is not allowed by very strict laws to put fluoride in the air, in rivers, lakes, streams, oceans, or in the ground. They can't put it anywhere. They'd have to dispose of it in a proper waste disposal facility, such as in Alberta, we have the Swan Hills plant, but it's very expensive to dispose of things there. And so if they don't dispose of it in those places, then what do they do? What do they do with it? Where do they put it? Well, they ship it right to our city waters and put it in our public water without any cleaning, without any preparation for it. And it saves them money. They actually get paid money to put it in our city water, whereas they would have to pay to dispose of it in these waste disposal facilities. So, yeah, it's a huge cost saving for the fertilizer industry, that's for sure. And the other point there being is then once 99% of it's not drank, where does it go? Well, in Calgary, it goes back into our Bow River, and that's where it's not allowed in the first place. So it is not green, it is not environmentally friendly if you're going to be putting all that fluoride, which amounts to tons a day in a city the size of Calgary, back into our public waters and rivers and our systems.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question, my masters, to you. You did mention, I've heard it correctly, that Calgary has taken out the fluoride from their water system?
That's correct. Yeah, we had it from 1991 to 2011, so it's been out of the Calgary system for 10 years, and many dentists that I've spoken to see no increase in cavities. Other dentists do see increase in cavities and caries, but that's happening in Edmonton and Toronto that have been fluoridated since the 1960s. And that, unfortunately, is happening virtually worldwide. We had all the countries in the world, according to the World Health Organization data, all the countries in the world since the 1960s, cavities and caries have come down for several decades, whether they're fluoridated or not. So that in itself says that it's not water fluoridation that has caused this decrease in cavities, because non-fluoridated countries have come down in cavities and caries to the same amount. But there has been an uptick in the last several years, the last decade or so. And I think most people believe that to be from poor diets, from the power drinks that are out there, the sugary drinks, and lack of good dental care too. There's a whole lot of factors that come into play there. Lack of vitamin D in the diet, poor diets generally speaking, a lot of junk foods. So there's a whole lot of reasons that cavities and caries are upticking in both fluoridated and non-fluoridated cities and jurisdictions. And Calgary and Edmonton, actually at the end of the study in 2016 that has got all the erroneous press around it, they ended up at the very same level at the end of that study.
Okay, thank you. So I'll probably ask administration if they know, would you know the reason why Calgary Council would have removed that?
It was removed for two primary reasons back in 2011. One is cost. It would have cost $6 million for infrastructure at that point, plus $1 million a year. Now the cost is projected to be $30.4 million over 20 years, and so the cost is very large. But the other thing that the Calgary councillors in 2011 predicated their decisions on were the ethics and morality of mass medicating their entire population. Councillors told me personally, and on record as well, that they are not scientists, they don't know all the science, they don't know how to go through all the science, but they do have the abilities and capability of making decisions based on the ethics and moralities. And it is not ethical, it is not moral to mass medicate without control of dose or dosage, without monitoring or follow-up. And that's another point that has to be made here. People say, oh yeah, well the concentration's been lowered from 1.2 to 1 part per million to 0.8 parts per million to 0.7 parts per million. Don't they know what the safe and effective level is? But the point there being is that there really is no safe level. And the new studies coming out showing even 0.2 parts per million is too much fluoride.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Dixon, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
Council, we have a legislated break at 3 o'clock. I would suggest that we break now for 15 minutes and come back to deal with a motion on the floor. Council, any opposed?
I have a letter that was distributed to all councillors and yourself from the Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association. I'd like to have that letter, if I could, placed on the record. I may move that.
Would you like to read it, sir?
Sure, it's
Please.
very short. The Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association is the regulatory body mandated through legislation to regulate all registered dental assistants in the province of Saskatchewan. We have over 1,500 members practicing in many public and private settings across the province. Fluoride has been proven to support improved dental health, in turn promoting improved overall health. Specifically, fluoride helps prevent tooth decay, a common yet serious disease in Canada. We have used fluoride in Canada to prevent tooth decay since the 1940s, as fluoride has been scientifically proven to strengthen tooth enamel, lower the amount of acid in your mouth, rebuild minerals that make teeth stronger. By providing fluoridated water in Regina, you will finally be bringing the city up to the level of health promotion that most Canadian cities have been benefiting from for years. The SDAA fully endorses the use of fluoride in drinking water across our province as a mechanism to improve oral health and thereby the overall health of Saskatchewan residents, and it's signed by the President and the Executive Director Registrar of the Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association. I provided the clerk with a copy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Appreciate that. Can I have someone second it, please? Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed to the receipt of that? Thank you. 2:57 now. Well done, Councillor Hawkins. We are going to take a 15-minute recess and be back here at 3:13. Thank you. We are back in action. We will now consider item MN 21-7, the community water fluoridation for the city of Regina. Councillor Hawkins, could I ask that you please introduce the motion?
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I move the motion as follows, that the Regina City Council direct the administration to adopt a program of community water fluoridation similar to the one currently followed by the city of Moose Jaw and in accordance with the norms established by Health Canada, and approve the said community fluoridation program to start once the upgrades to the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant are completed. I'll need a seconder, Mayor, and perhaps the administration would like to speak to this first.
Councillor Shaw, thank you. And just note for council, we do have Ryan Johnson from the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant online to answer any technical questions if they're needed. Mr. Kim Onright, would you, at the direction of Mr. Councillor, please?
Thank you. Through the chair. So joining me today, as the mayor had noted, Ryan Johnson, General Manager, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. Ryan is here to address any questions regarding the changes required at Buffalo Pound Treatment Plant to implement a citywide fluoride system. We also have Kevin Zernick, Manager Water and Sewer Engineering, and Garrett Reuters, Manager Environmental Services, from the administration to answer any other related water system questions. And I'll maybe just add, talk a little bit about process if council passes this motion. Administration would bring a report back for the 2023 budget deliberation discussion that would put a couple of options in front of council regarding the funding source. So it would come from the utility budget. There are two ways to do it without providing a bunch of detail, which I don't have, but one would be utility mill rate increase for the $2 million capital spend, and then there's approximately $210,000 a year, and that is for the chemicals. So basically $1 per person. One is operating, of course, and one is capital. The other way would be to use the take the $2 million out of the capital reserve. That would mean there would be some movement in the capital work that would be done in the given year the funding was being removed, which means you will do $2 million less capital work in that given year. So, but I just want to bring that to the attention of council, knowing that there will be a report that will come for the 2023 discussion. The reason it'll come in 2023 is Mr. Johnson needs a commitment for funding, knowing where he's going to be paid from in order for him to move forward, do design work on the equipment and the changes that would be required in the new design for Buffalo Pound upgrades that are currently in the plan for coming forward. The actual work of what you would see, or what the citizens of Regina would see, would probably come in about 2025, because it needs to be staged with the work that is being planned at Buffalo Pound. You're not installing the system before the upgrades are complete. So with that, I'll hand it back to the mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Colleagues on council, you've heard two very different stories painted this afternoon. One story says that the addition of fluoride at a regulated minimal rate to the water produces dramatic improvement in child health, child tooth health, and moreover, it's an improvement which continues throughout our lives and into our elderly age. It also is a story that says this is absolutely safe. So that when you listen to Dr. Madu and Dr. Uzak, they said there is no proven science which supports the claims ranging from cancer through thyroid, through osteoporosis, to all of those claims that they're without foundation. And then on the other side, you heard, oh, well, fluoridation is expensive. Kids can get their teeth fluoridated through other methods, that there's huge health risks associated with fluoridation. So who are you and I going to believe? We do have a way of dealing with this kind of problem in our society. Courts deal with battles of experts all the time. And in the end, those doing the judging are required to ask themselves, because like us, they're not scientists, they're required to ask themselves which point of view, which group is more credible. Let me read out for you what the mayor read in one of her questions. Fluoridation has been endorsed by over 90 national and international professional health organizations, including College of Dental Surgeons of Saskatchewan, Saskatchewan Dental Therapists Association, Saskatchewan Dental Assistants Association, Saskatchewan Ministry of Health, Saskatchewan Public Health Association, Canadian Dental Association, Canadian Medical Association, Canadian Pediatric Association, American Dental Association, U.S. Center for Disease Control, U.S. Surgeon General, and World Health Organization. And further, the Canadian Public Health Association has indicated that fluoridation is one of the 12 great public health milestones in the past 100 years. One of the delegations that we've heard dismissed all of that as folks just going along for the ride. Well, that's not credible to me. That list that I read to you consists of some of the world's great scientists looking at, on a regular basis, all of the science associated with fluoridation, and that list says Fluoridation is good. It's good for our health. It's especially good for young people and old people, and it is completely safe. And I'd ask you, when you're casting your vote, to remember that list of highly professional scientists. And I'd ask you to remember one other thing. Uniquely in my lifetime, we are living in a moment in which scientists, people like the very people in this list, have saved hundreds of thousands and probably millions of lives in the last 18 months by inventing a vaccine which we have injected, which is now protecting us against one of the world's great pandemics. Again, one delegation dismissed in an offhanded way the work of Pfizer. Well, I have 2 Pfizer shots in my arm, and I thank God for it every day, and I thank those scientists. And that's why when I make my choice, I'm going to say the credible group are the group that the mayor's listed to you and that I've listed that to you. It's the first thing I want to say about science. The second thing is I want to underline the point that this is a community health initiative. Community health issues are what this council was elected to decide. We don't ask the community to deal by referenda on this kind of thing. The community placed their confidence in us to get all of the best evidence and then to make an informed judgment. I think we have a responsibility and a duty here this afternoon to make that judgment. And I'll just say on, as a more anecdotal note, I've had many people contact me about this. Some have said they do not want fluoride put in the water, but many more have said, you mean to tell me it's not in the water? I just assumed it was there. I think that this community will support the decision of this council strongly in deciding to fluoridate water. The precautionary principle was mentioned. Well, what can be more compelling in speaking of precaution than saving the teeth of our young people? What can be more compelling, speaking of precaution, than the community health benefits that will come from fluoridation? And moreover, if you don't like the science, and I do like the science that I cited to you, just take a look around you. Use your eyes. The City of Toronto, for the last 70 years, has fluoridated the water. People aren't being harmed by that. People are being helped by that. Same for Saskatoon, same for Moose Jaw, same for London, Ontario, and Hamilton, same for Edmonton. This is a proven, scientific advance, and it's one that we can see because we've lived watching that proof. I want to just end on a final note. One thing all the delegations did agree on, often at the end of their submission, they said today that we're being called to make an ethical choice. That takes it out of the range of most decisions. We are being charged with making an ethical choice. And it seems to me it's doubly important to say we're being called to make an ethical choice for our kids and our grandchildren, for people who are not in a position yet to make that choice for themselves. And I want to submit to you, this ethical choice for fluoridation will mean brighter smiles, will mean stronger teeth, and will mean healthier lifetimes for the young people of this city. It will make us a stronger community, and I urge you to support the motion, and I thank you for the encouragement that you've given this motion to date. Appreciate that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have Councillor Stanachuk who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I strongly support this motion, and we've heard all of the reasons why this is an important initiative. I just want to speak about one example, and that is from the City of Windsor. So in February of 2013, the City of Windsor, their council decided to cease fluoridation of the water. And they also thought that they would take the savings from that and put it into an oral health education campaign for 5 years. And they did a massive amount of education. about the importance of brushing your teeth, taking care of your teeth. They distributed kits. They did videos that were on television and at the movie theaters. They handed out baby oral health kits. They did all of that work. Yet despite that, 5 years later, their health unit, the Windsor Essex Health Unit, did a comparison of kids. And again, it wasn't a small sample. It was over 18,000 children from 119 schools that were screened for oral health. And in that 5-year period without fluoridation, the number of children with tooth decay or requiring urgent care increased by 51%. And the number of children in the area with urgent dental needs was twice the rate of other cities across Ontario. I think that and how the City of Windsor is going to be putting fluoride back into the water, because they found that 5-year break, despite the public education campaign, and a number of people have said to me, why don't we just do education, distribute toothpaste and talk to kids about it. They did that, and they still found that the urgent needs of kids in their schools, their oral health care decreased significantly, and the number of kids that were completely cavity free, that actually decreased by 13%. And then again, 57% of kids had urgent dental needs. So I think that provides a lot of food for thought about how important community fluoride in the water is, and I support this motion, and I hope that we will see the same kind of results here. We did hear from the dental educator from the Saskatchewan Health Authority, the high cost of dental surgery, and I just cannot imagine that there'd be, in 1 year, 317 children under the age of 5 that required dental surgery at a cost of $1,700 per surgery. That's a really high cost. And it shouldn't get to that point. So I hope that this will improve kids' health, dental health, our newcomers maybe who are coming to this country, and everyone else in terms of improving our dental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, so I too support this, and I will say the reason is why is the research that was shared with us. We see all of, as was spoken by Councillor Hawkins and Mayor Masters, but there's one other thing that really I can just share the experience is with my daughter and her journey in her dental. As a special needs child, you have to get work done and you have to go into hospital to do it. But along our journey, I met many other special needs families and children that were absolutely suffering from this tooth decay. As I went to the dentist with my daughter, I spoke with the dentist and he had indicated to me that his OR time had been cut back. And he was the main dentist for special needs. And that he did not know at that time how long it was going to be for many of those children, and some adults would absolutely get in to have their teeth done. And at one time when my daughter was there was a lady, and I remember advocating. I had called the government and I had tried to get extra time and shared Brittany's story of the pain that you go through when you have dental pain, but also as we heard, it's not just the dental, it's more than that. And it's pain on the family, it's pain on the parents. Every time you have to go in and be put under, you're talking a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old. I think we can do better than that. Someone called me today and said, I thought this was done 20 years ago. I didn't realize this is almost like the tobacco or the smoking that came when we were first on council. And so, again, this is something that I believe we do need to change, and I think it will benefit all, I'm going to say generations, but the next generation, but it'll also help families that have low income. And I'll say that still today, when I assist adults that are at a lower income level to get to the dentist, they're not covered for root canals and all these other things. It's just basic, I'll pull the tooth, or it's a basic. So again, we need to make sure that at the end of the day, we're doing all we can, and that we see our sister city of Saskatoon has done it, Moose Jaw, we share the plant. They've got things ready to go. I would like to ask if I can, Mr. Johnson is on the line, and as we are doing our new plant, is this going to be, is it all ready to go, or what needs to be done to get this set up at the plant, through you, Madam Mayor?
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Worship, through the Councillor Bershani. So the plant renewal project, we have an area set aside to add fluoride. So if the City of Regina chooses to add fluoride, we can add it. It does require time for design and supply of equipment, but there is an area set aside so that if the decision doesn't come shortly and it comes 5-6 years down the road, or 10 years, where what have you, there will be an area set aside that we could use to add fluoride if that is the case.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, you've done this for Moose Jaw for how many years, and has there been any concerns come back to yourself or the board regarding fluoride that's in their water? Through the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the councillor. City Moose Jaw, to our knowledge, we've been fluoridating since about the late 1950s. We've never had any issues with the fluoridation process itself, but we too will receive phone calls occasionally, both for and against fluoride. And because we are a service provider, we refer those back to the city or to the health region, because it's not our place to make that decision. We just provide the service that the owners request.
Great. And I guess the last question, it was asked, I think, by Councillor Moule. How do we know that, when fluoride's added to the water, that it dissipates and there's not more going into it? Then how is that monitored? Through the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the councillor. So I'm going to give you a little lengthier response. There is naturally occurring fluoride in Buffalo Pound Lake. It's around 0.15 to 0.2 milligrams per liter. After we're done treating it, it's reduced to around 0.1 milligram per liter. In the case of Moose Jaw, then we top it up to 0.7 milligrams per liter. In City of Regina, we don't do anything for. Fluoride itself is not easy to remove from the water system. It requires an RO system, or reverse osmosis, for the most part. So the water that we take out goes back into the water. In Regina's case, the wastewater treatment plant will receive about 0.1. Moose Jaws will be a little higher when it's fluoridated, to around 0.7. So the environment will receive it at those dosages. And to my understanding is that does not cause any concerns, but that is a water security agency issue, or they're really in the best position to respond to that.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Brusciani. Councillor Skidniak.
Thank you. Before I make my comments, I do have a few questions. So I'll start off with just a question about, so Moose Jaw already puts fluoride in their water, and if we move forward with this, just some clarification about the equipment and whether we're able to share the cost with Moose Jaw or use their equipment, or how that works. Through the chair, please.
Thank you, Worship, to the councillor. So we had looked at this when the issue first came up, whether Moose Jaw's system would be adequate to service Regina as well. Unfortunately, Moose Jaw's system is far too small for the system to assist the City of Regina. So these will be two separate systems at the plant. Also, it is important to know that in the future, at some point, Moose Jaw may decide not to use fluoride as well. So if they have their own system, they could cease, without impacting the City of Regina. So in this case, it is maybe not the most efficient system, but based on the fact we have two owners that may have two different futures, it's easier that way. And unfortunately, Moose Jaw just commissioned, or as they're currently commissioning their brand new fluoride system now, and it was already purchased and installed, or purchased to be installed before this issue came up. So there wasn't an opportunity to really share costs with Moose Jaw and put a larger system in.
Okay, I understand. So my next question would be for administration. So just responding to some of the concerns that we've heard, my first question is a follow-up to a question I asked the SHA, which is, if the scientific information in relation to fluoridation, if the scientific consensus changes, what mechanisms are in place for city administration to respond to that?
Thank you, through your worship. So through our partnership with Buffalo Pound, we would be notified of any changes. Their notifications would come through Health Canada. Any changes to the regulations, they would be notified, as their agreement is with Health Canada and need to follow those guidelines through Health Canada. So that's how we would be notified.
Okay. And my second question is, there are some community members, for whatever reason, who, if we pass this, may choose that they don't want fluoride in their water. I do know that there's some filters that folks can purchase to remove fluoride. What I'm requesting is, if administration, if this passes, could include some information about on the website, so that folks who choose to remove the fluoride have that information available to them about how to do so.
Through your worship, yes, we would be able to do that, and we would provide links to areas that would provide, let me back up a little bit. We'd have Q&As on the website to help answer some of those questions, and then we would provide links to companies that would be able to provide that service.
Great. Okay, and in relation to my comments, we've heard from, I agree with what my colleagues have been saying so far. I think everybody has made strong points that I'm in favor of. And we've heard about the benefits of fluoride for our community. And we've also heard about what happens to our most vulnerable community members when they don't have regular access to dental care. We also know that community water fluoridation is endorsed by over 90 national and international professional organizations to prevent tooth decay. But we have heard a few concerns today, and there is some scientific research questioning the benefits of fluoride and raising concerns about negative health implications. However, at this point, the majority of scientific evidence supports fluoridation. Should this change in the future, I would not hesitate to bring this matter back to council for reconsideration. But finally, unlike the children who do not have access to regular dental care, those wishing to avoid fluoride at least have the choice of purchasing a water filter. So for those reasons, and some of the others already mentioned, I do continue to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, to Mr. Johnson, you mentioned reverse osmosis. The question would be, if a resident has a small little reverse osmosis under the sink to filter some things, would that little machine, you might want to call it, the filtration system, because I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, would that take out fluoridation from the water?
Thank you, Worship, to Councillor Fedora. That is correct. An RO system is one of the better ways to remove fluoride, and you can get in-house systems for it, but I can't speak to the cost because I haven't looked into that at all. But an RO system pretty well removes most things out of water, so you pretty well get a water without anything, no minerals, no nothing. It's pretty well just straight water.
So that means don't drink that. Okay, thank you. Then question to administration on the I think the delegation mentioned something about Calgary has removed the fluoridation from the water since 2011. I'm just asking if there's a knowledge from Calgary why they did that, or what's happening with them, what information we have on that. Mayor Masters?
So through you, Mayor Masters. So yeah, the delegation spoke to the fact that the city of Calgary removed fluoridation in 2011. Obviously, they would have had their own reasons for doing that. I can't speak to the context of the decision. But just in February of this year, they have decided at their municipal election in October to go to a plebiscite to add fluoridation back. And the reason that they've chosen to do that is in 2011, it was a decision of council, and fluoridation was put in by plebiscite. So their council decided in February, the community and the citizens said we should fluoridate. Council made a decision without a plebiscite to remove it. So that's their reason for saying they'll go back to a plebiscite in October of this year as a part of their municipal election.
Okay, thank you for that. And then is it the dollar cost of fluoridation per resident? Is that like $1 or something per year? What's the cost? I mean, is it cost for because the plant is being built and whatever we need to settle up, but afterwards, so what's the cost before when the plant is built, or is it and then ongoing cost after that?
Yeah. So as Mr. Onrait has indicated, it's a $2 million capital investment, and that might change slightly prior to 2023, 2025 when that work is complete, and the operational costs are approximately $210,000. So if you look at population, it's approximately $1 a year per citizen.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll reserve my comments, or I'll sit and listen. I think so I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
Any other members of council wish to speak to the motion on the floor? Councillor Mole.
Okay, I have a few questions for administration or possibly Mr. Johnson. So, Mr. Onrait, you referred to a utility mill rate increase, potentially to pay for this. So, if we don't take it out of the reserve, what will we be looking at for a mill rate increase?
Through your worship, I don't have that number right at this time, but that would definitely be clarified when we come in 2023. I would think it would be around 0.5%, somewhere in there on the utility side.
Okay, 0.5%? Okay. So when would the install take place of this? 2023 again?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Johnson to comment regarding the timeline of installation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Worship. Right now, if the City of Regina gives indication in 2023 that this was something that City of Regina would like to do, we would then scope it into the project, track the design costs and the installation materials and costs. It would likely be installed by late 2024 and commissioned for early 2025 is what we have today. That is subject to change based on the progress of the project, but that would be what we would foresee today.
Okay, thank you. So I asked this question of a few delegates. I'm hoping the administration has the answer. So what chemical compound is used to fluoridate? Do you know what the mixture is?
Thank you, Your Worship. I could probably best handle that one. It's known under several names, but hydrofluorosilicic acid is typical. That's what City of Moose Jaw is using. That's what most cities are using. It's basically a liquid fluoride that's at about 25% concentration that is then injected into the water system.
What else is mixed within that? You said 25% composition. Is it just the acid or?
Yeah, it's basically mixed down. So 25% of it, the rest would be basically water. All of the chemicals that we use in water treatment have to meet NSF 60, which is an industry-leading standard that we use for all water treatment chemicals. So it's all the materials that go into the water is safe. Now, with that said, I think some presenters were talking about some elements. When fluoride is added to the water, there's a chemical reaction that occurs immediately, and it's as soon as you measure it after that reaction, it's safe to drink, provided that it's done as per regulations and at the appropriate concentrations.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully I can get this under my 5 minutes and I'm allowed to speak. So through you, Madam Mayor, I'm going to recite this Health Canada letter that I received from somebody just before the meeting. It's an Access to Information and Privacy Division of Health Canada. Dear Ms. David, this is in response to your request under the Access to Information Act for clarified request text. Reports, studies, toxicology, and clinical tests relating to hydrofluosilicic acid in Canadian tap water. Original request text. Documents pertaining specifically to hydrofluosilicic acid in Alberta and Canadian tap water. Studies from 1940 showing dental efficacy and human safety. Studies from 1950 showing dental efficacy and human safety. Any double-blind study done by Canada or any province showing dental efficacy and human safety of any date. Any double-blind study done by anywhere in the world that was considered. Any toxicity study of any date done by Canada or the world that was considered. Evidence of any kind, not opinion, that shows the statistical viability of water fluoridation in terms of efficacy and margin of error calculations. Evidence of any kind, not opinion, that shows the statistical viability of water fluoridation in terms of human safety over a long time and the margin of error calculations. Evidence of any kind, not opinion, that shows statistical viability of water fluoridation in terms of human safety and margin of error calculations for infants, young children, elderly, or any adult with disability, diabetes, bone disease, autism, thyroid ailments, kidney disease, etc. Evidence of any kind of consideration of human rights and medical ethics, namely, or human right to opt out of the forced water fluoridation program. And if that consideration exists, why is the overriding of these well-established medical standards are breached? The answer from Health Canada. After a thorough search for the requested information, no records were located which respond to your request. So, the motion to add fluoride to the drinking water was introduced by our City Council with less consultation than the issue was due. Almost all Regina residents drink water, city water, every day, and it's hard to think of an issue that affects people's lives more personally. Some of my colleagues in City Council may feel that the direct effect is positive, and this is the very reason this should be done. However, it takes only a small amount of thought to realize a substance that spends half a second in the mouth before swallowed will spend much more time in the body afterwards. Some studies have suggested that harms to the body can occur over time, especially for infants. Every tube of toothpaste is harmful if swallowed, but our residents will end up swallowing a lot of what is arguably its most active ingredient if it is added to our drinking water. The city has had 4 referendums on this issue, 1954, 58, 65, and 85. Every time residents opposing adding fluoride to the water. Did this opinion ever change? For City Council to impose fluoride on residents without strong public demand or a mandate to proceed doesn't seem to be warranted. We received approximately 100 messages at our City Council city email addresses, and approximately out of those 100, 80% are opposing adding fluoride to the water. In addition, hundreds of Regina residents have signed a petition online to express their concerns, a petition I encourage City Councilors and interested citizens to read, as it is packed with studies and information that should make us think twice about adding fluoride. Should more than 230,000 residents of Regina be made to ingest a substance because 11-person City Council simply decided they should? Should citizens pay $2 million to add fluoride equipment to the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant, then $200,000 plus a year to add the fluoride itself when there was little public demand for the change? I believe the answer is no. This should not be done with a mandate from the population. City councils of the past had the sense to do this. Therefore, I make a motion to have a referendum on this issue so the people of Regina can tell us for themselves whether they want this additive in their water. Although a referendum will cost approximately $550,000, is the cost of doing things the right way. If they vote no, this motion will have saved them a net of roughly $1.5 million that would have spent on something they didn't want. If we receive a yes vote, it will be a stronger mandate to pursue this direction. Thank you very much. I believe Amber has my motion.
Councillor Moll needs a seconder on his motion. Councillor Findura. You have 3 minutes to speak to your amendment, Councillor Moll.
I think I used up a lot of the time to speak to already. My speech was very thorough. I believe the residents have the right to choose on this issue. There's been many referendums on in the past. We spoke about a plebiscite in Calgary, and this is everybody's drinking water. I can't imagine spending $5,000 to $15,000 in an RO system to remove the fluoride if you don't want it. I currently have a filter system that I pay for, and I called the company that I purchased it from. They said I need to add another device to remove the fluoride completely, and I spent quite a bit of money for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I second the motion because I believe everything and anything should be debated and discussed on the floor. From the previous years, we were trying to do things on the floor of this, and discuss matters and didn't make it that way. And I promised myself I will never do that. If someone makes a motion, I will second it, not because I believe or don't believe, it's because we need that chance to have a conversation. Now to the motion, as we believe in fluoride in the water, looks like, sounds like everyone, I mean, there's a very difficult and hard decision because you have opposite information, scientific or not. Then I believe that we should give the people of Regina a choice. I mean, I've been asked that question and those comments. Well, I mean, and do I have that? Yes, I would say in the comments made or discussion had is that we were elected to make decisions. Correct. But that means that we elected to make decisions in different ways. And I believe that this way, giving the people the choice, I don't think we can go wrong if I vote in favor of put fluoride in because it's going to help. Great. And if I'm not moving myself away from responsibility of what my vote or what my responsibility as a councillor is, it tells me and tells the citizen of Regina that we've always been asked, ask us for the input, not after. Ask us before you make decisions. We've had, when we built the stadium, we were on the plaza, and it was the voting, it was the election time. We voted for, we went into, I think it was a referendum on the wastewater treatment plant. It was an easy decision. Citizens made the decision. And that decision was the right decision to go the way we went. And it's proven that way. So I believe by involving the residents, well, no. I don't mind the pressure. I'll vote, no worries. But I believe that if the citizens are asking, I don't see there's a problem. And the citizen is paying for that. So our taxpayer is paying for it. If it's $500,000 to do whatever's done, if it's $2 million, it's the bottom line is the citizen, taxpayer of Regina that pays for everything that we do. We got some grants, different things, but so I'm thinking in that sense. So I supported Councillor Moll that way. The debates, I like to hear all the council here, the feel on this. So that's my couple cents on it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ventura. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against this motion. I think it hinges on the idea that what we heard from today were competing experts, some on one side, some on the other. I suggest that that's not true. Councillor Hawkins rightly pointed out that we heard from experts saying, yes, fluoridate your water. The people we heard from saying not to do it, I suggest are not experts. The two main people we heard from were Janelle Gerard and Dr. Dixon. Ms. Gerard is clearly very bright. She has an honors degree in psychology from the University of Regina. That's not an applicable degree. Ms. Gerard rightly and shrewdly noted that she was relying and had consulted with a leading expert on fluoridation in the world, Dr. Kathleen Thiessen. On my review, Dr. Kathleen Thiessen is not an academic, does not publish peer-reviewed articles, mostly focuses on radiation rather than fluoridation. She's in effect a tradesperson, very smart but not relevant expertise. Dr. Dixon, of course, is a medical doctor rather than a dental doctor, and we heard from many dental doctors who disagreed with him. So I suggest we do not have competing experts. We have experts on one side and non-experts on the other. It's not the sort of thing we need a referendum on. The second point I'd make, maybe piggybacking off Councillor Findura, is I think what we have is a representative democracy rather than a direct democracy, and that means it is very often up to us to make decisions based on what we think is in the community's best interest. I think that's what we're called for here. To put it bluntly, I think the individuals who fluoride will most benefit, so low-income people, older folks, babies, those are not the sort of people who are likely to vote in a referendum. So I think we're not likely to hear from the people this is most targeted at. And so a referendum is a bad tool here and is likely to get an improper result. So I'm going to vote against this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. In stepping into this debate, I remembered my tour of the water facility in my first term. I remember seeing the fluoridation system going towards Moose Jaw, and I was quite surprised about the $2 million capital price tag associated with the program. I had spoke to many of my residents who contacted me and informed them of my observations and informed them I was going to be questioning the $2 million capital expenditure. I didn't believe it was an actual number to be used in this decision, but apparently it is. Having said that, I also said that I thought that I was somewhat in support of the fluoride, especially because I thought it was hundreds of thousands of dollars cost as opposed to millions. Having said that, I still can't agree to add another $500,000 worth of cost to obtaining a safe dental regime for Regina residents in the terms of fluoride. I think that the proof was well brought about by the experts who did appear to speak to us. I mean, no disrespect to those who are against the fluoride, but for me, not going in as an expert, I found some of that information to be a little bit almost on the misleading side for what was going on compared to the vast amount of experts who spoke for fluoridation. So I will put my neck on the line. I won't support the referendum, and I probably will end up supporting the fluoride motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions or comments from Council, Councillor Moll, you're allowed to close out the motion.
I think I've said pretty much everything that needs to be said in my opening speech. I just truly do believe the residents have the right to decide on this issue as they have had in the past. Thank you.
Councillor Moll, City Clerk, please call the vote on the motion.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Moll, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Statnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The amendment fails in a 2-9 vote, Mayor.
Thank you. Going back to the motion on the floor. Any other speakers to the motion 21-7 Community Water Fluoridation Program? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, call the vote. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Hawkins, you can close out debate. I apologize.
I just want to say how much I appreciate the comments of council, the help the administration has given us. I recognize that not everybody will agree with the end result, but I truly believe that this is a very good result for the city of Regina. It will improve our community health, and most importantly, it means that the young people of Regina have a real chance of a lifetime of strong dental hygiene and strong dental care. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Clerk, call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Statnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have communications on item MN 21-8, density target for market choice of housing from Kevin Reese, Carina Developments Ltd. and Larissa Shasko, and Enviro Collective. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 21-29 and 21-30? Councillor Bresciani, a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Fendura. I'll call the question. Any opposed to the receive and file? Seeing none, carried. We have delegations on the issue before us. I'll call upon delegation Evan Hunchak from Dream Development. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which that time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hunchak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. Respected City of Regina Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at City Council today. To introduce myself, my name is Evan Hunchak. I am the General Manager at Dream. I represent the developer of the Harbor Landing, Eastbrook, and Coopertown communities. I'm before you today to provide our support for the following motion to study the density target in new communities as put forward by Councillors Lori Bresciani, Bob Hawkins, and Landon Mole. This motion provides an opportunity to review best practices in other similarly sized communities in Canada, as well as will explore the benefits and implications for adjusting the density target to allow for a diversity in housing forms. To reiterate, we are not here today to debate on whether our current density targets should increase, decrease, or stay the same, but rather to simply study it and have city administration come back at a later date with recommendations and have the discussion at that point. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunchak. Members of Council, thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hunchak, for being here today. I know that Dream develops in other cities as well. Can you share what other cities that you do develop in, and can you just tell me the kind of the density targets similar to maybe Saskatoon, because I think you developed there. Would that be, could you share that, please, through the chair?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, that's a good question. I think that should be included in the study. We do develop in other cities, including Ontario, being Ottawa, Toronto, Calgary, Edmonton, Saskatoon, and Regina. And each city has different standards, but I would suggest that through the study here that one should look at different cities like that.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, as you are Dream, you develop nice neighborhoods. I want to ask in regards to the, I don't have the density, the targets for kind of the single family lots, but percentages, do you know, and I know this is kind of, maybe it's hard, but you know, kind of what would be the percentages of single family lots that Dream would do in a development compared to the other attached kind of lots? So like what is a larger lot considered, and what would be the percentage that you would develop in a community, through the chair?
Yes, thank you for the question. I guess through the chair, many of our developments would be different, and prior to the city ever having a density target in the OCP of 50 people per hectare, we were developing Harbor Landing, and the Greens on Gardner was also developing at that time, and many areas in those neighborhoods prior to having a density target already achieved 50 people per hectare. So I think through the study here, that should possibly be looked at to identify what the different densities are within the existing community, as well as maybe comparison of other communities our size. But typically, I guess not to skirt around your question too much, we would see the average lot size in a new community to be 28 feet wide, and the single family lots would maybe be 60 to 70% of the new communities. as it relates to the number of total lots.
Okay. And I guess the last question is, the last time this was done, I know there was discussions done with about back in 2011 regarding the kind of the whole development of the housing comprehensive strategy, which kind of brought forward the OCP. And I guess the reason you're here is you support the fact that there is a discussion to be had for next steps regarding density. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Through the chair, I would agree with Councillor Fendura's past comments there. I think the city administration and council and members of the city should always be looking to engage and ask questions. And I think this is one of those things that, from time to time, it's good to review best practices, and it's good to explore what potential benefits and implications would come from adjusting our current policies. So that's why I'm here today to support this, because I think it's just a general housekeeping thing that should be reviewed from time to time.
Thank you. And the last question is, we do have in the motion to, of course, communicate and collaborate with the Regina Home Builders, but as well, would you think it's also important to connect with the community associations in the high dense neighborhoods for feedback as well, through the chair?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Through the chair, yes, any conversation should probably be comprehensive. It should include all members within the community, especially members within different varying dense neighborhoods, lower density versus medium versus higher density neighborhoods, to get their feedback on what they like and dislike about living in their neighborhood. And then that comprehensive information could be compiled with recommendations on the findings.
Great. Thank you so much for coming today. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Councillor Mancinelli. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I have only one question for Mr. Hunchuk through the chair. I noticed in the submission he speaks of a judged density target to allow for a diversity of housing forms. Looking at the Coopertown plan, it looks like there's quite a diversity there already. What are some of the housing forms we're missing in Regina, and how would this affect it? What's kind of off the table?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Mancinelli. Through the chair, I think we work in a very great city here that's open to investment, and any time that a developer or home builder or somebody, a new investor, would come to the city with thoughts on creating a new type of housing model or diversity within our housing, it's often welcomed open arms by city admin, and they help us find solutions using existing policy or identify what needs to be done to overcome the existing policy. And from time to time, that's why we come to City Council to request amendments to the zoning bylaw or concept plans, and often those are approved. So I guess to respond to your question, I think we have a varying forms of many different types of housing in our community, and I can't think of anything that we're missing at this point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Hunchuk, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Thank you. Bye.
I'd like to call upon delegation Stu Niebergall for Regina Home Builders Association. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions from any members of council may have from you. Good afternoon, Mr. Niebergall.
Hello, yes, my name is Stu Niebergall, President and CEO of the Regina and Region Home Builders Association, and I am calling from Regina here. We appreciate City Council Lori Bresciani, Councillor Bob Hawkins, and Councillor Landon Mole for bringing this motion related to neighborhood density to the City Council floor. A healthy, successful city is a complex connection of neighborhoods, diverse people, housing types, landscapes, images, gathering places, to name a few. efficient and sustainable city building is far more than simply the sum of the number of people in dwelling units within a certain geographical range. We support this motion in that it provides an opportunity for the City of Regina administration and our industry to collaboratively do the homework, take a deep dive to identify the best practices, understand emerging trends with the goal of providing the best outcome for Regina citizens and newcomers who choose to make Regina their new home. The Regina and Region Home Builders Association support this recommendation by the 3 city councillors, and we encourage the mayor and the rest of City Council to support this recommendation as well. Thank you for your time, and I can take, of course, any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niebergall. Councillor Shaw.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Now, I'm kind of relying on your expertise and yours here in Regina. I have a question. The first question is the cost of developing houses, developing the living quarters for a market that doesn't support what you're developing. Can you briefly give me, and I mean this is going to be a very broad question, probably broad answer, the cost that this costs you as a developer when you're not producing and building what the market has asked for, through you, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, so that's a great question. The market, I mean, as a general rule, the city has a strong history, around building to the market demand. Like the last speaker, Evan Hunchuk at Dream, the market has probably mostly driven by affordability, has seen a shift to, more dense and more compact design. There is lots and lots of evidence and data to demonstrate that right across Canada, right across North America, people will generally purchase as much square feet as they can afford, and we've certainly seen that become very true, in the buying trends of new home buyers right across Canada, especially during this pandemic, as people are looking for more space. So when you're not able to deliver that product within the local market, and again, we've seen this in communities right across Canada, right across North America, people, make other choices, and that usually turns into the development that a city is not trying to accept, just showing up in the bedroom communities surrounding that city.
Thank you for that answer, and just kind of further go with your comments there. Now, I know from what I see, but I would like from an expert's opinion, just to add to that last comment about people going to our neighboring communities. Can you give us some kind of an idea or a picture of kind of what's happening here in Regina with that being said, through you, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, you know what? We haven't been able to collect good data on that specifically. It's fairly anecdotal. That is because, as a general rule, the bedroom communities don't necessarily provide, say, the permit data, etc., that we get from the City of Regina. What I can tell you, the city permits this year that just came out show that about 45% of all permits this year were for single detached homes, and 55% were for multi-unit homes. And again, I think some of that is certainly in line with the data we've seen on buying habits through this pandemic, because that would be high compared to what we've seen in the marketplace for the past few years, especially since about 2016, where single-family homes would have been a smaller portion of that number. So, again, a community like ours, to provide, lots of housing options, we're seeing that take place, and delivering that market choice does allow people to get into the type of housing that they feel is, best for the lifestyle and the values that they see in the city of Regina that they want to meet.
Thank you for the answers. I have no more further questions. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw, Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Stu, a question. 2013, when the OCP and Design Regina was worked on, the citizen being involved in that design talked about the diverse housing and the city as a whole. From this, because this motion is going to go towards getting a review. What would you anticipate to find from that wasn't found or talked about in 2013-14?
Well, I think at the heart of the item here and related to the OCP, if nothing changed in the marketplace, the development community is already delivering at 50 people per hectare. I think the biggest challenge today related to that, which would certainly sort itself out through the research and through the work with the administration to if this motion goes forward, because that's really what this motion's all about is doing the homework that needs to be done. It may just really come down in a lot of ways to process in terms of how we allocate that density through the community. So, purely as an example, let's imagine Coopertown was starting today to move forward. From an OCP level, really that 50 people per hectare really is intended to be determined over top of the whole community of Coopertown. And so the developer may have to bring in applications at different times because you're not going to develop the whole community all at the same time. And as much as the top level management of the city may say, well, we consider this over top of the, we look at the density over the whole neighborhood. The experience at the planning level has been that no, each subset of that development needs to achieve 50 people per hectare. And so, what that can certainly result in, is, pushing, the industry towards sameness everywhere, as opposed to creating, more diversity within that neighborhood, or that larger community. I don't know if that kind of answered your question or not, but.
It's in and around that. So I've got a couple more here for you through Mayor Masters. Sure. Within cost involved in that, a lot of the residents would speak to talking about maybe this if you're going to look at things might create a urban sprawl. I heard that word, that by going in this route, would that I don't know if the study or the review will show, would this create some residents out there, some individuals are concerned about urban sprawl?
Well, I think to speak to that, we first have to have a collective understanding of what urban sprawl is. It's easy for the average citizen to look no further than suburban development to explain sprawl. And in fact, often media and academics describe home builders and community developers in kind of a pejorative terms as the purveyors of urban sprawl, and not necessarily ones providing opportunities to house newcomers to the community in amenity-rich neighborhoods. But the definition of urban sprawl is the unrestricted growth in urban areas over large expanses of land with little or no urban planning, often discontinuous. In Regina, it has a long history of greenfield development that is about efficient urban planning that aims to provide practical, affordable, and sustainable living spaces for growing our urban population. The planning takes future growth and development into account, as well as to seek to avoid various infrastructure issues that plague existing urban areas. So Regina does not have an urban sprawl history. It does not have urban sprawl within its city. What's also is clear in the data, if the municipality does not accept, an amount of greenfield growth, like 70% outlined in the OCP, makes it increasingly difficult to develop in the infill areas, then that growth will not occur outside Regina. Will occur outside Regina and outside of the city's control. And disorderly growth on the outside edge of Regina, out of the control of the City of Regina's planning framework and regulations, will be the true measure of future urban sprawl in the greater Regina area. But again, this motion's not about urban sprawl. It's about doing the homework and evolving the best practices, the best practices to best allocate density throughout the neighborhood planning process to achieve a better outcome when greenfield neighborhoods are planned.
Great. Mr. Niebogle, thank you for your comments and your answers. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you, Stu, for coming forward today. There's only probably yourself and Councillor Findura that are all in this room that were back here in the time when this OCP was developed and the 50-person per hectare was derived. Do you know how it was derived? And I understand there was really more push to trying to get the 70-30 going, not the density. But can you I think it's important for us to really understand how the 50-person per hectare came forward.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's an important question to ask, the city administration as well, and we may have different views on how that was derived. From my perspective, because as you were there, I was very engaged in the Design Regina process and all the consultations, right through that whole period. And from my perspective, any suggestion that the current 50 units per hectare was somehow derived from best practices from across the nation, would not be factual. As you say, there are many people who aren't around anymore. The city manager, city council, chief city planner, we're all, are no longer in place when the OCP was drafted. And the consultant on the OCP was replaced at the last moment by Dialogue Planning Alliance, who, in my view, simply used their best estimate at the last moment. So the 50 person per hectare was a fairly, arbitrary number. And so, again, the opportunity for the research is to really identify, with the administration and with council, what is the future right density for our community? And, by example here, to illustrate this point, if you think about the Manhattan Island, it is 4 times more dense than the city of San Francisco. So in San Francisco, could literally add 2.5 million people by being the same density as Manhattan Island. Yet anybody who's ever been to San Francisco would not think of that as a low density city at all. So what is the right density for Regina? That would be a great discussion for our industry to have with the city administration and stakeholders in our community.
Thank you. Do you know how Regina's density compares around the country? Through the chair?
Yeah, that is a very tricky question. It's difficult to compare densities across the country as different sources and agencies calculate this in different ways, and what developable lands they are including varies. And this goes back to the point that the city administration, our industry, should again come back and do the research and the homework that's being suggested in this motion. What I can tell you from our own calculations on density, Regina has a higher density than Saskatoon and is very comparable to Winnipeg, Calgary, and Edmonton, which, by the way, and have exceptionally larger populations and a much higher number of people moving to their community, than we do in Regina. At the same time, when it comes to just house sizes, as an example, Regina again has in the country tended to have smaller house sizes to begin with. If you look at Ontario, by example, the average house size, and again, they've got some very densely populated neighborhoods, but the house sizes in Ontario average between 2,300 and 2,500 square feet. Across the United States, their average is over 2,600 square feet, from the National Association of Home Builders, our kind of American counterpart organization. Here in Regina, we've actually never crossed that 2,000 square foot number. So, again, what gets missed sometimes in the discussion, our city's actually already a fairly densely populated neighborhood. And although we haven't had the small, the large amount of small 400 and 600 square foot living spaces here in Regina, as you might see in the other cities, we don't also have the extreme on the other side of, 15 and 16,000 square foot homes that you see on the surrounding areas of many densely populated communities. So we've always built probably fairly close to the average, as opposed to, the extremes that, average out to that middle number.
Okay, thank you for that. We've had many newcomers come to our city, and I guess I don't know if you have statistics on this, but the multi-generation housing, where do they fit in all this? Because I know just from what I've heard is like in their country, they live with maybe 3 generations. Do you have any statistics? And they live in one home, and they like to live in a larger size home, if possible. But do you have any stats on that through the chair?
Yes, again, it's another great point to be considered in, these housing choices options. When it comes to living arrangements in Canada, it is increasingly a multi-generational family affair, with those 3 generations in one home. Back in 2016, Canada's federal census revealed that multi-generational households were already the fastest growing household category in the country, with the number of homes housing at least 3 generations under one roof having increased by over 37% between 2001 and 2016. And while we're still waiting for the results of the 2021 census, we are anticipating that will actually be a spike, increasing even more so. And I think if you just kind of anecdotally reflect on our own community, there is no doubt that it's safe to assume that a significant portion, of the newer single-family homes, have been the choices of these multi-generational family homeowners. It is a little bit inconceivable to think of the idea that a multi-generational family would fit well into one of the townhouse units that are also being commonly built within our community. We're at the end of the day, we're a medium-sized city, and one of our competitive advantages really should be our nimbleness to create options, and not constraints. We have the ability to really grow up and out at the same time.
Thank you. And the last question, that is a key point, but the last question that I do have is, the cost of the infrastructure. And I think this is the point that, people have said it costs more to build newer, larger lots, larger homes, the infrastructure costs. Can you tell me who pays for that infrastructure? And does any money come from any of the taxpayers? Through the chair.
Yeah, another great question, and requires a more fuller understanding. That is an assumption often based on the urban planning community based on large cities. There's very little research or understanding on small and medium-sized cities, and local context here really matters. So, again, that's some of the work and research, we should be doing as part of this motion. So again, as an example, if you have a single, family home on a 50-foot lot in an established area, of Regina, and let's say they're paying $2,500 a year in annual property tax. And then you have a new home, say in a neighborhood like the Creeks on that same 50-foot lot, that is paying, over $15,000 in property tax. Or let's say 3 townhomes on a 50-foot lot, each paying $2,000 annually in property tax, which is providing the net revenue benefit to the overall infrastructure costs. Today, the City of Regina cannot answer that question. But what I do know is in today's growth pays for growth model, the new home buyer, through service agreement fees and the direct development cost paid for by developers, the entire capital cost of that entire subdivision is paid for by ultimately by that new home buyer, and the city taxpayer puts no money into any new developments, right down to the blades of grass in the park. Now, of course, once that park is turned over to the municipality, and that infrastructure is turned over for the municipality, it is then the role of the municipality to maintain that infrastructure, and that's why we pay taxes.
Thank you. Stu, that's all I have. Thank you very much. That's absolutely correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, Mr. Niebergall, you mentioned a statistic of permits for single-family homes in the last year. I was wondering if you could repeat that for me. Something about 45%, up from 13%, I believe.
Yeah, so what the number is, I just took a look at it today because it just came out. So from January to July, ending July 31st, 45% of the permits that came out this year are for single-family homes, and 55% are for multi-unit homes. And of course, that breaks down into apartments and townhouses and semi-detached, etc.
Thank you for that. Is that an indication of the size of the house? Like some of these multifamily units could be thousands of square feet combined to two buildings, correct?
Generally, I think what we are seeing the multifamily homes being a single-family home that is built to a larger size that may have some uniqueness to the design within the house. And, a lot of times those may be based off, different cultural preferences.
Thank you. The increase in single-family home permits over the last couple of years, what do you attribute that to?
Well, it's really been over the last year, and I think the pandemic has had a very significant impact on that. And that's part of both a national and an international trend, as we've all had to come to terms with spending a lot of time at home. It's really caused people to rethink about their space. And so, as an example, a recent buying preference study, showed that, from a preferred home. Now, this is a Canada-wide study, showed that, I'm just going to add up my math here on these two categories. 70% of new home buyers preferred either a single-family two-story or a single-family bungalow home, and all the other remaining forms, made up the other 30%. When you get into the size of homes, you are looking at close to 50% of Canadians, fall into the category between 1,500 and 2,400 square feet for the size of the home. So, a lot more data to address the aspirations of how Canadians would like to be housed. Now, what probably gets in becomes a challenging part of that really comes down to affordability. And as like I said earlier, there is lots of data demonstrating, Canadians and North Americans, for the most part, will buy as much square footage as they can afford.
If I could just summarize your reply to make sure I understood it properly. Most people in Canada prefer a single-family home, but the economic reality of people's wages and income for the houses dictates that not all of them get it. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. I did have one more question. I noticed that Regina, Western Canada especially, were partial to basements. When you talk about the square footage in comparison across North America, I note that not a lot of American cities carry the basement plans we do. Does that come into any of the facts that you've presented to us today for what the average square footage of Regina is compared to other places, considering most places don't calculate the basement as square footage, even though it's finished?
Yeah, you know what? That's a very fair point, and I haven't dug down deep enough into those numbers to really answer that question well. I do think it's a very safe assumption, though, right? So, it is a good point that we count the main and top floor, don't count the basements in those that living space, which of course for most of us ultimately becomes living space as well.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand everything in front of me as I digest it, and I didn't want to build off a false assumption.
Nope, absolutely.
One more question. When you're addressing this, you're coming at from a new home builder developer point of view. As a councillor, I have to answer to people about the tax cost in our community. If I build communities of 50-foot lots compared to 45-foot lots, or single-family homes compared to multiple, I start to experience that sprawl and that density, which also means that for the next 50 years to maintain that street you're buying on, I might have 2 or 3 less taxpayers per street to pay for it. That goes to the ongoing cost of taxation in our community. Do you have any thoughts on that statement and how that might play out?
Yeah, that's where I think again, the assumption is that greenfield growth or urban sprawl is always only a cost on the taxpayer. Well, 2 things that I think about in that. One is those future citizens, those future home buyers, they are citizens and future citizens of this city. And they don't really have a voice in this debate. Only people in the established neighborhoods have a say in this piece. So, that's what we try to represent at some level, to speak for the future home buyer who, may be a new citizen to this community because they don't have a voice in this this discussion. At the very same time, in the example, we haven't done the detailed work as a city to really figure out what those true costs are. So, yes, there is no doubt that, on a 50-foot lot, someday in the future, and I just use this as a sample of infrastructure in general, but in the future, 20, 30 years from now, we're going to have to replace that sidewalk, or the city's going to have to replace that sidewalk in front of that house. And there is no doubt that, replacing 50 feet of sidewalk is more expensive than 30 feet of sidewalk. However, as I was pointing out earlier, the level of taxation is very, very different because the taxation is only partially based on the on the lot. It's mostly based on the house. So again, in an established area on that 50-foot lot, you may have somebody paying, $2,500 in property tax to the city, where out in some of the new subdivisions, especially in some of the more affluent areas, you may have somebody paying well above $15,000 for that same lot. So, again, if you've got somebody out in the creeks who's paying $15,000 a year in property tax, I don't know how we can conclude that somehow they're not covering their portion of taxation, for their neighborhood and for their home. But that's the work we need to do, and not just work off of broad assumptions that growth is a cost.
Thank you for that. One more question. Being in the northwest corner, I've seen the development of the Coopertown plan in Rosewood. Being a resident of Regina, I saw the rollout of the growth in the east over the last 20 years, as well as Harbour Landing. My perception, previous to being on council, was we were changing the board quite a bit as we were also building on it. You were part of that whole dynamic. I'm wondering if you have any comments on that. Just to give a little bit of background, one of my reservations is the fact that we've finally come up with a plan ahead of time for how a community will look in terms of Rosewood and Coopertown, and we're also on the stage of possibly activating them. And now before we actually get to start the race, we might jungle up the whole game board again and start over and start to recreate some of the haphazard ideas we implemented in the past. Any comments you might provide would be really appreciated.
Well, I think if you look at urban planning, and just for clarification, I am not a professional urban planner in any way. Just really an observer of the industry. However, I think if we were to go back and do this research and do this work and come together in terms of some new conclusions. That is the nature of city building. It is always an evolution. The cathedral neighborhood is very different from neighborhoods that were built in the 50s, which are very different from neighborhoods that were built in the 80s, that are very different from neighborhoods built today. So this is an evolutionary process, and while the OCP creates the foundation for those policies, it was always intended to be a living document, and that policy does have potential to move one way or the other through that process. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, to in one form or another end up doing a better job of city building today and in the future. And so the debate really becomes different interpretations of what that looks like.
Thank you very much for speaking today.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Stu, I just need some help with some definitions here. The word diversity is used a lot. Can you tell me what you mean by that word? And can you provide an example of what a very diverse set of options might look like in Regina?
Yeah, this is an area where I've got some understanding. I think, again, it's a very good question, about diversity. We know that we have a population here that continues to change. We continue to attract newcomers to our community, although the data does show we are challenged in terms of keeping some of those newcomers here. So the diversity of housing options, from my perspective, really is about having a place that we can include everybody, and that does mean the small opportunities. Maybe that goes down to the idea of tiny houses because that fits a certain part of the population, and of course to affluent people who can afford large homes, within our community, and every type in between. Again, if you look at the size of our city and where we are positioned in the world, we really, again, as we keep saying, have that ability to grow up and grow out at the same time and provide almost as multiple housing options as we can think of and what we can figure out that we can afford.
Okay, thank you. You hinted in one of your comments about maybe the larger property and likely income owners paying more in property taxes than a multi-unit home. Tying back to density, there's publicly available data on the city's website that shows higher dense neighborhoods per hectare actually generate more revenue than lower dense neighborhoods. So from an efficiency standpoint, that makes sense. And they're also lower income neighborhoods that generate more revenue for the city per hectare than upper income neighborhoods. So you said there wasn't available data. Have you looked at this? Have you used the available information on the city website to make these claims?
Again, a fair question. Probably not to the degree that you are suggesting. One would have to dig into that data, more deeply, and really understand what the city is communicating through that, and making sure those assumptions make sense. But at face value, absolutely take that at its word.
My final question, the idea of market competition, et cetera, has been used. People will go to White City and build mansions if they can't in Regina. The last 10 years, there have been rumblings about these density targets. Who added more people in the last, let's say 10 years or since these density targets were established? Outlying areas or the city of Regina? I'm trying to get a sense of whether this competition is really just someone rattling a sword or if it's real.
Well, I think it certainly is a bit of both. There is no doubt, the city has added more people to it than the city of White City. Proportionately, that would again be a good work within this exercise to take a look at. What I think one does have to recognize, though, there's absolutely a place for density, and again, it should maybe be the predominating, the overriding plan, for the city. But we want to provide all sorts of options. So you take a community like the Creeks, for example, which is essentially sold out now, and it is mostly single family. There's a bit of multi-unit in there, but mostly single family of people in our community who tend to be more affluent. I don't actually know which communities that they would be willing to, those future buyers of that type of buyer would be willing to live in once the Creeks opportunities are gone, other than moving out to places like Pilot Butte, etc. At the very same time, there are, good opportunities to allocate, higher density in places better than we are doing it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. There's a suggestion in the motion that there is limited market supply for larger single-family homes. I just want to confirm that if someone was moving to Regina today and wanted to build a new home for $1 million, they could find someone to build them that home, couldn't they, under our current zoning?
They could under our current zoning, but those lots are fast disappearing, and what's not clear is, the level of those that will be developed by developers and the city on its land in the future. We're about to release a white paper very soon. We're hoping to have it out to the mayor and council and the city administration in the very near future by the end of the month. It's called Accommodating Growth, and it's not speaking about the density issue, but speaking about the broader issue of how we accommodate this future growth. As part of our research work to put that paper together, today we are at about the same supply of serviced lots and new home availability that we were at the early part of the last decade when the city was in the middle of a housing crisis. So the amount of availability is about exactly at the same place. What's different is the demand. And if we had, for some reason that we haven't anticipated, a significant uptick in demand in housing demand, like we did, from 2009 to 2014, we would find ourselves right back very quickly into another housing crisis because of a lack of supply. And if you look at, again, the national conversation with the change from CMHC direction, through the conversations in the Globe and Mail and through the media, and the federal government's even starting to recognize this, undersupply of housing is become the number one reason for the erosion of housing affordability in our country right now. We've been very fortunate in Regina that prior prior to, one of Canada's big housing booms that have gone on through the pandemic, that a slower market, from 2016 to 2019, the beginning of the pandemic, was using up a bit of the oversupply that was in the marketplace. But again, if that were to happen again now, we would find ourselves very quickly undersupplied.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Mr. Niebergall, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you. 2019, the beginning of
I'd like to call upon Delegation Heather McGuinness from Munro Homes to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. McGuinness. If you're speaking, you're on mute. Ms. McGuinness, are you available? You're on mute. Ms. McGuinness, could you press *6 on your phone to unmute it?
Can you hear me?
For a moment, we could.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Heather McGuinness. I'm a project consultant with Munro Homes, a single-family home builder in Regina and surrounding area. My experience of working in a show home 6 days a week for the last 28 years may not make me an expert on the new home market, but I do believe I can bring a perspective from the front line of what consumers are looking for. In Regina, there has always been neighborhoods catering to consumers who want to live in single-family homes surrounded by other single-family homes. As one neighborhood filled up, land developers moved to create new neighborhoods for emerging markets. And when Windsor Park and Wascana were full, the Creeks became the newest single-family neighborhood. The speed with which the Creeks has developed and now sold out is a true indication of what the market wants and what it can support. For the first time in Regina, we don't have that new neighborhood that gets residents and consumers excited and becomes the next big thing. Trying to dictate or legislate consumer preferences will not work. In the last 10 years, we have seen new neighborhoods in Regina move away from single-family homes on individual lots to a mix of housing styles, including semi-detached homes, apartment-style condominiums, townhouses, lane homes, etc. I want to be clear. This change in housing is not because we have a large market for more density. It is an absolute result of lack of affordability. The erosion of housing affordability has forced land developers and builders to pivot and adjust, resulting in creative and denser forms of housing that have increased both affordability and density. I'm not here to argue that point. I fully support diversity in types of housing, and I support density in housing. But if as councillors you're looking around at the high-density housing and assuming that consumers have chosen high density because it's good for the environment, you are mistaken. It's what they can afford, and they use those affordable homes as a stepping stone in their life cycle. The majority of residents still aspire for the dream, a single-family home on a lot with an attached garage. Most purchasers do not aspire for density, but they have to settle for density in order to afford a home. Higher density real estate in our industry is called the bottom of the market, and we need the bottom of the market. Without affordable housing, consumers are unable to work towards the dream of a single-family home. The desire for single-family homes in a neighborhood surrounded by similar homes is not just a Canadian dream. I meet and have built many homes for immigrants who have chosen to make Canada their home, and we all share the same dream. Legislating a minimal density which will effectively remove large single-family lots will have consequences that councillors need to be made aware of. Purchasers will not change their expectations or desires to have a single-family home because our city does not offer what they want. They will simply move out of the city boundaries and build in outlying areas, and land developers are very smart. When they see a need, they'll fill it. So you can expect to see more of those developments offering homeowners the choices they're looking for. And make no mistake, consumers are making the move. You must simply drive to our satellite communities to see the level of activity. When purchasers build outside of Regina, 100% of that tax base is lost, while most of those purchasers will continue to use City of Regina services and amenities. Single-family homes are also a significant source of tax revenue. There will always be a segment of the population that will spend considerable money on their housing, and affordability is not their number one concern. That consumer is looking for good-sized lots that will accommodate the home they want. The recent sellout of the Creeks is a very good indicator of the demand. The largest lots had the highest demand and were the first to sell. And it's all demographics. In the Northwest, Maple Ridge offers wide lots surrounded by single-family homes, all at a very affordable price. While infill lots are consideration for builders to develop, we've seen some pushback from potential buyers. Infill homes do not hold their value as well as homes built in new neighborhoods. As the remaining lots dwindle in Fairways West, Maple Ridge, and the Creeks, we had hoped to see a greater interest from the average consumer to consider infill. But I can tell you from the front lines, that's a very hard sell. Purchasers want all the amenities that come with a new neighborhood: new streets and sidewalks, pocket parks, schools, new homes around them, and young families. It's not reasonable to consider that infill lots will be able to support the demand for single-family lots in the City of Regina. If the choice to build new is removed from the market, simple economics dictates that if you can't build a single-family home on a large lot in a new neighborhood with other single-family homes, then the existing inventory of those homes will begin to increase in value. Consumers in the City of Regina, with our climate, geography, lifestyle, and affordability and modest population, will not change their desire for a single-family home. They will simply drive 10 minutes down the highway and achieve their dream there. And as builders, we will follow them. I fully support this recommendation by the 3 city councilors, and we encourage the mayor and the rest of City Council to support the recommendation as well.
Thank you, Ms. McGinnis. I have questions for you from Councillor. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for coming today. Through the mayor, I have a question regarding your comments around affordability. I mean, we can all understand that affordability is a relative term. There are people who will buy, a very small 700-foot bungalow because that's what they can afford. What would happen if interest rates were to go up? Would the whole affordability question of a house then would be impacted by that?
Oh, certainly. You are 100% correct that everybody's buying ability, because of interest rates being so low, is certainly increased. As Stu said, 70% of homeowners want a single-family home. If interest rates were to increase substantially, I still think you'd see single-family homes. You might, the price of those homes or the amount people are going to spend potentially will come down. That's not really for us to decide because we have a banking system that sort of protects Canadians from that.
Second question through the mayor, in terms of the infill, so I represent an area where there are neighborhoods that were built in the 50s and 60s, Whitmore Park and Hillsdale, parts of Lakeview. And I mean, there is older housing stock. You said that infill isn't really a consideration because of the older roads and the aging infrastructure in those neighborhoods. So I guess I'm just trying to get my head around the fact that is the desire so much, is the desire for a single, I think there'd be a lot of ability to do infill if you wanted a single home in an older neighborhood that you could build there, because there's a lot of old housing stock, but the infrastructure seems to be the main issue that you're concerned about. And I guess it's a concern that I have because those neighborhoods were built 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and we're looking at trying to replenish that infrastructure. That's going to be the same case that happens in our new neighborhoods, will it not be? When it comes to, 30, 40 years from now, their infrastructure is going to have to be renewed, and we haven't seemed to be able to catch up with the needs that we have now. So I'm kind of worried about the overall cost if we continue to expand.
Absolutely. So let's just speak first of all to the whole infill issue. We as a builder have done quite a few infills in the Lakeview area. We've done a couple in Cathedral as well. We've even done a couple in the Northwest. What happens is, you have to remember, when you're building on brand new land, land developers make it extremely easy to build a home. They finance the land. The builder only has to give a small deposit. When the house is half built, you have to pay the land out. So it's very seamless and easy from a financial perspective. And most homeowners can be very confident that when they build their home, all of the homes around them, they may not be identical, but they're going to be of similar value, and thus their home value will be retained. I'll use an example of Whitmore Park. That was, I think you said, was your constituency. So we were dealing with some clients a few months ago, lovely older couple. They've been living in Whitmore Park for, I think, 44 years. They're original, the homeowners for their house. Sadly, they haven't really maintained their house very well and made the decision about 15 years ago that they weren't going to try and bring the level up. They were just going to let it sort of fall apart and eventually would rebuild. So we worked together with putting together a very modest design for them. It was 1,050 square feet. It was going to be something that would fit very much into the neighborhood and look very much like the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. However, when it came to pricing that home, and they were very modest in their expectations, but the cost to build is very substantial and very high right now. And once they looked at that number, they recognized that if they built the house, they would never be able to sell it for what they paid for it. And they didn't want to enter into a losing proposition.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stadachuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Heather, for coming forward. So I just have a question. Do you think that having a density target of the 50 person per hectare, the target, do you think it almost works against people who want larger lots or a larger home in your experience? Can you share that through the chair?
Well, as I said in my written words, we're never going to be able to change what people want. The person who walks through the door with 4 little children and a boat and a camper and a whole bunch of bicycles and wants to live in a neighborhood with other people with single-family homes, we are never going to be able to convince them to live in a semi-attached townhouse. We are never going to convince them that they can survive on a 36-foot lot. And they will just simply remove themselves from our market, and they will go elsewhere. They'll search for elsewhere, and somebody will create a market for them. And we already have that. Emerald Park, White City, Stone Point, Rock Point, Lumsden, and more will emerge as we lose the stock of single-family lots that we currently have.
Yeah, thank you. People have asked, why does the city dictate, the market? Like, why are they putting a density target on there? Why is it they're not putting any money into it? The developers are taking all the risk. What are your thoughts on, dictating? Why not allow the market to dictate rather than, in the city doing that through the chair?
Lori, all I can say is I just don't believe that city policy will be able to change consumer preferences. And I personally believe in freedom of choice, and the city of Regina will be taking away freedom of choice for a segment of the population.
Thank you. I would say generation market, we have many newcomers that have come to our country. I want to ask that, and I've heard this, that they want a larger lot. They may want to kind of live together in a larger home or a larger lot. What has been your experience, Heather, with that through the chair?
We absolutely are seeing this. I wouldn't say it's, common, but and it's not just newcomers. Certainly immigrants started that trend of wanting to have 2 and 3 generations of a family living together. But certainly during COVID and post-COVID, I am absolutely seeing people wanting to build homes that will accommodate their family, but also their parents. It just, increasing the affordability for the family if 2 generations are paying for the house, and aged parents then can remain at home and avoid long-term care. Because there are people who have, come out of COVID saying, my parents are never going to long-term care, and they're planning now for what they can do to make sure that doesn't happen. Right now, we as a builder are working with a single middle-aged university professor, and she's wanting to build a beautiful bungalow for her and her father. He was recently widowed, and he's in his 80s, and they can afford a large home that will accommodate their separate lifestyles. Right now, there's about 12 lots for them to pick from, but 6 months from now, they will have no lots to pick from.
Thank you. There was an article that was written by a local journalist whose opinion is that, if this motion passes, it will wreck Regina. What are your thoughts on that statement?
Well, I'm familiar with the piece that you're asking about, and I'm not about to say that somebody else's opinion's wrong. They're certainly entitled to it. What I can tell you is this: in my business, which is building single-family homes, when it comes to selecting a neighborhood, there are 2 types of clients. On one hand, we see the clients who want the peace, tranquility, lots of space. They generally tend to gravitate to the creeks if you're in the southeast, or Fairways West and Maple Ridge in the northwest, or they go outside of Regina to a satellite community or a development. And then on the other hand, you'll have the consumer who wants a busy community. They want to be able to walk to get groceries or dinner. They like the energy that comes with a community with higher density, and it also has commercial development. And to say that either one of those neighborhoods is good or bad is just not right. People want what they want, and I can tell you with certainty, you can't change customer preference. The client who wants to live in Harbor Landing will not consider the creeks, and vice versa. The divide between choice and neighborhoods is just as strong as that whole north of Dewdney, south of Dewdney issue. If you drive through a lot of our neighborhoods like the Creeks, Wascanaview, Lake Ridge, Maple Ridge, Windsor Park, Richmond Place, Regina is full of lovely, quiet, single-family neighborhoods that they offer no density and no commercial, and I don't find them offensive, and I don't think that they've wrecked our city. People are entitled to their opinion, and I can't say that there's any issues. I mean, we need to have mixed neighborhoods, and we have that. You look at Harbor Landing and Greens on Gardner, and there would be people who would argue that we've wrecked the city by creating those. So none of us are right, none of us are wrong. We're all entitled to our opinion.
Yeah, thank you. One of my last questions is, just for the perspective on new neighborhoods, and you see people every day as there are no lots left in the creeks. Can I just ask, what did a lot sell for in the creeks?
Okay. Well, on the last release of land, what I would call a average lot. So an average lot in the creeks would be a 50-foot wide lot. It would be backing onto another house. It would have no park access or anything like that, but it would be a 50-foot lot. Those lots were $249,000 before tax. However, the prestige lots, these would be lots backing green space or environmental reserve. Most of those were between 60 and 70 feet wide. They started at $359 and they went up to $550, and they sold out immediately. And if we had dozens more, we could sell dozens more of them, but unfortunately the creeks has boundaries around it and there's no land left. There's no place to go if you want single-family neighborhoods. Once Maple Ridge, Fairways West, and the creeks have sold out their remaining lots, if you want to live in a neighborhood like that, you have lost your choice.
And
the other thing to keep in mind is I went back and reviewed the property taxes for the last 24 months on every house that we built, and the least expensive of our clients is paying $8,408 a year, and the most expensive is $17,717 a year. That's in property taxes. And I think we can all be frank and agree that those homeowners are really not, they're supplementing everybody else because they're not using certainly our emergency services and many of the services that we have in the city.
Thank you. And so people come now and they want a lot, what's your response to them? And that's my last question.
Well, you better act now, right now.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay,
Councillor.
thank you.
Well, we're not done with you yet, Ms. McGuinness. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Hey, thank you for being here and giving us a lot of knowledge as to what's going on in our market. We really appreciate that since we aren't out there and you guys are the experts. I'd like to ask you a question. I'm trying to phrase it so it'll be a question, and I'm hoping you're going to know the answer because I do know the answer.
Get to it.
So we talked about the cost if the mortgage or if the interest rates go up and how that's going to affect people that bought more expensive houses. Can you tell me what the Canada Bank, the bank did for the stress test and what interest rate do we have to be approved at before we can get a house?
Sorry, I'm gonna circle back around. Hang on a second, Ms. McGuinness. We're speaking about density. If you could somehow die that question to density, that might be relevant. Otherwise, not relevant, out of order.
And to be truthful, I have no banking background, and I cannot speak to that.
Okay. Well, the density would mean you're going to buy a bigger house and you're going to pay a higher mortgage, or you're going to have a higher mortgage. And right now, to qualify for that mortgage, it's 5.25%. So I'd just like to. I know.
Nope.
I know. Okay, I'll go on to my next question.
I love your curiosity,
I made
but
my
nope.
point. As a council, we're here to represent the people in our community. We're here to be their voice. Do you feel that the 50 person really is the voice of the people of Regina through you, Madam Mayor?
I think what we're doing right now, when you look at neighborhoods like Greens on Gardner and you look at neighborhoods like Harbor Landing, we are doing a fantastic job of giving amazing choices and affordable choices. You've got everything from apartment buildings with rentals. You've got seniors housing. You've got everything. The only people who are not happy with those neighborhoods are people who want single-family homes, and they want to be around single-family homes. So I certainly think, it's good to have density, and I'm not going to argue against density. Mm-hmm. What we need to do, though, is allow land developers to say, I'm going to create another Creeks, or another Wascana or another Maple Ridge, because there is a market for that. And that market doesn't want to be around all the density. And they can afford to not be around all the density. And let's remember that, and not everybody who wants a single-family home is affluent by any stretch. Absolutely, many of them are, but there's lots of very average working-class people who have single-family homes. I'm sure some of you sitting around the table have them. It shouldn't be a bad thing to want to own your own home. And I think we are all representing every part of citizens of Regina, not just people who have affordability issues with their housing.
Absolutely, and this motion brought forward, all this is to go out to the community and see what the community wants as what they need and what they want. And I believe that as a council, this is our job to do our due diligence to find out what the market and what the people in our community would like. And I appreciate your answer towards that. And thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, in your presentation, you made a mention of 12 lots left for single-family homes. I wonder if you can expand on that a little bit for me.
Well, yes, Mr. Mancinelli, what we have is in the creeks, everything is sold out. But if you were to drive through the creeks right now and actually look, there's lots left. There's about 12 that are not spoken for, that builders hold the inventory in their hands, and they're waiting for buyers to come.
Thank you for that. I am a homeowner in Maple Ridge recently as well. Love the area. I note that this area has taken over 30 years already to fill out. Something else I notice in the area I represent is Skyview is about half the age and sold out already. Do you have any comments on that? I know you've been in that corner selling houses for a long time. Do you have any comments on how that's come about and why?
Yeah, no question. Again, going back to it, in the north, you've got Hawkstone, which would be, again, similar to a Harbor Landing or a Greens on Gardner with a huge mix of housing. And it's a great neighborhood, and it's very affordable for those who want to live there, and it's great, close to commercial and so on. No question, the appeal for Maple Ridge and for Skyview, and I'll throw Fairways West into the mix as well. It's for the homeowner in the northwest who wants to live northwest, and they want to have space. They want to have elbow room. It's very affordable. I mean, Maple Ridge is one of the most affordable neighborhoods in the city, and it's also one of the nicest neighborhoods in the city with consistently good-sized lots, nice parks.
I totally agree. I guess my point is more to the fact that Skyview, which is a mix of densities throughout, all the way from high density to through mid and single family lots, sold out and ran out of lots in half the time that Maple Ridge has been around. I was wondering if you have any comment on why that happened, if this is such a pertinent issue and the housing is as you've described.
Oh, certainly. I would say that the approach in Skyview that is a little bit different than Maple Ridge is the width of their lots. So Skyview was a little bit more expensive than Maple Ridge because the land was quite a bit bigger. The average lot in Maple Ridge would be, 46 to 50-foot lots, whereas in Skyview they were 60 and up. So Skyview was appealing to the client who needed a 3-car, a 4-car garage, a sprawling bungalow that wouldn't fit into Maple Ridge, and they had way less lots as well. Maple Ridge, had substantially more land.
And they were willing to do that even with the mix of density in that area, through the chair.
Absolutely, because, also in Skyview, there was quite a few walkout lots that were backing onto the Lakewood community. Nobody in Skyview loves the apartments, but they understand, and they did a very good job also of putting the apartments at the very edge of it. So most of the homes are, other than the ones right in front, most of the homes are separate and away from it.
Thank you. And I've noticed that through the planning of Coopertown and Rosewood, they've taken the lessons they've learned from places like the Greens and Skyview and tried to make the plans a little bit more efficient and agreeable to consumers. When you mention only 12 lots left and no chance in our city for this type of a housing establishment, how does that statement fit into Coopertown and Rosewood?
Well, Coopertown and Rosewood will not offer, the person who wants to live in Maple Ridge will probably not find a place for themselves in Coopertown.
Thank you. And one last question. As an owner of a place in Maple Ridge, looking forward 20 years, knowing that many people do desire single-family homes, would I not be protecting the residents and taxpayers that I represent investment in our city and creating greater wealth and equity in the homes they own by allowing that to be something that's sought after and a thing of the past as opposed to trying to recreate and carry forward?
Well, yeah, it was actually one of my realtor friends who was the one to bring that point to me with respect to, yes, your house in Maple Ridge will probably, if we don't allow less density and we can no longer build large single-family homes with big garages in the city, yes, your home will go up in value quicker because people will not be able to recreate that themselves.
And here again, not to protect the value of my own personal home, I'm talking more for the residents and taxpayers I represent throughout the entire area of single-family homes I represent. I'm not trying to look after my own pocket, just to say that out loud. Although I will, I'm a politician. I'll do anything, eh?
I mean, affordability is what we always strive for, and affordability is different for everybody. There's some people who can afford a $2 million house, and there's some people who can afford $200,000 houses. What we don't want to do is start messing with affordability because we've created a demand that we shouldn't have created.
One more question about that affordability. By starting to mess with this exact formula you're describing, wouldn't I be in essence bankrolling people to step into single-family homes who might not otherwise be able to afford that type of an investment?
Maybe, I'm not really sure what you mean. Repeat the question.
I guess we've gone through a lot of study to get to the point where we are with density. If I start to revert back to what we've done through the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, would I not be recreating that previous landscape and thereby basically bankrolling developers and builders to go on recreating that landscape forward where it doesn't come to a sustainable financial conclusion? I'm
not privy really to how much single-family taxpayers are paying versus multi. I think one of the councillors mentioned that per hectare it was greater for multis. The reality is we pay pretty significant taxes in this city, and perhaps single-family homes have to be taxed maybe a little bit higher. I mean, right now they're taxed on their value and the size of their lot, and as long as and that seems fair to me.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have very much the same concerns you've kind of described, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. All right, Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I just have, I believe, one question. So there's been within the submission that you sent in to us and throughout during your presentation, you referred to people wanting to live in single-family homes surrounded by other single-family homes. I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that further, as I don't understand why that would matter to folks that they were surrounded by other single-family homes.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the question. Best way for me to describe it would be to describe to you, I've worked for many years in the Creeks in a show home. And of course, the Creeks is right across Arcola Avenue from Greens on Gardner. The land prices for those two neighborhoods for regular lots is very, very similar. So cost between, to build a house in one neighborhood versus the other would be almost identical. What I can tell you is the public's perception is that the Creeks is a much more exclusive and nicer neighborhood because it's quieter. There's no density. There's not less vehicles. There's no commercial. So when I talk about single-family homes surrounded by single-family homes, I'm really talking about neighborhoods like the Creeks, like Windsor Park, like Wascana, like Maple Ridge, Fairways West, Lake Ridge, neighborhoods where really there's very little density whatsoever.
Okay, so you said it's for a sense of exclusivity and having a lack, like the desire to not have density in their neighborhood. Just to...
Yeah. I'm not sure that exclusivity was the word I probably should have used. I think there's just the perception that it will be safer when there's less people in it. They like the feeling of space. They like the amount of parkland. They like the fact that it's a destination, of course. Nobody would go to the Creeks unless they lived there. However, many people go to the Greens on Gardner because they're, going to the grocery store, they're going to the Shoppers Drug Mart. So along with that comes traffic and more people. And so it's just a public perception. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what the public thinks and that's what they want.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Ms. McGuinness, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and the time you took to answer our questions. I'd ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Sohag Ahmed. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council.
Please go ahead.
Hello. My name is Sohag Ahmed. I'm a resident of 3230 Daphne Street in the Greens on Gardner. I don't represent any organizations or any association. I'm speaking on behalf of me. I recently got to know about the density motion, and what I really would like to tell the council today is that the neighborhood that I'm living, that name calls the town. So I can understand the most of the building would be, townhomes, and they are trying to accommodate most people in a smaller section. But the condition of those houses or the buildings that people are living, they barely have any backyard. Even they don't have enough space for two-car garage, or even if they have any guests, they are coming into, for invitations. They don't even have any parking area. I just feel like this is kind of, very cramped situation for the residents who are living in there. And if you are saying, 50% more density, I just don't know how much more you're going to, put people into a small area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. Do any members of council? Yes, they do. One moment, please. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, and through the chair, just a clarification. Can you just explain your understanding of the density motion that we're reviewing today?
Sorry, can you ask that question one more time, please?
You made a comment during your presentation. You talked about increasing the density by an additional 50%. I'm just wondering if we're dealing with a little bit of a misunderstanding, and I'm asking a question to clear it up.
Okay, my understanding is that, there, with this motion, it's working against, not against, how I want to put it, is that we should not have more people in a smaller area or in a size of area because, we need to have enough space per households. Is that what my understanding? If you can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're correct about the density. I wanted to clear up that we're not looking to increase it by an additional 50%, and I was going to follow up with a question afterwards concerning why you chose to live where you're living and how that would affect things with the change that was put forward.
Okay, so with your follow-up questions, well, my first, part is that when I looked for a home, obviously I was looking for a home that would give me the livable space inside the house, as well as, the amount of space that I could utilize outside of the home. Now, my choice was to either buy an existing home or another choice was to buy a new built home. Now, when we go through, home buying process, there are multiple requirements to fall through. I decided to buy this home in that area because the inside, the livable space is good enough for my family. But then when I looked at, my current home that I have, a little bit of space that I call backyard, but not enough. It's only me and my wife. And when I'm looking at, extended my family, if I have 2 more kids, in future, I can guarantee that's not going to be a pleasant place for those kids to grow up. And, yes, there are options that I can take them to the nearby park or nearby green space, but it's not possible all the time because either I will be at work or my wife will be at work or, whatever situation you name. So, yes, when I bought this home, I looked at the inside of the home, but then when I saw how the community is growing every day or every month, it's just becoming too cramped for the residents.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for being here today. I just quickly, you live in the highly dense neighborhood, and I appreciate you coming today just to kind of share your concern and your thoughts, I guess. You've indicated, and I think in the areas, with the high dense areas, there is very little backyard. You're right. You have a driveway if you have a driveway, or if you even have a garage, but they are small. So I guess, you've indicated it is very difficult for children, places to play and that kind of thing. I've heard, also from many people feel very boxed in. Can you just elaborate on spaces for families to gather and why that's important through the chair?
Okay. So I can tell from my own experience, I'm an immigrant in this town and I came from a country where we believe getting together, our extended family, our uncle, aunt, or anybody you name. Now, when in summertime, we only have, 3 months? Now, when we invite, a couple extra family beside the COVID, let's say COVID does not exist, but whenever you invite few other people in our community, I don't have enough, space in my back here. Now, when I look at my neighbor, there is, right in front of my home, there is a neighbor from, I believe they're somewhere from Africa, and they don't have even, 4 feet or 6 feet space in their backyard. What I notice every once in a while, they are actually hosting their gathering inside their garage or at the front, their driveway. And that I see every once in a while because that street is a busy street, car comes and go. And if the little kids are, they're playing around on the driveway or whatever, they are running around, it creates more chance to any accident to happen. So in my opinion is that if I'm invited to Regina to live as a resident, if there is not enough space, if there is not enough housing, affordable housing for me to buy within my affordability, I will be forced to buy whatever is available. And that's what exactly happened to my case. So yes, it is important for me to be able to buy a home that has enough space inside and enough space outside in terms of backyard or front yard. But yes, my friend told me that I could go on the creek or I could go on the Maple Ridge or, buy a bigger home. But I don't have that affordability. I'm living in Canada for 15 years and I'm still, yet to make that affordability to buy a home in creek where I can buy, in the towns. I just, think there should be a little bit more option available someone like me to buy a bigger home or buy a, spacious home that I can raise at least 2 kids.
Thank you. So you're asking that in the towns, just an example where you live, that there be more single-family homes rather than more of the medium or the townhomes. Is that accurate?
Yes, but I would like to add, even if they're building townhome because they are providing, some sort of back alley garage, there should be enough space between the garage and home that, we can call it as a, backyard rather than just a step, between the home and the garage. I just feel like this is a little too, too much from the, builders. They're just going too cheap on, building a house.
Yeah, thank you. We've heard about many of the parking problems in the denser neighborhoods, and but it's ironic that people think that in dense neighborhoods people don't have cars. Can you just elaborate with the parking that's and if you have guests over, do you actually have people that can park in front of your home through the chair?
Now, in my household, I have 2 cars, one for me, one for my wife. The reason I have 2 because we both work in a different location. Now, when we utilize our own garage for parking our own 2 cars, and if I have a couple families that I invited for a dinner, they have no place where they can park because all the roads are all the front yard that the way they built it, there's barely enough space to put a car through. And if they do park, they're blocking either somebody else's driveway or they're blocking somebody else's, that whole parking spot. And literally, my friends, they have to park almost 2 blocks away, where, they have to walk like 10 minutes. In summertime, it's probably okay, but in wintertime, nobody wants to come to our place because there is no parking space.
Thank you. Last question I do have is, do you think that part of this motion would be helpful that we actually engage the community associations for feedback from the general public as to the experience of people who are living in dense communities or neighborhoods through the chair?
I truly believe involving the community association would have a better result in future outcome because, the community associations, they're really close to the people who live in that neighborhood. They get to hear more comments. They get to hear more concerns. And many times people, rather than calling to the city of Regina, they do call their own, community association. So if, we can collaborate with, community association and ask their feedback or do any program together to see if we can run a survey a little bit more extended than what it was being done in the past, I believe there would be a better result in terms of what we're doing right now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for speaking today, and it's at the end of the day almost, but thank you very much for the waiting.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad. There's no further questions from council this evening. I'll thank you again for your presentation and ask that you please leave the meeting. End of whose day is the question? Technically at 5:30 we're done. I would need a motion for continuance at this point in time, considering on item number 2 I have a Councillor Bresciani and I have a second by Councillor Stadnichuk. I need to know, is anyone opposed to continuing? Seeing none at present, noting that as of now, a notice to adjourn can happen at any moment in time. I'm on to you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm going to ask that we continue on until 6 o'clock. If we could get through this motion, that would be fantastic. At 6 o'clock, we're going to break. Supper has been brought in, but we'll only break for 20 minutes, if that's okay, and then we'll be back at 6:20. So that's the rule, if everyone is in agreement. All right. So we will now consider item MN 21-8, density target for market choice of housing. Councillor Bresciani, could I ask that you please introduce the motion?
Thank you. I move then MN 21-8. That City Council direct administration to prepare a report for the Regina Planning Commission by the end of Q4 2021, and that includes 1, an analysis of the implications, benefits, and options for adjusting density targets to allow for market choice of housing, such as larger single-family homes or bungalow condo type, and 2, engagement with the development industry, community associations, and similar-sized Canadian cities for density targets to ensure multiple housing options and balancing market choice. I need a seconder.
Mr. Shaw?
Okay,
Go ahead,
thank
Councillor
you.
Bresciani.
So before you, what we are asking for is a report to come back, as I indicated, from administration. And it is really to have an in-depth conversation, a collaborative conversation regarding the market and the types of housing and the market choice within our city. We did this 11 years ago, and when I spoke with industry, they said it is absolutely time to relook at this and reevaluate and see how it has changed. The market changes all the time. But I think the bigger piece here too is you know, we hear from many residents in Regina as to what the needs are. And I think every person in Regina has should have the opportunity to live in a housing that is attainable, it's well maintained and suitable in a community that allows them to meet their daily and lifetime needs. What I did some research because I wasn't back here in 2013, but there was a report done, and it was the Housing Comprehensive Strategy, strategy. And this was the document that pushed forward the OCP. So this was the consultant's final report in February of 2013. The OCP was developed in December and passed in December of 2013. So many of these recommendations, which one was affordability, that was a big one that was talked about in this, I do remember the conversations within the community that there was a need for, there was a shortage of smaller housing, and there needed to be, and there was a talk about homelessness was in there as well, but also was housing for disability, which was really alive in this document, which of course it's in the OCP as well, but it was really highlighted here. But I think the bigger piece here and what we've heard is from the speakers. I agree in the past there has been a shorter supply of affordable housing. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think what we've done from what we've gone to, we've almost done, the pendulum has swung to the other end. And I think that now we are seeing a shortage in the larger single family homes. And the reason being is that in a neighborhood, if you want the single family home, larger home, the developer will have to come to the city, and right now that is looked at right now as 50 person per hectare. So every developer that comes, it's not over the whole plan. It's absolutely the 50 person per hectare is looked at every development that comes forward. That's where I think the struggle is. So we're going to see a few larger lots, then you're going to see a whole bunch. When I asked the towns in phase 2, the single family home percentage in phase 2 is 15%. We just heard from Mr. Hamed that he would like to see larger homes, and he lives within the towns. And so, or larger lots, pardon me. So I think it's the market choice that we need to make sure that we're not getting in the way of that. And I think that's another big piece. When I had heard from people who've reached out to me that said, Lori, you know what, we can't find a lot, and we actually are moving out to Emerald Park, because guess what? We want a larger lot. We want more space. I got a call today that this is what's happening, and we can decide to take the tax dollars if we want and say, please open the market here for neighborhoods. But we can say, okay, we want people to have, our vision is that we're an inclusive city. How inclusive are we when people want to make their home? We've got crush plants coming, we've got businesses coming, and they want a larger lot, and we're saying, well, guess what? We don't have that. It's not in our market. To me, that's absolutely doing a disservice to the residents of Regina that we serve. And I guess the last piece that, I got a call that what's going to happen, and we're seeing it already, the suburbs around Regina. So I understand that a builder is gone, and they're going to do a development out at Rollo. We're going to see another one probably out at Crono. And guess what? Those people are using our roads, coming in, using our services, but their tax dollars are not staying here because they're not living here. So I think this should be a wake-up call that we need to absolutely, when industry and the Regina Home Builders comes back and says, yes, we need to and other home builders have said this, we've saw other letters from we need to have a discussion about where is the market and should we be dictating that market? And I still think, as we've heard, we still need density, but we can have both. It doesn't have to be either or. We can build up and we should be able to build out. I'll leave it there for others to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I just want to remind Council, I think it's probably important, given I just requested that we try to get through this by 6 o'clock, that we're actually, the motion before you is an analysis of the implication, benefits, and options for adjusting density targets to allow for market choice of housing, such as larger single-family homes or bungalow condo type, and engagement with the development industry in similar-sized Canadian cities for density targets to ensure multiple housing options and balancing market choice. So this is just really directing administration to do the work to bring back a report, and that the final decision on whether to proceed or not proceed would happen at a future date. This is simply about directing administration to prepare a report and do the investigation into this matter. So I just want to be clear. The floor is open. Any questions from members on the motion? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. I support the motion for 4 reasons, and I'll be very brief. First of all, good environmental stewardship does not require that all of us be treated in the same way. For example, a development that's too dense is not an environmentally friendly development. And on the other hand, it may be that a development with larger lots can be quite environmentally friendly if that means that people are living and working within areas close to their homes, as has happened in COVID. Secondly, diversity should depend on our objectives. It may be that in some areas we want a more dense limit than 50, for example. In the downtown area, we may be able to accommodate even higher density than that. We need to look to see whether or not our density targets can be tailored a bit to our objectives. Thirdly, I take the sprawl point seriously. The real sprawl that happens is when someone who would prefer to live in the city is forced out of the city with all of the disadvantages that imposes, not just for taxation but for increased travel. By the way, where is White City? So I think we do have to take seriously the fact that there are competitors in the field. And finally, Mayor, as you pointed out, this is just a request for a report that can delve into all of these issues, and I make no prejudgment on what the report will recommend. So for those reasons, I support the motion to get a report.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to speak against it. I appreciate the fact that this is a request for exploration, right? We want more information. But I'm in support of, and I rarely say this, the status quo around how, don't look at me like that, Bob, around how we've actually crafted the OCP and these density targets. I'm no booster of some of these new areas. However, what I would find is that the redeeming quality of new neighborhoods like Harbour Landing in the southeast is the fact that it has particular density targets that has enabled and actually forced the market to build a diversity of housing choice. And I think the reality is that this hint that this is about expanding options is betrayed by the reality. The first reality is that we've only heard from the sector of builders that tends to profit from this. So they're telling us there are issues here, but their whole objective is to maximize returns. Our objective is to plan cities for today, for tomorrow, and a quarter century from now. So this whole notion that we should use projections based on COVID to think about where we will be a half century from now is actually misguided. I think the way planning and city management is going in the future, and as we've seen in other municipalities, it's more mixed affordability, a repetition of what we've seen in older neighborhoods reproduced in newer communities for the better. If I want to go to any of these communities that people fear are just unaccessible, I can find million-dollar mansions, I can find row houses, multi-unit dwellings, and so on. I think this is pushing administration to actually say we need a place for the upper income earners because they just don't have enough space in this Regina to build currently. This will actually make housing less affordable if we're saying you can build less on the same plot of land. So that's where this is going, and it's nested in this. And I think the result is we're just going to see more Windsor Park type developments, which are built to be exclusive. They have walls. They are not meant to be inviting to certain economic groups. And by association, they are not inviting to different socioeconomic groups, races, backgrounds, and so on. It's not deliberate. The effect of this will be to make neighborhoods more exclusive and less inviting to people. The other factor is, and we've talked about this at the Efficiency Task Force, is we know based on existing data and planning models that density can produce more economic efficiency, and we can see that already in the city's data. Older, denser neighborhoods with single-family homes, I live in one in some of the denser areas of town, have a greater return per hectare. I think it's actually good planning from an environmental standpoint, from an economic standpoint, as well as how we just plan and move around cities. It makes transit more accessible. If we think about Harbor Landing specifically, there's a reason why one of the best routes for transit is actually in that community. It's because of people moving there and people using the bus of different economic groups. I think there is success in these targets, and to just suggest that, well, someone will just go to a bedroom community instead, I don't think that's going to be a widespread trend, to be honest with you. I think certain people of a certain economic group can do that, and others might choose to live in more remote areas, and that's fine. I don't think the city of Regina is ever going to be that inviting for those interests. So I appreciate the spirit of it. I just think this is going to go down a road where we're going to try to build cities like we did in the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s. That's not where we want to go. And I know that the intention of the movers is not to make neighborhoods more exclusive, but I think that's going to be the result. And I just don't support that tendency, and I think where this is going. I also know that in due course, administration reviews the OCP and all of these objectives. I think we should just let it go down that route. And in due course, we should allow administration with the community to actually construct density targets that are a reflection of good city planning and not just market choice. It's actually not our job. Our job is to balance a series of issues and plan a city for today and a half century from now. And I think the OCP currently does that effectively. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against this, even though it is asking for information. I can see where this is going, and I worry about it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli.
Excuse me. Through the chair, I have a question for administration. Does Coopertown and Rosewood concept plans provide larger lots, the type of elite exclusive lot described in some of the presentations today for single-family homes as it's unveiled?
Through you, Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Dawson to respond.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the question was specifically for Coopertown and Rosewood, and those areas are still within the neighborhood planning and concept planning phase. There has been some rezoning and some subdivision occurring within those areas, but they haven't been fully developed out, so we don't know the end result of how those neighborhoods are going to be developed. But overall, the neighborhood planning and concept planning stage would look at a mix of densities. We would be looking at low, medium, and high density areas trying to achieve the overall target of 50 people per hectare minimum, and allowing for a mix of use in terms of commercial and other types of recreational and institutional uses. So I'm not sure if I have an answer to that because we haven't got to that stage yet, but there would be opportunity within the low density areas designated on those plans.
I think that answers it. So in other words, yes, there is room for single family homes on the larger elite lots described. They just haven't been formally developed because it hasn't been activated yet. That kind of summarizes it?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, that would be correct.
Thank you very much for that. I actually really do appreciate this motion, and I can see that a lot of residents and neighbors that I live around do feel this way. I pause on the support for it. The sole reason being that we're in the middle of an efficiency review amongst administration. This calls for more administration work, and I've seen the workload that you're carrying coming out of a pandemic. And I think that there's some specific problems that have been identified within our city that have to be accounted for before I want to move forward and put administration's time for use to do with density. I think the recent example, I believe, of the 5-story complex that was proposed for Councillor Bresciani's area doesn't belong in either Councillor Bresciani's area nor one of the areas I represent. And I think to take oddballs like that out of play and correlate them into somewhere we're trying to get more density out, like the downtown, would be better use of administration's time going forward to try to put it to an ultimate useful end than to study and report back on density at this particular time, simply because we have identified some of these situations, and that's just one I kind of name offhand. I think this conversation is due, but once again, I don't want to bring it about by the hand of council when I think that the hand of council might be better put to other tasks for administration to actually have outcomes that are desired by the residents we represent. So I think that this should come in the future, but I just think looking at the workload we've been allowed to kind of foresee coming through, we are responsible for efficiency within administration as well as the managers who look after administration. And for me, that efficiency is kind of coming through this decision for what the potential outcomes could help the residents that I represent. And I don't see enough help there right now to interrupt the workflow.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I've listened carefully to the delegations today and some of the concerns that have been brought forward by some councillors and the desire to engage further about density targets. I'm not opposed to additional work on this topic, and in fact, we have committed to studying this topic further with the energy and sustainability framework that is currently being created. Among other things, administration was directed to include the following in the framework: details on how new subdivision design and planning policies could be brought into the framework. So this work is happening right now, and council has already approved $250,000 for the consultant to engage in this work. I think we need to ensure that we have that information first before considering directing administration to complete an additional report on density. So I would like to move the following motion, and Amber does have a copy of that. So the motion is that MN 21-8 density target for market choice of housing be tabled until the energy and sustainability framework has been adopted by City Council in Q1 of 2022, so the framework can help inform this engagement process. This should help prevent inefficiency and any replication of work, as this topic will already be considered as part of the sustainability framework.
Councillor Stadnicek seconds. It's a tabling motion. We go directly to a vote. City Clerk, please call the vote.
I will start with Councillor Zakidniak, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Is there a chance for clarification? No.
You can ask. You can ask a question.
Okay, so the question on clarity is, can this be included within the report that we're working on right now, or would that be more costly or more work involved in this?
Ms. Vogt, would you please speak to the matter of whether or not this work is being included in the sustainability framework? And please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So what's being asked for in the energy and sustainability framework is we're looking at best practice and experience of other communities. So we expect that the framework will include actions that are related to land use. They'll include items related to building complete communities, infill development, and density. We're anticipating that those actions, though, won't go into the detail that's being asked for in this motion. So there'll be high-level notional pieces and then direction coming out of that action plan in terms of where do we need to take steps. So if you think back to the number of areas that are being looked at, it is land use, it's investment in infrastructure, it's implementing renewable energy, etc. So there is a wide range of pieces of work that are being looked at. So, but not to the detail that's being asked for in this motion.
So, how do you vote, Councillor Findura?
I'll oppose it.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor Mole?
Opposed.
Mayor Masters?
Opposed.
Tabling motion fails 5-6, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Skidniak, I believe you have a few minutes left on your original 5.
Okay, so in light of that, I also oppose this report. As I mentioned already, I think it's, while we will not be prescriptive with the energy and sustainability framework, it is going to touch on these themes, and this report is supposed to be done at the same time as when we are as this energy and sustainability framework is being completed. We could end up with 2 contradictory reports and then have to try and reconcile those as councillors. So that's one of the reasons that I oppose this. I also, I do have no, maybe not. But we did the. I do have a question. When is the next review of the OCP happening? Like a more extensive review? Through the chair, please.
So through your Mayor Masters, so we do a review every 5 years as a part of the OCP process. I believe the next review is about 3 years out. That said, we've had consultation and discussion with industry. And I think, the last review that was done after 5 years was a high level, if I can use the term, a cursory review by the administration. It didn't include a lot of stakeholder consultation. And I think we've been in discussion administratively to try and advance the discussion with industry so we can get to a place that at 10 years, we're actually completing the second review rather than initiating it. So it's our intention to advance that sometime into later next year or early the year after, so that it's done by 10.
Okay. So I would also see that as a duplication of efforts, because these density targets did emerge from the OCP in the first place, and so that's feedback that we heard from the community. And it's going to be important that we engage with the community in a broad way if we have any desire to relook at density targets. So I'd be more in favor of engaging through that process. As we know, reducing with density does have environmental and financial implications. And I'm also not clear what's the problem when I look at the motion that we're trying to address. It seems that some councillors have that there's a solution identified within the motion, but I'm not clear. It seems a little preemptive, like we have a review, we're wanting to do some consultation related to a solution when I don't clearly even understand, based on reading the motion, what the problem that we're trying to address is. So And then also in relation to the time frame, we talked about that pandemic has changed things. I don't think that now is the time for us to try and.
Councillor Zidikiniak, time is up. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yep. With that, we don't know if these changes are going to be long-standing or short-term. So again, I don't think now's the time for consultation about, the pandemic has changed things and we don't know what things are going to look like next year. I just don't think now's the time for this broader consultation. So I oppose this, I strongly oppose this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Skidniak. Councillor Fundura.
Through your masters, just one, I guess, consideration we would ask of council is the motion asks for a report by Q4 of 2021. Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor Fundura.
Okay, thank you, man. The reason I ask clarification is it's discussing with the not just the builders, but thinking about when we were there in 2013. I spoke to a few people about things, and it could never hurt us to have more information. And I mean, we're listening to what the delegation was talking about. Yeah, there are individuals that are making money, builders, whatever. But at the same time, if we need to know the details, and I don't believe that we've had any kind of consultation with the builders and developers, whatever. What was the last time that we actually sat down and figured out what's going on here? I mean, OCP was developed, was quick. We had a 5-year review, and it's been kind of idling. And this is where we are at this point. So I understand the fact that the way the OCP designed and how for the transit, for density and all that, I understand all that. That's great. But I'd like to see on a higher level, what would that mean? Right now, it's, I don't know if we're speculating or there's one side or the other side. I'm more concerned about doing the right thing. I don't know if we're going to be taxing the administration or there's the $200,000 that's there for a review. Is that going to? My question was: is that going to cause any more hardship to come up with some of the high level of review? What it is, a 50-foot lot is going to cost us more. It's going to be more against the environment. You can do some modeling of what's going on. That's why when the OCP was being worked on, I was involved in that, and it was a great thing involving the whole community. It's been 9 years or 10 years, whatever it is. Has the community really looked at what we really want? And as the city grows, yeah, I'd like to see density. I'd like to see downtown really getting to higher density. Work that out. Inner city. Brownfields, where are we? So my question would be then 70-30 split. Where are we today on the 30? Have we achieved the goal that we wanted to do? Has the OCP achieved that goal, the 70-30, especially on the brownfield and the 30? Have we achieved that? Where are we at? What's the percentage? Mayor Masters?
So through you, Your Worship, no, we have not achieved that. We report on that in our annual report. I would ask Ms. Dawson just to give an update on the actual numbers.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have achieved about 12% of the 30% that we want to direct within the centralized boundary, and then the rest of the development is outside of that. So we are off target in terms of developing centrally, but that trend has kind of been annually the same.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor Masters, I would like information. I mean, I'm not against one or the other. The reason my hesitation on what we want to do, I think administration has the answers and the community has answers. Other cities have answers. I don't have those answers. I'm not an engineer. I'm here to make decisions. So more information, more details I have, the better informed decision I can make. And that's my thing. I would like more information. This tells me that yeah, I could say maybe we're going the wrong way. I don't know that. I'm not in the market. I'm not out there really looking at how the city's being built. I see it going. I'm here, right, making these decisions. I need information. Not having information, it's the wrong thing. It's the wrong way to go. So the question is, what I want to clarify is, the review that we're doing now and this one, can they go side by side? Is that going to cost us more or less? Where are we? Mayor Masters?
So through your masters, so the review that's being done on the energy and sustainability piece is looking at, the components that Ms. Folk talked to. This review on density is all about looking at data. So it's looking at studying some leading practices. It's about capturing data, doing some data analysis, and then bringing some options to council for council's consideration around density targets, policy adjustments. And you've heard from a number of delegations today, some concerns, whether it be from industry or whether it be from individual residents. So these things can come together. They'll inform each other as the reports come forward.
Okay, thank you. So my comment, and I'll finish. I don't think we go in the wrong way one way or the other. I feel comfortable that what we're doing is getting information, one or the other. So there is no wrong here or right here. So I think we need to go forward and figure out what's the next 50 years going to look like for Regina, or next 20 or 30, whatever. Well, I think we need to think a little further out. I think, personally, we're not thinking too far. We should be thinking further out. That would be my thing. As the cities grow, we need to think 50, maybe more, further out. So, and again, I'm not going to justify whatever. It's the information and what I need to know about how to move about and what we need to do to make the right decision. So that's my comments, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm going to speak against the motion for three primary reasons. The first one is I don't think the main problem which the motion is aiming at exists. So I take the main problem identified to be it's difficult to get an expensive home in Regina on a big lot. I think when asked by Councillor Zahidniak, the individual from DREAM couldn't identify a type of housing which isn't currently available in Regina. I think that says market demand is being met currently for housing type. Similarly, when I asked the individual from Regina Home Builders if I want a new $1 million home in Regina, can I get it? The answer was yes, followed by a 5-minute diatribe on something else. So I don't think the primary problem exists. The second reason I'll oppose it is I don't think the report and any action flowing out of it would solve the most legitimate problem we heard about today, which was from Mr. Hamad saying he would like to be able to afford a bigger home that would suit his needs. I think that's an affordability question. We can't increase his income. We can't really affect home prices, and affordability is an issue across Canada. I don't think we're going to solve it by lowering our density targets. The final and most substantive reason I'm opposed to it is on the grounds of sustainability. So I think when we reduce density in neighborhoods, we typically lose some of that complete neighborhood time, increase people's driving time, and therefore carbon footprint. So I think there's good data for that in our neighborhood profiles. So right now, 2016 data, Arcola East neighborhood, which is a pretty good approximation for low density housing, though there's exceptions, says about 89% of people drive to commute to work. That's compared to Lakeview, 78%, Al Ritchie in my neighborhood, 76%. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think less dense neighborhoods include people living further out and driving more, and that's inconsistent with our sustainability goals. So I'll vote against it, but look forward to seeing what's in the report, and I'm confident sustainability will be part of that, like it is on the rest of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadenchuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I am opposed to this motion for numerous reasons, but I, in the case that this motion passes, which is likely, I do want to elaborate or have some elaboration on the first point in the resolved about an analysis of the implications. So for me, what I would consider implications that need to be considered would be, what are the environmental implications of changing the density goals? What are the implications for our overall city infrastructure costs? So what is the cost for city infrastructure? And I would hope that under that implications, we'd also be talking about what are the long-term costs for overall city services? Because we've heard as the suburbs have expanded, there's always a complaint. Well, we've been told that the servicing agreement fees are paying for the cost of that infrastructure. But are they, does the tax base, will it pay for all of the renewal of the infrastructure for that new suburb development? And will the tax base pay for new services if we need a new fire hall, if we need to expand police to service that area, if we need a new library or recreational facilities? So I think that all has to be factored into the implications of lowering the density. What is the overall cost of infrastructure and services of the city? And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Shaw.
I'm going to be brief, which is very unusual. I do want to say that this is asking the community to give what they say that they need. That's all we're doing. We're not asking, and I keep hearing from the councillors, I think. Well, I don't want to think anymore. I want to know. And the only way we're going to know is by going out in the community and asking the community what they want. We have 12 lots left. I think that is a really loud voice to what we want and what our community wants. So I'm strongly in favor of this, and I believe with my heart of heart, this is what our community, this is what Regina needs to do in order for us to give them what they want. I don't want to be dictated as to what size a house I can live in because of the area that I'm in. And I would like to ask council, even though I can't, how many people here live in a single family home? How many people here, when they were looking at their homes, were going, I don't want a through road in the neighborhood that I'm in, and so that my children are safer, so I don't have traffic all over the place. I know people in this council that have stated those facts. So I would like that everybody else in our community have the option to have those available houses to them. So I'm strongly in favor of this, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. All right, Mr. Holden. In terms of the motion before you, there's a request as it relates to the timing of it, and I believe administration would like a comment on that. Please go ahead.
So thank you, and through your masters. So the report is asked for by the end of Q4 2021, just with all of the other priorities administration has on its plate, and the fact that we've actually increased the engagement piece to include community associations, which I think makes sense. We would ask that we bring the report by the end of Q1 2022.
Mr. Holden, I do have a question. You make reference of the fact that the original 5-year review of the OCP was a bit more cursory than it was kind of a deep dive. And I know you and I both heard some of the feedback from industry. There's some notion, however, and I think we heard it, is that folks that were there at the beginning, so 2011 community consultation goes forward, and that the 50 per hectare was actually kind of a last-minute ad, not necessarily part of community consultation at the time. Is that your recollection of how this went down?
So with your masters, before my time as well. So
I know
can't
how long
really,
you've worked here, sir. So
no,
keep
no,
going.
I know, but not directly involved in those conversations. So I'm not sure if Ms. Dawson has some comment in that regard. She may.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So I wasn't here either, but I did have this question prepped from the team, and the question that some of the council has asked is why the 50 person per hectare, and why was that density chosen? So city staff worked with the OCP consultants and reviewed the existing and projected densities for approved and proposed new neighborhoods during that time. The density ranged from about 41 to 58 persons per gross hectare. There was consultation with developers, and at that point in time, they assumed that there was going to be about 25 units per hectare, resulting in a density about 60 persons per hectare, assuming an average of 2.4 persons per household. So it's based on an assumption and averages. Densities are increasing in most Canadian cities and will likely continue to do so over the life of the OCP. So the 50 person per hectare target was chosen as it correlates the areas on the growth plan to get to a population of 300,000. And it seemed like a realistic target given everything else within the plan. It was viewed as a reasonable step from the former development plan, which was averaging or achieving a density of about 44 person per hectare. So it was a bump up from 44 to 50. The policy also was seen as helping support goals within the OCP, such as ensuring new neighborhoods and employment areas maximize infrastructure investment and quality of life through a compact and integrated urban form. So having a high level of density or bumping up the density would support other goals such as transit and make better use of open space, etc. So I hope that helps answer that question.
Thank you. Yes, it does, actually, based upon some assumptions and whatnot. And so interestingly, in 2019, the province of Ontario cut back density requirements to 40 in many areas, and from 80 down to 50 in really dense neighborhoods within the Greater Golden Horseshoe, as it's called. City of Saskatoon is at 40, the City of Edmonton is at 45, and just recently, literally within the last 6 weeks, attempted to get surrounding municipalities to increase their density from 25 to 30 to 40. 35 was a stretch for them, recognizing that if the City of Edmonton was sitting at 45, it would be in, and they needed surrounding communities to get to higher densities. Surrounding communities are understanding that 35 would have been a stretch, but they were willing to try it. And so I think the timeliness in terms of revisiting density, because density people per hectare does not necessarily equate to an environmental issue necessarily. And so I think that causation and correlation should be tested, and this research at this time is probably very warranted. And we are going to call it a day there. And Councillor Bresciani, you're completely entitled to close off the motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Just briefly, I think, again, this is a conversation that is, I think it's needed, it's timely. When industry comes out and supports the conversation that needs to happen, there's a reason. I spoke about this about a year ago, hearing whispers. I had met with Diana Howrlock. She'd indicated as well that through the industry she was also hearing that the worry that some of the thought that, you know, we are going to could run out of certain types of lots. I'll say this, for people to not think this is real, it is real. And I think my concern is that I don't want to send anybody away. Anybody that wants to come and live here, please, it's an open door. And if you want to live in a 60-foot lot, or you want to live on a 20-foot lot, you want to live in a condo, wherever you want to live, it should be okay. You should not be shunned in any way. We welcome all families, all incomes, and that's what we need to do as a city. I welcome this conversation. I think we're going to learn a lot from it when we engage the communities as well that live in the dense neighborhoods. Because my concern, and I'll share this, is that with the Green Zone Gardner and the Harbor Landing, the areas with high density, I will say that, you know, it worries me if we're going to be talking about our carbon footprint, because the major cars in those areas, they're all driving. I would rather see our infill and the density starting to move in the inside here of our city, where we've got the services. That makes it's walkable, it's accessible. So again, this is the conversation I think that developers or the Home Builder Association and the community need to have, as well as city staff, because we got a hole in the middle, and we got a lot of green, a lot of high density around. We got to get the high density as well moving into the city. But if we continue all of this, we're going to still have a hole. And I think that's the worry. We want to meet. So as much as we can go up, we should be able to expand out and meet everybody's need. So at the end of the day, I hope you will support, again, just having a report come back and sharing the information that they've heard from the community and also from industry, as well as administration will bring back recommendations. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moule.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Motion carries 7-4. Mayor?
Council, it's now 6:22. I'd like to call a recess for 20 minutes and a motion to recess for 20 minutes and come back at 6:42 if we could. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Shaw. Any opposed? Okay, thanks very much. Do we have a delegation on the phone? We'll now consider motion 21-6. We do have a delegation, just waiting for them to attend online. I'd like to call upon Delegation Dion Malikoff from Saskatchewan Building Trades. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Malikoff.
Hello, my name is Dion Malikoff, and I am the Executive Director of the Saskatchewan Building Trades. Want me to keep going on?
Yes, please, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, I am pleased to speak in favor of the motion from the Council that a report be prepared before the end of this year informing the City's approach to infrastructure, construction, and procurement. I see a powerful and unique opportunity with this report to not only improve the support provided to local skilled workers, but to also help grow our city's economy in an equitable and sustainable manner. There are hundreds of experienced tradespeople who live in Regina, men and women who pay their taxes and bills here, and also spend their money in our local stores. They are ready to work, and they are actively looking for work. But these days, unfortunately, it is far too often the case that we see tradespeople coming to Regina from outside of Saskatchewan to take jobs on local public infrastructure projects. As the city looks to define a roadmap for sustained growth, one that will not only help kickstart our local economic recovery after the pandemic, but will also guide longer-term efforts to help our city and its citizens prosper for years to come. I strongly urge Council to consider community benefits agreements as a key pillar in any future plans guiding public infrastructure and procurement for our city. The Saskatchewan Building Trades are strong advocates for the inclusion of CBAs in all public infrastructure projects at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels. Based on real examples from across the country, we have gathered demonstrable proof, which we're happy to share with Council and City administration, that shows how CBAs can play an essential role in increasing the size and skills of the local workforce. CBAs are a powerful tool that Council can use to extend the value of any public infrastructure project far beyond the actual construction of a new building in our city. Specifically, CBAs can open up important pathways for workers that help them secure important apprenticeship opportunities and thus contribute to the development of our city's next generation of skilled trade workers. Another benefit of CBAs is that they provide essential support and opportunities for those members of the workforce who have been impacted by the pandemic. I'm talking about Indigenous workers, women, young workers, and racialized Canadians. Job hiring goals and workplace development agreements included in CBAs can deliver a legacy of experience, skills training, and employability. One brief example to highlight the impact of CBAs in this regard: in Newfoundland, which has the longest track record of successfully using these types of agreements, the number of women in trades has increased from the national average of 3 to 4% to where it is now between 13 and 21%, depending on the trade. Huge success story. CBAs can also be used to provide important benefits for our city's Indigenous population. Right now, the National Building Trades is working on with the federal government on a pilot project to include a modified CBA that create opportunities for Indigenous peoples to be hired as apprentices and journey people on national capital infrastructure projects in Ottawa. We're more than happy to share the insights we've gained through this project with city administrators. There is no denying the positive impacts that CBAs can deliver to a diverse range of our city citizens, not only the workers who benefit from new opportunities in the trade, but also those who run the businesses selling the goods and services that these workers need. By taking a leadership role and requiring that CBAs be part of all public infrastructure work, Council can ensure that every public dollar spent on infrastructure in our city will generate the greatest return on investment. And I don't want to sugarcoat this either. CBAs are a lot of work. They require a lot of work if they are to be done right. They take time, have to be well thought out, and require stakeholder buy-in and accountability. A handful of municipalities across Canada already have CBA requirements, such as Toronto and Vancouver. BC, I don't have it in here, but British Columbia has a provincial community benefit agreement. I urge those in the city administration who will be charged with writing this report to reach out to your counterparts and learn how effective CBAs have been in other jurisdictions. In closing, the Saskatchewan Building Trades calls on City Council to include CBAs as an essential tool in this report, one that will give skilled local tradespeople the first crack at construction jobs in the city where they live and work. By supporting CBAs, we ask Mayor and Council to stand up for local workers and a sustainable future for our city. Thank you. And I'm calling from Regina, and I was born and raised in Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Melikoff. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll ask if any member of councils have any questions. I see Councillor Moll.
I just wanted to say thank you very much, Dion, for speaking, and thank you for waiting on the line for so long with the other two motions. I just have one clarifying question. When you keep saying CBA, you're referring to a community benefits agreement, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Councillor Stanichuk.
Through the mayor, a question regarding, you listed a number of benefits of community I already forgot what CBA stands for, community benefit agreements.
Yeah.
I'm more familiar with fair wage policies. That's quite prevalent in a number of municipalities across the country. Have you heard of, in terms of occupational health and safety rates, where these are in place? Are there better safety records when these are in place? Are you familiar with any kind of information on that?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything that, I'd rather show you proof. And yes, absolutely, you're getting safer work sites. You're getting higher quality of work. But I can't tell you, an answer of where or how right now, or like in the province or in the country, but I can absolutely find out for you and get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
And stats to back it up,
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Malikoff, I don't understand what a CBA includes. What is it? And how does it relate to the things that are being sought in this motion?
I think this motion here is just to report be prepared for your future. And I think what I'm saying here is you need to look at CBAs as part of that report, and have it in your approach to infrastructure, construction, and procurement. And what a community benefit agreement is, Councillor Hawkins, is just that. It's a benefit to your community. You're bringing in people, women, like right now you have in construction, like I have in here, the national average in Saskatchewan is no different. We're at about 3-4% of women in the trades, which is unacceptable. And in order to have more come in, and we need government, municipal, provincial, federal, to have, tell the contractors and the general contractors that, yes, we're going to give you this work. This is taxpayers' money. But along with giving that work, you're going to give the Indigenous population a shot. You're going to give new Canadians, youth, women. They're going to be part of that project, whether you like it or not. And you're going to get apprenticeship opportunities, not a job pushing a broom or flipping burgers. You're going to be on the tools, whatever trade that may be.
Thank you very much. It's helpful.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw.
I'd just like you to speak to point 3 when it says the enact a fair wage policy in all construction, maintenance, and service contracts. Can you explain what you feel that means, or how that's going to affect the businesses that are bidding on these jobs? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Could you kind of repeat that? Sorry.
Well, under point 3, it says enact a fair wage policy in all construction, maintenance, and service contracts. Can you speak to how that's going to affect businesses that are bidding on these jobs, and they're being dictated on the wage that they have to? And I don't even know what fair wage is. I'm not sure what that fair wage means. Can you speak to point 3 that on this motion, please, through you, Madam Mayor?
So fair wage, prevailing wage is just a minimum required. Manitoba has it, Winnipeg. Again, just different jurisdictions say this is going to be your base. And so it really isn't it levels the playing field is what it does. So what you're saying is this is going to be the base. And if you want to pay more, and if you want to offer more in your bids or whatever it may be, then obviously your bid's going to be a little bit more. But this is the base. No matter who you are, this is what you'll be paying for, a plumber, whether it be $20 an hour. That's the bare minimum that you're going to be paying. And then it can go up from there. And it does. We see a lot in other jurisdictions. In construction, we're not talking anything else. We're talking construction. We see that it's not an issue because it's a skilled trade. So $20 an hour is actually, below what everyone else pays, because you're not going to attract people if you're paying $20 an hour and everyone else is paying $24. But the city of Regina, or whoever it may be, enacted a prevailing wage at $20 an hour. So it's just a base, so nobody can go below that base. And then you take a industry standard, and this is where you guys and your bean counters come in. You take an industry standard of, okay, what's the highest? What's the absolute lowest? The guys that are, the unscrupulous. Let's find that out. Let's find somewhere in the middle, and the city of Regina chooses that prevailing wage. Fair wage, whatever you want to call it.
So just kind of a follow-up question from that. I'm trying to paint a scenario here for you and for me to understand this, because I was a business owner. So the city of Regina is going to dictate me as a business owner on what I have to pay as a fair wage to my employees. Is that correct in the wording of the way this is, through you, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely. In construction, not in anything else. And you're going to be paying in construction. I don't know what business you ran or whatever it may be, minimum wage. That's not our argument. Our argument is skilled trades, where you are either an apprentice or a journey person. So you're either in the system as an apprentice, working your way to journey person, which when you obtain those credentials, you are now, into that upper middle class. And that's our whole goal, is to grow our middle class. So as a business owner, Absolutely, if you're in construction. But I also tell you too, if you're paying people, less than industry standard, you're not going to be a successful business owner anyway. So you're not going to be around long.
So I'll just add
In construction. In construction.
No, I'm not. I would just like to say that I ran a mechanicing shop, so I do understand the apprenticeship and I understand all that kind of stuff. But I really question the fact that me as a business owner that ran a mechanical shop, that in saying this is a fair market price and for the city to dictate it, how do you think that's going to affect businesses, and especially small business constructions that are bidding on jobs through you, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, so you are now being a mechanic shop. Absolutely, you know this as well as I do. If you didn't pay your people, they didn't stick around. So you were probably playing industry standard, and the city of Regina, when they do their number crunching, is going to find what that industry standard is. So you're not going to be out anything as a business owner. You're already paying. We're skilled trades, and mechanic and apprenticeship. So you're talking trades and apprenticeship. We're not talking minimum wage or running an ice cream stand that I have to pay my person $12 an hour and I got to raise all my ice cream. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking, you as a business owner and the mechanics, you were already paying it, or you didn't have people. It's that simple, and you know this.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. Malakoff. I see no further questions from council and would ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thanks, guys. Have a great meeting. Take care.
So, council, there was to be a delegation, 21237, Jeff Sweet, who was unavailable to attend tonight. He did provide a written submission to council, DE 21-237. I would just ask for a motion to receive that into the record. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I get a seconder on that? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We will now consider item MN 21-6, local procurement and economic recovery. Councillor Moll, could you please introduce the report?
Okay. I'm going to short speech on this one. So through you, Madame Mayor, during my campaign, between myself and my great campaign team, we personally knocked on 1,800 doorsteps in Ward 10. We said the same message. Our message was simple. We want to see our city tax dollars spent in the city of Regina by hiring qualified local labor and local contractors on city-funded construction, maintenance, and service work. And 98% of the doorsteps agreed with us. Our taxes are paid here in the city, and they should be spent here. And I'm finally prepared and excited to submit this motion with so much support already in place. And I'd like to say thank you very much to all my co-sponsor colleagues on this motion. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. We need a seconder on the motion. Thank you, Councillor Findura. Looking to council members to discuss. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. I support this, and I think that there's that we're already considering some of these options in terms of with procurement. How do we involve more Indigenous people? How do we support women entrepreneurs? This would be in terms of construction, maintenance, service projects, right? Coming from the city of Regina. So regarding the questions around fair wage policies, I mean, right now in our city, we do have, in our province, there is a minimum wage that people are required to pay their employees. And again, it's a minimum. Fair wage policies are a little bit broader than that, and they've been in existence, again, in many municipalities. City of Toronto, actually, it was in the late 1800s they developed a fair wage policy. And again, as the previous speaker mentioned, it is about leveling the playing field. So that you don't have someone coming in and undercutting a bid and doing inferior work, or using unskilled labor that, where you might have more incidents. There are some U.S. studies that show that that in cities where they have prevailing wage laws, that they have less lost time injuries than cities that do not have a prevailing wage law. And again, it's because they're using skilled laborers that are paid appropriately for their work. And there's also been some studies about positive increase in productivity and labor productivity. I particularly like this motion because of the idea that the contractors who bid on Regina projects would also have to try to be more inclusive in terms of their hiring. I think that there are employment opportunities, and that's what would have to be, and training opportunities that would have to be explored to make sure that those training opportunities are there so that we can expand training for women in the trades and Indigenous people and any other underrepresented groups. So there's a lot of points in this. It's calling again for a report in terms of how this would work. I'm more familiar with the fair wage policies that exist across the country, and they're from Toronto, Hamilton, Sarnia, Burnaby, Thunder Bay, North Vancouver, Greater Sudbury, City of Vaughan. These are in existence, and on that point alone, I think that it's a really important an important element of this motion. And I think it would just mean that we're supporting local business rather than having contractors that are coming in from other provinces, and then those profits and that money is leaving the province and leaving our city. So I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. I think you touched on a good point. Again, this is about prioritizing and directing administration to do the work and bring back a report on these three items, not a final decision on the motion itself. And I will be asking administration at the end in terms of timing, et cetera. So having said that, Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, the first thing I'll say is I don't think Councillor molded his work, or he didn't really embellish enough on how much work he put into this. There was an incredible amount of public consultation that he conducted in this industry. I would also reference an inquiry that I had submitted several years ago, got a response, and I think the outcome is that for the most part, most of the contracts that are secured with the city are, quote, local companies. And if I'm out of turn with any of this, I would ask administration to correct me. Anecdotally and in reality, there are some instances where a Regina company secures a contract, but they then source labor from out of province. So I think where this really hits home is it fills in some gaps, and it will be confined by a variety of trade agreements and other contractual agreements that we really have no control over. So when we talked about this at the efficiency task force, these had come up, and it's just in due course, I'm certain that the city solicitor will recognize that. But this is really polishing up what we can to ensure that if a Regina company gets a contract, which is very likely the case, Regina workers are on those bids. We've seen a lot of Alberta plates. We've seen a lot of Manitoba plates. That's fine because we also want Saskatchewan companies to compete out of the province as well. But this is where the fair wage component comes in. It means that they can't low bid on the simple premise that they have low wages, right? It doesn't dictate to any business what they should pay, but it means you can't just lowball and provide at or even below industry standards. So if you want to be a competitor in a city procurement process, if you want to benefit from tax dollars, you can't do it on cheap labor. And I've seen that before, and we've seen it especially with service contracts around cleaning. You can't take a good unionized wage and turn it into at or below minimum wages in some instances with split shifts and eroded standards of living. We're trying to find a place that we can ensure that cheap labor isn't the advantage. It's actually efficiency, it's actually higher value, elements of that contractor when internal core services can't be accomplished by actual paid city staff in-house. And so there were questions at the task force around the nuances here that I think perhaps Landon should emphasize as to why 90 minutes. Well, there's no better way of securing recognition as a local contractor than can you be here in 90 minutes. So it seems a bit esoteric, but these are benchmarks that have been researched and established at the provincial level in some instances and out of province. So this will be an environmental scan. It will also recognize that it's not just about empowering businesses, it's also empowering the workers who are actually doing the work on these contracts. And to that point, there's an inclusion element that's really important. It serves our commitment to economic reconciliation, but it also serves a function to empower organizations owned and operated by women, Indigenous peoples, and other underrepresented groups. And the mayor is going to be bringing forward a report this meeting at some point, probably around 2 a.m., about WESC. So if we're serious about empowering women entrepreneurs, there's no better way than actually bolting it into the decision-making criteria. And as someone who's actually been on the front end of a process when we talk to applicants who are looking for the efficiency contract, I can see gaps in the existing standards, and I think this covers it. So I think this is an excellent approach to ensuring that we get value for our dollar, and that dollar is spent in the community by property tax payers, renters, etc. So there's a lot of different objectives accomplished with this, and I think we're going to see that in this report. So thank you, Councillor Wolf, for doing a lot of work to bring this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I remember when Councillor Moll was talking about this motion, and it started out very simple. And I see as we've added names, I can see the tone and the points that were added on as councillors added their name to the motion. I want to ask administration first. What implications or what are your comments on this motion coming forward? And if you have to go point by point, I really, because this is a huge amount of work here, and I just want to know implications. I need to know more information from administration.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So, I would say first off that I think when we have an opportunity to return with the report, if it actually gets past the motion, there'll be an opportunity for us to talk a little bit about a lot of the things that we're doing already on the procurement side that I think it's on some of these points, not all these points. So I do think that is an opportunity to look forward. Having said that, to the question, a couple of comments. So this is a significant amount of work that's being asked of here. There are complexities associated with how you would implement many of the points here. And some of it is balancing the benefits trying to be achieved with respect to potentially risk being taken on, which is something you'd have to analyze with respect to the trade agreements as an example. And a lot of that, I think, depends on the approach you take and how you frame it, and that requires legal advice and legal review around those pieces, as well as what's the impact, potential impact on the overall procurement process. And some of these as well, we would need to think through how do you monitor and ensure compliance for some of these things as well. So to me, there's a substantial amount of work around this piece, not that we shouldn't be doing it, not that we shouldn't be reporting back to council on that piece. So, a particular interest to me around this piece relates to, seeking some clarification on the points laid out here. I will note that, some of them relate to asking for information, providing implications, and then provide recommendations, while other points actually indicate enact, and use the word enact. So enact a fair wage policy, enact an inclusion approach for women, Indigenous, and underrepresented groups as an example. So, you know, one of the things that as administration we would like to see clarity on is what's the intent of those enact items? Is it one, that we should just proceed and enact it and then report back on the implications and how we did it? Or is it B, that we should go away, study it, bring back further information about how you would enact it, what the options might be to enact those pieces, as well as implications, have council make a decision then on those specific enact items, and then actually go ahead and put the pieces in place. So, you know, it would be administration's recommendation, because of the complexity, I think, and some of the implications to this piece, that it'd be the latter, that we would go away and bring back options and recommendations and implications on all items, not move to an immediate enact piece. And then the second piece, as the committee member, as council members consider this item, is timing. Currently, the request is to bring this report back in Q1. And as I mentioned, I do believe this is a significant amount of work. We need to do some jurisdictional analysis. I think we need to do some best practice analysis on this. There's a consultation component to this piece as well. And I am very cognizant as well of the work that's facing the procurement unit right now. Now, we would make every effort to use other resources to supplement the procurement folks in pulling some of this together. But the reality is at the end of the day, we do need our procurement people, especially the leadership of the procurement area, to be involved in this report. So procurement has been one of the 6 areas identified for the efficiency review. So they've been active in responding to Deloitte's requests with respect to the work that they're doing. And as well, they're supporting the other 5 areas under review as well, because some of those components of the other areas under the review have a procurement component to it. So they're supporting the other areas of that review as well. The reality is for our procurement folks, December through March, really begins in November, but particularly December through March, is all hands on deck approach, because that's when we do the majority of our procurement for the spring and summer construction season, and it's critical that we get through those procurement items so that that work can happen and those awards can occur on a timely basis. And I am aware that they have the prompt payment legislation, which we expect to be implemented here shortly, and so they're heavily involved in making sure the organization is prepared for that and that we're complying with that legislation and reducing our risk. So for those reasons, I guess I'd respectfully ask that if council actually approves this motion for this report to come forward, that we look at Q2 of 2022, and depending on the results of the efficiency review, when we discuss what Deloitte's recommendations are for the efficiency review, that there's an opportunity there to perhaps even revisit that and determine priorities with respect to recommendations coming out of the efficiency review as it relates to procurement and this report. That's not to say we won't begin work on it immediately, and if we can bring this report earlier, we will. But I'm just cognizant of the resources we have available and the balance of trying to meet the various priorities that that unit faces.
Thank you. So I guess I would like someone, one of the movers from the motion to, as Mr. Lacey asked, what does an act mean? And are we saying that this is bringing back options, or are you saying that this needs to be implemented? I just need clarity.
So now we have essentially what's going to end up either being a friendly amendment to your motion or not, as the case may be. So would you like to speak to some of what's been raised? Thank you.
I don't know if it needs to be amendment. I can just simply answer the question. Yeah, my enact is, those are items I want to see in the report. I want the commentary to come from the report. I want them to give the options, the what ifs, everything around those enact pieces. So these are not meant to be tomorrow. This is what it is, right? I want it to come back in the report. I've already talked to Mr. Lacey about this. Yesterday we had a long conversation. So he is aware, and that's That's what I would like to see in the report. And I will agree to a Q2 of 2022 to give administration enough time. I'd like to see it sooner, obviously. Thank you very much, if that can happen. But I'll give you to Q2 2022.
So just to clarify then, Councillor Moll, along the lines of Mr. Lacey's language, it's item number B, which is study how to enact and the implications of enacting, essentially every time they hear the word enact. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the second issue for council, which we're not there yet, so I'll revert back to Councillor Bresciani, but there's a second piece to this in terms of the timing. But Councillor Bresciani, please proceed with your questions.
Okay, so I guess the other piece is number 3, where we've talked about the fair wage policy again on all construction, maintenance, and service accounts. So I need to be clear. So if a company comes forward and they want to apply on a contract, how does that work? Do you have to, like, again, does this then say, okay, I've got a cleaning company and I want to come and clean for the city, and who determines what the rate is for those work, like who determines what those workers get paid? I guess I understood from the other individual it's industry standard. But again, if it's my company and I'm coming and I am paying what I believe is a fair wage for cleaning, who's gonna dictate that this has to be a higher wage? I guess that's where I'm a little bit confused. I just need clarity on that through the chair.
Real simple answer. This has happened in the city of Toronto, city of Sudbury, all the names of the cities that has taken place. So yeah, they do the research. The research will be done, which is why I'm going to give them until Q2 of 22 to see what the industry standard already is. The system's created. Every fair wage policy is a little bit different, so I'm sure the city will come back with a few different options, and that's what we will vote on. But the goal is for the industry standard to be followed at a minimum. And they'll do that through the extensive consultation that takes place.
Okay, so just to be clear, so I apply on one of the contracts, then it'll all be kind of in industry standard as to what that is, and then I would determine whether my company is even able to apply on that, because if I can't pay those wages, I may not be able to apply on that. Is that accurate?
Well, that's not the way I would understand it. You know, everybody's going to pay to that minimum, so you're tendering the job to that minimum, right? That's how you're developing your tender. And so that's the minimum you pay. So then you would just bid it to that industry standard. Very simple.
So I'm the point that I'm really struggling with is the fact that if my company is a cleaning company and I've got women in there that I've hired that I pay $20 an hour, and the industry standard is, they're saying 22. You're saying that though, if I would not be able to apply on that tender with the city because I wouldn't be paying the $22. Is that accurate?
Mr. Lacey, do you want to take that one?
No, I got it.
You got it?
But you can comment on as much as you want, Mr. Lacey. Yeah, so the idea is that you would just pay for that specific project through the city at the 22, right? And you can pay whatever you want to pay on the other projects. This would just be the city's industry standard.
Okay, so there is a dictation to what employers have to pay, so their employees, in order to bid on tenders with the city.
The minimum,
that would be
yeah.
accurate. Okay.
The minimum.
So I would ask that what I know from owning a few businesses, and I agree that everybody wants a fair wage, but there's many more things than just the wage. There's other benefits that employees get.
Yep.
And when we're only looking at one, it's a wage, that's, to me as a business owner, I would not be in favor. I'm in favor of hiring the women and doing everything else, but the living wage. The reason I say that is, as a business owner, you still have to make your money and pay your employees. So if I was to apply on that tender, I may have to lay off one person in order to apply on that tender to pay these people more. So again, is it the best interest of my company to lay someone off or actually keep my staff on and keep them at, the $20 an hour or whatever? So I guess that's where I would struggle with that. But I would ask if, when I look at everything else, as administration indicated, it's just a report coming back. But I would ask if we can just vote on 3 separately. So vote on the rest and ask if we can vote on number 3 separately, which we've done in other meetings. It's not a motion, it's just it's an asking them if you're going to vote on that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bresciani. It's a request.
Yeah, so I'm just asking if we can do it.
Yeah.
Oh, we can? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's all I have. I'll let others.
Councillor Shaw.
I just want to go a little bit further along the same lines as Lori or Councillor Bresciani, because I know we've talked about this and that's been my concern. And I know from running a business, with apprenticeships and 1 year, the 2 year, the 3 year. But my concern is with that fair wage. We offered our employees a really, really good health benefit. So they may not have gotten as much money as, say, going to work for Ford or whatever, but they had a health benefit that was immaculate. They had time off. They had time with their family because it was a small business. So they benefited in other ways. So that's what kept them with us. So that's my concern with the fair wage or the wage or whatever that you're saying is, so even though my employees are happy with me because I'm giving them more dental benefits and I'm paying them $2 less an hour, but that means I can't go bid on a job. So that's kind of my issue with that. So is there anywhere around this market wage that will take into effect other factors that go into a wage? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I don't know who wants to answer that.
So, yeah, great question. The way I would look at it is, for lack of a better term, total package. So you add the wage, you add your health and dental benefits. Thank you very much for giving good health and dental benefits to your previous employees. It's excellent. You add that in, because that's a factor, that's a cost, right? And whatever else you may be paying them. Okay, maybe you're paying for their work boots or whatever it is, okay? So that's a cost, right? And that equates to an hour total package cost. So depending what comes back from administration, that should be something that should be looked at, because you can spread that out over a whole bunch of different factors
But that's
of
not
pay.
in here.
So,
Can we add that in here? Or we'll just vote on it separately?
that's why I asked for a report.
We'll just vote on it separately.
And I don't know if I get to comment on Councillor Bresciani's last comment, or
You'll close it off at the end. Don't worry about it.
I'll close it off? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Any other comments from council? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarity that Councillor Moll has provided, and I'm concerned about the word enact. The reality here is that we're not asking for a report, we're enacting. And I just think that's premature. There's too many variables here to understand what it is we're effectively enacting. What the cost is, what the consequences are, what the consequences are in terms of employment, what the consequences are in terms of legality. And a point I'll come back to in a moment. But I would be in favor of getting a report, recognizing how much work this is, getting a report, but a report on every one of these things. And one of the answers in the report is let's take number 8, enact in person within 90 minutes of a request. The report might say, well, no, that's just not practical. We can't realistically do that. But the way this is written, I think it's almost prescriptive, and you're dealing with the details of mechanics. So I want to leave that on the table for a moment. I want to make one other point. I'd like to ask the city solicitor how this, or through the city manager, maybe it's someone else, how this fits with the various trade agreements, both national and interprovincial, that we are bound by as a city.
So through your masters, I mean, that is part of what we need to bring back. So all of these requests, to your point, this isn't about enacting, this is about doing the research, doing the review, and bringing some considerations for council. And one will be, how do these fit with the requirements of our trade agreements? Are they on-side? Are they off-side? Is there legal risk associated with those? So that's the intent of the report, is we'll bring kind of the impacts, options of all of these that have been requested. You know, Mr. Lacey was asking for that clarification. We're not going to go away and look to bring a report that says this is how we enact these. These are opportunities for council to consider, and here's the consequences. And there's a number of consequences that would be, you know, presented in the report for council's consideration.
Thank you. And I'm going to move an amendment on that point in a moment. I'd just like to ask one other thing. You mentioned here that the the province's procurement renewal policy review process, where is that and what's it doing and when's it going to be coming in and all the rest of it?
So through my masters, so the province has gone through a procurement review, and they've implemented some change. You know, our staff have been connected to those discussions, and this basically says, take a look at your procurement policies and look at what the province was able to implement. And, you know, what I can tell you is some of the things that they put in place, you know, they've had to be slow on implementation, or they've had to actually reconsider some of what they initially thought. So that's another input and consideration as we do the work.
Councillor Hawkins, could I ask the city clerk to speak to the issue of the word enact for one moment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I in no way want to preempt where you may be going with an amendment, Councillor Hawkins, but I was discussing with the deputy clerk, and what I'm suggesting is with points 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, all of those begin with the word enact, and I would suggest from an editorial perspective and for clarity that would, in each of those, we would change the wording to say outlines the implications from enacting.
Madam Mayor, that's exactly where I was going. I was going to say report on, and I'll move that, but just before I do, I want to check with the city manager to make sure that this wording captures what it is he would imagine the report would do.
Through you, Mayor Masters, absolutely.
On that basis, I'll move the amendment.
A seconder, please.
It can be a friendly amendment.
Sorry, actually, Councillor Moll, would you accept that as a friendly amendment? Do you want me to turn your microphone on?
Absolutely.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
And Councillor Ventura, you're good? Okay. I think that's then moved that way as amended. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Just a few comments. This particular issue is something I've heard from many people in the trades. It's not a new issue. I'm happy to see this come forward. As a business owner looking at that fair wage policy, I'd like to say that to me speaks of stopping a race to the bottom for the wages that the people in Regina earn. I'd hate to think that we're bringing in outside labor from across our provincial borders only to drop the wages paid out in our own city to be paid out with our tax dollars. I don't think that's a move towards a successful community, and I'd like to see what the recommendations are for options we have to mitigate that type of a scenario. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Nope, can't talk again. Nice try, though. Any other comments from members of council? I just have a couple comments, actually. Local procurement is important. Fully agree with that. In all fairness, as it relates to a report, I'm prepared to look for the report on the fair wage policy definition and all. I think that's also fair. I think it's all fair to warn you that in September I'll be bringing a motion forward as it relates to Indigenous procurement specifically. Might as well give administration the heads up on that. I did have a chance to have a meeting with a few folks and understand clearly that Indigenous rights are different because they are they're land rights, they're treaty rights holders, and so they do need to be split out. So I'll work on that and present something at council at a further date and have members of that community speak to that and why it would be separate, if that's okay. And I just wanted to speak to and clarify on something. As it relates to the timing of Q2, I just want council to when we're going to vote for this, that any recommendations coming out of the Recovery and Efficiency Committee as it relates to procurement, and Mr. Lacey, you can just nod your head if I'm right, we would delay just to ensure that local procurement can, that this report and work being done can be performed, and then deal with any recommendations coming out of the R&E review, that happen at that case. Mr. Lacey, do I have that right?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I guess I'd take direction from council on that. Another option could potentially be we've got Q2. We don't know what the recommendations are going to say, so we could have a conversation with council once we get those recommendations about what would be the timing of implementing any recommendations in light of this work that's before us.
I'm super good with that. Nope. Councillor Mole, you're allowed to close out debate.
Thank you for everybody's comments, and thank you, Andrew, for your clarifying points. It's 7:30 p.m. I'm tired from this long meeting, so yeah, I had a lot more I wanted to say and emphasize on the motion. I put so much work into this motion and my campaign. This was the main platform piece, and I'm so happy that this is going to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Bresciani, you had asked for number 3 to be separated. Do you still want to vote on it separately? Okay, certainly. Okay, what you're voting on right now is the motion before you, numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I will begin with Councillor Mole, please.
I'm just curious, do I have to agree to that, or can that just happen automatically? Okay. Thank you. So we're voting on everything but 3.
That's correct.
In favor.
And your vote is? Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
It's on me, right?
Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk?
In favor.
Mayor Masters?
In favor.
That portion carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. As it relates to motion MN 21-6, item number 3 on the motion, could you please call the vote?
I will start again with Councillor Mole, please. Councillor Stadnichuk? Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
I'll stop.
Councillor Bresciani? Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc? Councillor Shaw? Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Mayor Masters?
In favor.
That portion carries 9-2, Mayor.
Well done, Council. If I can ask you to plug it out for a bit. I believe the city manager is looking at the agenda to see what can possibly be moved, but in the meantime, we have some more items to get through. I will, at this point in time, okay, seriously. Thanks. I have a notice of motion. I'll ask the deputy clerk to come assume the chair. Deputy Mayor, sorry, not deputy clerk. Sorry to throw you that way. I believe I just promoted you, actually. With all due respect. Thank you, sir. Turn my mic on. I don't think I have power right now. Notice of motion, reading from, actually, did you want to cue me up, Deputy Mayor?
Please just proceed.
Thank you. Bossy. Noted motion 21-9. Therefore, be it resolved, City Council instruct the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw to amend bylaw number 2019, the Regina zoning bylaw 2019, to eliminate the requirement of new developments comprising sensitive land uses, specifically those in land use categories assembly, community, institution, education, institution, daycare, or open space active, to be separated from an existing retail trade cannabis land use in all zones.
Are you looking for unanimous consent, Mayor Masters?
Yes, sir, I am.
Could I get a seconder? Councillor Stevens? Is there anyone who's in opposition to this? Do we have unanimous consent? I see no one in opposition. We've achieved unanimous consent. Please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to council colleagues. This is relative to some issues. We did receive a report in June from administration that they were going to be undertaking work as it relates to the cannabis reciprocal restriction, as well as other issues relative to the cannabis location bylaw. There have been some organizations that have come forward, specifically of sensitive uses, specifically a daycare as well as a mosque, who are attempting to construct within the 182 meters of a cannabis retail store that is located in the last few years. In an effort, understanding that we're going in a direction that we're the only jurisdiction, I believe, in Canada that has a reciprocal restriction, without trying to circumvent the work that administration is going to do relative to public consultation and coming back with a more fulsome report later this fall into early winter. We wanted to make sure that if we could do this instruction to the city solicitor to remove the reciprocal restriction, it would allow these two organizations to proceed over the course of the fall, and a daycare and a mosque could materialize prior to the report coming back to council.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions among councillors? Seeing no questions, I guess, oh, wait, there's a question right there. Councillor Stanichuk.
Not a question, but just a comment. I did want to say that one of the things that with the Islamic Association of Regina, they wanted to build a mosque, and there happened to be a cannabis store within the distance that was prohibited to build there. And for them, it did not matter, but it's specifically because of that reciprocal agreement, they couldn't just waive, like, it doesn't bother us, let's just waive that. So so they have been working really hard they want to start fundraising, and so once this if this is removed, it will give them that opportunity to go through all the permits that they need and start fundraising to build their mosque. They are currently located in my ward in a very small location, and their community has grown quite a lot. So they desperately do need a new mosque, and they do need, and they already have the land, but they just can't build. So this is a very critical issue for them.
Thank you for the comments. Any other comments or questions from council? Anything in closing, Mayor Masters?
Just that I missed item number 2 on my motion, which is that the administration will bring the proposed bylaw for consideration and public hearing at the next regular meeting of City Council in early September, following the required public notice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I'll ask call the vote.
Mayor, I will begin with Mayor Masters, please.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Council. We will City Manager, given the hour, do you want to give an opinion on the rest of the agenda?
Through Mayor Masters, obviously it's at the discretion of council in terms of how long the meeting goes, but just in terms of some of the reports that the administration feels could be tabled this evening. The Executive Committee report on the annual reserve, CR 21-113, could be tabled. We believe that CR 21-115, the Exec Committee Dune East Garden lease expansion, could be tabled. CR 21-121, which is the Ring Road grade crossing relocation, could be tabled. And associated with that would be MN 21-4, which is Councillor LeBlanc's and Zakidniak's train issues in Eastview and McNabb. That would be tabled. CM 21-14 and CM 21-15, the Casual Employee Superannuation Pension Plan Annual Report and the Civic Employees Long-Term Disability Plan Annual Report could be tabled. The Johnson-Shoyama Report could be tabled. That's CR 21-122. And then CR 21-124, the Horizon Station Park naming could be tabled.
Council is following along. Can I have a motion to table those reports? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any opposed? Well done. Continue on. Thank you. Mr. Holden. All right, we're going to consider CR 21-114 real borrowing bylaw. This was an issue at executive. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mancinelli, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. Quick introduction on the report. Basically, Riel is looking to amend the amount they're allowed to borrow in light of factors including the pandemic. We discussed it during executive as mentioned, and I think we should support the report as they need this borrowing ability to continue to run an efficient business.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can we have a seconder on this? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the public hearing bylaws. We'll consider the bylaws that require a public hearing. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaws 2021-53 and 54 be introduced and read a first time.
Any opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, the bylaws 2021-53 and 54 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, any opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that council hereby consents to that bylaws 2021-53 and 54 go to the third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? Carried.
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2021-53 and 54 be read a third time.
Any opposed? Carried.
Okay. And next up, we have 2021-51, third reading of the prohibited business bylaw 2021. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2021-51 be read a third time.
Any opposed? We'll need to do a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak. Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-1, Mayor.
Thank you.
We have a few.
Just, sorry. Just give us one moment to catch up here in terms of where we are.
I'd rather get to it. Otherwise, it's just going to come back.
she
I'd like to call upon Delegation Evan Hunchak. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, good evening again.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thanks.
Respected City of Regina Council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present tonight. To introduce myself, my name is Evan Hunchak, and I'm the General Manager at Green. I represent the developer of the Coopertown community and the landowner of the zoning application before you today. To assist your understanding, attached with my presentation, you should be able to find some visual aids, which I can speak to should you have any questions.
Where is this?
I'm before you today to seek your approval to allow for a zoning amendment for lands which we have under contract to purchase from Saskatchewan Agricultural Ministry. The reason for this application is to allow for the appropriate zoning to construct a future stormwater channel and lift station in northwest Regina, located south of 9th Avenue North and east of the Regina bypass. This zoning application is consistent with the approved OCP growth plan, phasing of new neighborhoods MAP 1B, Northwest Regina Neighborhood Plan, and the Rosewood and Coopertown Concept Plan. Specifically, we are proposing to change the current zoning of these lands from UH Urban Holding to PS Public Service. The zoning would be applied to 2 future parcels to be subdivided from the northeast quarter section 321720 west of the 2nd Meridian, with the remainder of the non-subdivided parcel to continue to retain the current zoning UH Urban Holding. The first parcel, MU1, is proposed to be 29.8 acres in size. It will be utilized for a future engineered stormwater channel to drain the existing northwest Regina neighborhoods of Hawkstone, Lake Ridge, Lakewood, Maple Ridge, as well as the neighborhoods of Rosewood and Coopertown. There presently is an existing stormwater channel which ends at Courtney Street and the northern boundary of Maple Ridge. This channel will connect to a future new channel through the Rosewood and Coopertown neighborhoods and then outlet to Wascana Creek through the lands before you today. The second parcel, MU2, is proposed to be 2.47 acres in size. It will be utilized for a future sanitary lift station. It will also allow for the decommissioning and removal of the Maple Ridge lift station, as well as the West Hill lift station, and accept gravity flows from these existing neighborhoods, in addition to the new neighborhoods of Rosewood and Coopertown. Once wastewater is collected at this lift station, it would then be pumped directly to the city's wastewater treatment plant, thus mitigating existing capacity concerns in northwest Regina, which cause property damage from time to time. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunchak. Does any member of Council have a question for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, sir, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Bye.
We'll now consider item CR 21-118, zoning bylaw amendment, Regina Bypass and 9th Avenue North. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring you CR 21-118, zoning bylaw amendment, Regina Bypass and 9th Avenue North. The City Council approved the application to rezone the properties identified in Appendix A1 as municipal utility parcel, MU1 and MU2, from UH, which is urban holding zone, to PS, which is public service zone. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder? Councilman Mancinelli, thank you. Dream, the applicant, and Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture, the owner, proposed to rezone the subject properties from the urban holding zone to public service zone to allow for a stormwater channel and wastewater lift station to service the existing Northwest Regina and Coopertown. So as you heard, the MU1 will be used for engineer storm channel, and MU2 will be used for future lift station. Planning Commission has no issues with the proposed and voted unanimously. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you, Mayor Master.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Mancinelli.
Just a couple comments to offer on this subject. I'm very, very pleased to see this come forward. In light of the recent flood we experienced, I had quite a few residents affected by the problem described by Mr. Hunchak from Dreams. This may not be the perfect solution for every water problem in Regina, but this is a big part of the solution for the water problems we've experienced over the last couple of decades in North Regina. This lift station should take some pressure off of flooding areas that have experienced flooding in the past couple decades. And it's very pleasing to see a solution or some resolution come forward within this term on council. I'm so in favor of this, and I'd like to say thank you for having it on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Malzanelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I support this as well, and I just have a question. So will this also aid in the fact that the effect that we've had with the wastewater going downstream, will this also help in this regard? To the chair?
I don't know what she's asking.
Administration, you're welcome to get back to us on this one.
Yeah, for sure. No problem.
Yes, through you, through Mayor, I believe we'll need to get back to you on this one.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. I support this.
Seeing no further questions from council. Mr. Clerk, can I ask you to call the vote, please?
Councillor Findura, please.
In favor?
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I support this motion.
Councillor Noel.
I also support this motion.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
All right, I'd like to call upon Delegation Caitlin Brown, representing Victoria Veterinary Clinic. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening, dear Mayor Masters and City of Regina Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here this evening as we head into our 8th hour of council meeting. My name is Caitlin Brown, and I'm representing the owner of the subject property, Victoria Veterinary Clinic, and calling from here in Regina. Victoria Veterinary Clinic has been serving Regina's residents from this location at 628 Victoria Avenue since its inception in 1978. Over the years, the clinic has grown and evolved and is now at the stage where they would like to expand their built structure to better serve their clients. The current land use, agriculture, animal support is a permitted use in the MH zone up to a size of 500 square meters. The owner would like to proceed with an addition to their existing building, which would expand their gross floor area to 827.74 square meters. The agriculture animal support land use becomes discretionary when it is over 500 square meters in this particular zone. The owner previously purchased the adjacent property with the intent of one day being able to bring this expansion to life. The owner, through myself, has been working with administration over the past couple of months to bring this report before you tonight. Working with an existing building built at least 2 zoning bylaws ago has presented some challenges, but we are in support of the recommendation put forth by the administration and the Regina Planning Commission. With the approval of this discretionary use and subsequent development of this project, this section of Victoria Avenue will continue to be revitalized through the investment of individual property owners. We hope that this project continues to spur development and encourages other property owners in the area to see potential and continue to invest in existing buildings and lands. I'm available for any questions the council may have regarding this application.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We'll now consider CR 21-119 discretionary use application 628 Victoria Avenue. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring CR 21-119 discretionary use application 628 Victoria Avenue. That City Council approved the discretionary use application for the proposed development of agricultural animal support at 628 Victoria Avenue. Ma'am, can I get a second there, please? Councilor LeBlanc, I guess. Okay, as you heard, the delegation, the applicant proposes to expand the existing veterinary clinic located at the subject property by 460.74 square meters to the existing 367 square meters that total 827 square meters. This proposal is in front of us because veterinary clinic larger than 500 square meters. It's a discretionary use in a mixed high-rise zone. The applicant seeks decision on the size greater than 500 square meters, not the setback or glazing. Administration will review setback and glazing at the time of building permits application. Heritage Community Association was contacted and has no issues or concern with the proposal. Administration supports, as well as administration supports the development. Regional Planning Commission supports, voted unanimously, and the Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ventura. Any members of council have questions? Councilor Stadnichuk.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, just a question for administration. We did have discussion about discretionary use applications if there's no opposition, that there's not a necessity for them to come to council. So this seems like an example of one that wouldn't necessarily come. Could you kind of comment on that?
This was so through Mayor Master, some of this is related to timing. So obviously applications that were in the queue already, we didn't have the delegated authority. I would just ask Ms. Dawson to confirm that.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the decision that came before council for the delegated authority for discretionary uses, that actually starts September 1st, so that was approved through that decision. So when we receive applications after that date, they will be assessed through that process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council, Mr. Clerk, could I ask you to call the vote, please?
Ventura, please.
In favor.
Councilor Moll. Councilor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councilor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councilor Shaw.
In favor.
Councilor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councilor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councilor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councilor Stevens.
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Apologies. Thank you. We'll call upon the delegation representing WSP Canada, Inc. I believe it's Gabriel Donoff, Jonathan Paul, representing CTM Design Services, Joseph Schultz, representing AECOM, James Farquharson, representing FDI Acoustics, and Kelvin Wong, representing Shell Canada. I'm just going to ask that you introduce yourself for the record for those of you on the line who have held out this long until the evening, the organizations you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Hello, thank you, and thank you very much for continuing this meeting into the evening. We really appreciate it. My name is Gabrielle Donoff. I'm a planner at WSP in our Edmonton office, and as you mentioned, with me today are Jonathan Paul, project manager from CTM in Calgary, Joseph Schultz from AECOM in Vancouver, James Farquharson from FDI Acoustics in Calgary, and Kelvin Wong from Shell in Calgary, who are on hand to answer any questions. WSP Canada, on behalf of Shell Canada, has applied for the discretionary use of Service Trade Wash Light to permit a car wash addition to the existing gas bar and convenience store located at 5826 Rochdale Boulevard. The site is zoned as a mixed high-rise zone under the Regina zoning bylaw and requires discretionary use approval for a car wash. On April 28, 2020, a pre-application meeting was held to discuss the discretionary use application process and requirements. At this time, it was indicated that a noise impact assessment would not be required and that administration was supportive of the application. The discretionary use application was submitted on December 10, 2020. Following a series of revisions, including providing a noise impact assessment of the site, the discretionary use application appeared at Regina Planning Commission on July 7, 2021, where the Commission requested an updated noise impact assessment to describe cumulative sound levels and to demonstrate the impact of 7 vehicles queuing to enter the car wash. These updates were presented at Regina Planning Commission on August 4th, where the application was sent to Council without recommendation. We would like to thank administration for thoroughly addressing the main points of this application in their report. This proposal complies with all applicable policies, regulations, and standards of the City of Regina, including that the development will not result in an increase in overall trips to car washes in the city. The development supports the City of Regina's official community plan's goals and policies regarding intensification of existing sites. The proposed location is within a built neighborhood that utilizes existing services. Public consultation was conducted by administration per Public Notice Policy Bylaw 2020. Shell was not invited to attend or engage directly with the public at this time. The amended noise impact assessment shows that the site meets the noise abatement bylaw restrictions through the implementation of engineered and operational solutions. Shell will also pay the applicable development intensification levy. Shell Canada has made an effort to mitigate concerns raised by the neighboring mixed high-rise property north of the site by procuring the quietest dryer system available on the market and proposing a new fence at the maximum permissible height of 1.83 meters to mitigate the impact of sound on neighboring properties. Further design controls may be discussed at the design stage once the wash use is approved. The development is deemed a suitable use for the proposed location as the site currently caters to vehicular traffic and there is an existing gas bar and convenience store on site. Shell Canada is excited to serve the Regina market and believes the addition of a car wash at 5826 Rochdale Boulevard will have a positive impact on the surrounding community. As such, WSP Canada, on behalf of Shell Canada, requests that Council approve this application for discretionary use of service trade wash to permit a car wash addition at 5826 Rochdale Boulevard. Thank you, Mayor Masters and Council, for your time. We are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Councillor Mole.
Kind of got a clarifying question. I've had issues like this in my ward. It was taken care of in regards to noise. So did you say you were going to put a noise barrier fence in? Or did I misunderstand you?
The noise is being mitigated in several ways. One is actually the dryer equipment itself, but then responding to some resident concerns, we're replacing an existing fence with the maximum height of a solid fence on the north property line.
Okay, I don't know if you answered my question. So that is in fact a noise barrier fence. We've heard about these things in other presentations and other committees. So is this a noise barrier fence or wall?
Jonathan Paul here from CTM Design. That is correct. The fence that would be put in, it would be a solid acoustic fence. To that point, there's different versions of those that are available, and we can design and install or have installed. If there's a specific type that the City of Regina would like, there are different methods as well with different baffling methods and that sort of stuff, but the basis of the sound study was based on a solid 6-foot fence to achieve the results in the report.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. I noticed through the report that the noise barrier fence adequately clips some of the noise affecting the first and second floor of facing buildings. Noticing the third and the fourth floor, no noise at all is mitigated by the fence. And it's within 2 decibels of the nighttime sound level and within a couple decibels of the daytime sound level as well. Being a noise barrier fence, would it have to be extended higher to start having effect on the upper levels of the neighboring building to this car wash? Or is there no way to clip the noise to those levels?
Thank you for that question, Jonathan. Here again, and I might call on James, the report author as well, for the sound study to add on to this statement. So the basis of the noise study is at the property line or at the fence line to achieve the desired decibel levels. Information provided beyond that point was provided as more of a additional information just to show the overall cumulative effect of the study. So right now it meets the zoning bylaw, the noise bylaw at the fence level. Now the fence is already set as high as it could be at that, it's about a 6 foot high or 1.83, I believe it was. Anything higher than that isn't permissible by Regina. The other thing to consider here as well is that there's linear travel of noise as well. So anything that projects up, if you think about it in a directional level, will not be blocked unless the fence is significantly higher, right? So that's part of the reason the results are that way, but we've also taken into account the other site design elements such as the position of the building, the dryers, and that sort of stuff. So James, do you have anything else to add to that, or? James, are you there?
We don't believe he's on the call, actually.
Okay. Okay, apologies if he was unable to call in. Hopefully that clarifies a little bit. Or could I rephrase anything, or do you have a different aspect of that question you would like further clarified?
I'm just going to paraphrase for a second and see if I understood you properly. Basically, you said that due to bylaw of a 6 foot fence line, nothing higher, and the fact that the fence would have to be not only moderately but extremely built extremely taller, there's not a lot that can be done about the noise in terms of a fence to correct the problem on this property.
Correct. So the fence, it's already as high as it could be. So the decibel levels, though, too, also meet the requirements of, it's not considered a residential zone beyond. Everything's zoned the exact same way as the mixed high-rise as well. So we're taking into account that it is a residential building in that study, but the actual zoning, the noise bylaw itself would dictate based on those parameters.
Thank you. Here again, your noise study is based on estimates of known equipment noise levels and what's been theorized to be the equipment used in this operation. If I'm not mistaken, decibels are measured and they are accumulative as they grow. Does that have any effect on this noise study?
Those were taken into account with the revision of the study in the past Regina Planning Commission meeting. So the cumulative, it's partly based on existing traffic noise as well as the data from the equipment and the building generation in terms of what would be expected based on known data and the projected noise decibel, because obviously the building doesn't exist yet to take real-time decibel levels, but based on the accumulation of known decibel levels for common pieces of equipment and published data based on those things, including cars, is what makes up that report and what the ultimate results are for that.
Thank you. I noted the proximity of residents to the gas station in this occurrence. I looked around the city for other car washes or gas stations with car washes, noting that any gas stations with car washes usually had at least a half a block to a full block buffer. Is this kind of unusual from what you've experienced in gas stations as well, or is it usual to have car washes buffering right next to a residential?
I think it's a mixed condition that we normally see, whether it's a brand new NTI site or an addition such as this. We've seen all situations. So the intent, obviously, with this site is installing a car wash, to expand on Shell's business offerings and then providing more support to the community in terms of availability of car washes. But in part of that consideration, it's also looking at the zoning and the adjacent communities and what they are. So if it's a true residential zoning, that would be weighed heavily in terms of those decisions. And I represent the design firm on this, so the specific decisions on why and where to build a car wash and on behalf of Shell would have to be addressed by Kelvin. But when we take that into account, we're always looking at all the zoning requirements and making sure we're meeting and exceeding those requirements as best as we can, based on, for instance, the City of Regina's requirements here, taking into account that there is a residential building close by, but it's also zone mixed high-rise as well. So,
Thank you very much for the information.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So you've indicated that you've put in this quiet dryer system. I'm sure this isn't the first time that you've come up against something like this, where you've had to put this dryer system in. What was the outcome after? Does that help with residents' concerns for noise? If you can just elaborate through the chair.
Thank you, and yeah, back to the chair. So we, right from the initial analysis point, typically there's a standard build and standard equipment that's built into these sites. Based on the initial pre-application and the initial support for the car wash to be installed on the site, and further with comments later on, just taking in more considerations for the noise aspects and just ensuring that at the property lines we're meeting and exceeding the requirements. It was decided at that time just to take those extra steps at that point to change that equipment to the lowest decibel equipment available on the market for that specific type of build.
Thank you. I also, just in regards to, you've indicated that you actually you have to pay the intensification levy, and you figured out what that is. It's a joke, I'm just kidding. I think that's another piece of information that is very important moving forward. But I guess the other piece is that when you talk about mitigating the sound, it looks like you've done everything and it's past the noise. I'm just wondering, did you have anything with extra traffic counts that had to be done as far as, because it is a major, it's a business corner. I would be, as residents, was there any concerns with noise from Rochdale and what's the other street? McCarthy.
McCarthy, yeah, that's correct. So there's actually in the sound study report, there's an accumulative table which takes into account the traffic noise plus the car wash. And then there's actually two split outs there as well, with the car wash specifically, and then also with the traffic, surrounding traffic specifically. And those initial results actually showed that the major thoroughfares like Rochdale and McCarthy were actually more prevalent, or the noise levels coming from those streets actually were more excessive than what the car wash would be. So with the dryer, just to give it an example here as well, the dryer decibel level, including like the makeup area unit and the accumulation of queued traffic at the property line, is right around this, have to look at, I believe it's right at the 60 decibel level, which in terms of a comparison, it's normal speaking to one another, so it's not excessively loud. And that's only during the times in which the dryers are running, and it's not a consistent thing. Shell's also made the decision to shut down the car wash during the evening and nighttime hours, so there's dedicated hours there as well, just to help in terms of mitigating some of those concerns.
Thank you. The last question I have is, how long has this Shell been here? And the reason I ask is we've seen many gas stations pull out, well, some within our city, and now they sit as vacant sites. And I'm wondering, is this an opportunity, again, for Shell to I guess, almost keep alive in the fact that by adding the car wash through the chair.
Thank you. In terms of, and Calvin might want to speak to this a little more directly from the shall point of view, but based on the initial drawings that we received, I don't know the exact year, but I believe it was the mid to late 80s is when that gas station was put in initially. So obviously Shell's looking at investing into that property to keep it alive and functional, and it's a good spot for them, and they wouldn't be investing this money into that site unless they had full intent to continue on operating the site. So.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
I just have a couple, one question. First of all, I sit on the planning committee, so I'd like to apologize to you for the long process this has been. And I'd also like to thank you for taking the extra measures to reduce the noise by the dryer, by putting up the fence, by doing the 7-car evaluation when you only needed to do 5. But I'd like to touch on something that maybe you could just give me a kind of a little bit of knowledge on. We talked about it at the first planning meeting with you, and they all wanted the 7-car lineup for that's how many cars could fit in the lineup. So they wanted that noise. But I go back to, and I mean, maybe you can add a little bit of contents to this. How many cars are normally in a car wash and lineup, and how often does this happen? I mean, it's not like it's like McDonald's drive-through. It's a car wash and you go there. So can you give some contents to how often you're actually busy throughout the year? And yeah, and I mean, technically, is there 7 cars in the lineup at any given time? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for the question.
Just before, I was just going to mention before you said that, Jonathan, that a drive-through specifically is actually a permitted use of this mixed-use zone. So it's an interesting context to this, that the question is about the drive-through portion of this and not the car wash itself. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Oh, thank you. And I'll also get Calvin or Joe to jump in there as well. So.
Maybe I can jump in. It's Calvin Wong with Shell, representing Shell Engineering. So the typical car wash that we run across the country, we rarely see more than 2 cars stacked waiting to enter the car wash. I mean, most drivers, when they see long lineups in front of the car wash, they tend to go somewhere else. So it's rare that we've seen more than 2 cars lining up in front of the car wash.
And to add to that too, from a design perspective as well. So this site in particular, it's almost a unique situation where we have ample room for queuing. So usually we have the opposite situation where we're trying to meet the minimums of the zoning bylaw as well. So in this instance, it's 5. So the number of vehicles shown and the length of the queuing itself isn't indicative of the zoning bylaw. It's just, it happens to be available space that could be there. But to Calvin's point, the average that you're going to see stacked up there at any given time is about 2, but it allows to not only meet but also exceed the queuing requirements from the zoning perspective.
Thank you. I just wanted that on record because I know I count the cars in front of me and they're 10 minutes a car. So if it's going to be more than 30 minutes, I'm gone. So thank you very much for your answer, and I fully support this.
Any more questions for the delegate? Hearing none, I'll thank you very much again for your presentation this evening and for staying late with us. And I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you for the time.
We'll now consider item CR 21-120, discretionary use of 15826 Rochdale Boulevard. Councillor Findura, can you please introduce the report?
Okay, here we go. Mayor Master, thank you. I bring you CR 21-120, discretionary use application for 5826 Rochdale Boulevard. So I'm going to go in circles here, I think. Yeah, so I'm going to explain what happened at the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has no recommendation. So this is what Planning Commission came with no recommendation. First, when did this come through on July the 7th? Planning Commission asked to have a little bit of a stronger study on queuing vehicles. It's from 1 to 7. So therefore, the report was sent back to administration, and then it came back with the supplemental report. You all have the supplemental report that gives you the table 7 and 8 together to tell you about what the noise levels are. The discussion at the Planning Commission was, again, about this fits into the zone. That's not, we're not saying the Planning Commission it did not. But what the comments and questions from the Commission was that economic impact study was not done. Emission from vehicles close to the fence, emitting up to the second balcony or third. Noise from cars queuing by the balcony, just mentioned few. So if you look at the what has happened, we're asking from the Commission the noise impact study from the date of June 10 was supplemented for the report on June 18th, and so the first vote was called and it was lost. So we have a tie vote now. Going forward. Then the council made a motion to have a call on vote on a denial, and that was again lost. Again, it was tied 5-5. So subsequently after that, decision needed to be made to do something with this. So the question was called to take it and send this report to administration with no recommendation, and that was passed and approved. Whatever it was, that was 9-1 or whatever. So this is where we are today, and I have a recommendation that I'd like to make. Do I need to seconder first, or so I need to get a seconder because I'm going to read recommendation for denial, and it's on your screen. So if I get a seconder. Councilor Zahidniak. And you see in front of you that City Council denied the discretion use application for the proposed development of the service trade, wash light, car wash land use located at 5826 Rochester Boulevard being allowed. You got all the description there. And description of the potential negative environmental implications arising from emission from the queuing of vehicles, potential increase in traffic congestion, and resulting in noise pollution arising from the car wash and its negative impact on a nearby residential unit. So if this, if the denial fails, we go back into its original recommendation. So first we vote on this one. If this one is defeated, then we'll go back into our original and we move on. So, Mayor Master, that's it for me, I think. I don't want to go too far. It's too late.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Fundura. I will be supporting it. I like Shell car washes. I use them myself, even on my fancy cars. I think they do a great job. But having said that, the residents surrounding this particular proposal reached out loud and clear to me. I represent this particular area. On Rochedale Boulevard, on this portion of the block, there is very little clearance between the business district and the residents living behind. Because of that lack of space, looking at how close the noise studies are to the actual bylaw, considering how people do use car washes in terms of litter, stereos, exhaust, everything else, I have to respect the residents that I represent. I will be voting against this in accordance with that, or for the Councillor Fundura's motion in accordance with that. So, thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I guess I'm a bit confused about the items here. So we started the evening talking about the need for 5-car garages, bigger houses, more people using cars, and now the rationale is they pollute. So, you know, I don't know where to go with this. And these 3 points are actually addressed in the report. and they're recognized as negligible. So there's reasons to suggest that these aren't actual concerns. The resident response makes sense, but what's the point of these 3 items? Are they actual issues that the city can confirm as a problem? Or it's simply matters that residents have raised and we're going to side with them? Start with the 5-car garages.
Apparently, the clerk would like to speak.
So, thank you, Mayor. Council, you would have been briefed earlier by the city solicitor that in those rare occasions when council denies a discretionary use, you have to explicitly state reasons why. And that is a new requirement under legislation. So these 3 bullets here are reflecting of my wording and my understanding of the discussion that took place at Planning Commission, because the law requires us to put something in. I also need to caution you that, as Councillor Stevens has said, this car wash application meets all the zoning requirements. These are what I can politely term, these are the subjective concerns that residents raised. That doesn't mean that council can't make a decision based on these subjective concerns, but they have to be enunciated if this was ever to go before the courts. Mr. Waring might need to add to that, but these 3 bullets are my wordings trying to capture this for the law.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just to confirm the clerk's comments, the review criteria are in the zoning bylaw, and the ones that might be relevant for the purposes of the stated reasons here in this motion from Councillor Findura are: council can consider the potential adverse impacts or nuisances affecting nearby land development, land uses or property, or neighborhood character, the environment, traffic. So those to me would be the ones that are being referenced here. So they are referring back to relevant criteria in the zoning bylaw. And as Councillor Stevens has indicated, it is really a factual determination based on the material that's in front of you as to whether these are significant enough to warrant denial of this discretionary use.
Thank you, Mr. Wary. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Well, I drove out to the site, and my first thing was, this is a commercial site, and it's on a corner that is a commercial corner. It's a commercial corner. It's a high. I'm not sure the traffic counts on there. If I was the residents, I'd be concerned more with the traffic noise, because I back traffic noise. I know how loud that is. The dryer would be a minimal sound compared to the traffic noise. So I think, again, you know, when I look at this, it's a negative environment, the potential negative environmental implications arising from emissions from queuing of vehicles. Potential. They've met everything. They've even come back twice. And they've still met everything. And we're going back and we're saying the potential increase of traffic congestion? Like everything is, we have no fact. I struggle with the fact that I absolutely understand when I read some of the residents' comments. Again, I drove there. They're putting it on the side that it's got a little bit of an open space there. Yes, they're going to go around the building, but they've invested in a quiet dryer. I would just say, at the end of the day, I don't know what would be worse. If that site becomes vacant and then kids loiter, there's no activity there, that becomes even worse. So again, I struggle with, I don't know, are we open for business or are we not? It's a commercial site. So I will not support this. I think that we have policies in place. They've met everything. again, I didn't ask how much that dryer is, but I'm sure it's expensive. And they've met all the noise. So again, I can't support this. We have in place things that they have to do, and they did. But I could see this be challenged because the word, when I see potential negative, if we're going to be starting to look at the environmental implications, we may as well shut down a lot of businesses because we still have cars. So I will not support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So for me, this goes to the negative impact on nearby residential units. That's the reason why I support denying the discretionary use application. It is a discretionary use application. We do have the ability to either approve or deny it. And as you can see from the public consultation summary, what we've heard is from 30 residents who are completely opposed. There's no residents nearby who were engaged in this process who indicated that they were in favor. At one of the previous Planning Commission meetings, I asked the question of one of the delegations from Shell about why, just out of, why was a car wash selected for this site? The answer was that they did a review of Western Canada, sites of Shell sites in Western Canada, and determined that this one, they wanted to build an additional car wash. They did a review of sites in Western Canada and determined that a car wash could be built on this site. So when it comes to whether, as a councillor, I'm going to prioritize what the residents say over the desire for a corporation to add a car wash to its inventory, across an entire region of Canada. So to me, that really helped clarify my position on this topic. I'm here to work on behalf of the residents, not to, when it comes down to it, do whatever I can to help the bottom line of major corporations. Although I understand that's their job, I think my job as the councillor is to ensure we have a good community for our residents. And we've heard clearly that the residents nearby do not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any other comments or questions from council? I have a few. The potential negative environmental implications arising from emissions from queuing of vehicles. To Councillor Stevens' point, the development of this car wash will not likely result in an increase in overall trips to car washes in the city. It will likely result in residents using this car wash instead of another, resulting in net neutral greenhouse gas emissions overall. Administration, could someone please speak to that comment? Were you making it up? I hear you, brother.
Mayor Masters, I don't believe we did, but I'll have Ms. Dawson explain where the comment came from.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know if I have anything more to add than what the comment clearly states. Is it's a market choice in terms of where vehicles are going to be washed, and if they want to choose this car wash over another, they're driving either way.
Was there any concerns from administration as it relates to traffic congestion?
Mayor Masters, no, there was not.
So if we put it in this motion, what are the repercussions, Mr. Wary?
Well, there's the potential, the discretionary use denial cannot be appealed under the Planning and Development Act, but there is the potential for a review of any council decision, of course, by a court. So that would be a potential legal challenge, and then the court would review the validity of the decision that is made by council. But it's important to note that discretionary use decisions are not appealable under the Planning and Development Act process.
But there is an avenue for any applicant to take it to the court.
Correct.
The resulting noise pollution arising from the car wash and its negative impact on nearby residential units. Who determines noise pollution?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I believe it's in the noise bylaw is where the limit is set. And the study that was conducted showed that these were below those allowable limits.
So it's not noise pollution.
It meets the allowable limits.
Thank you. City Clerk, please.
Mayor Masters, just for members of council, the wording in these 3 bullets, I was the pen to it. I wrote the word potential twice, and the resulting noise pollution, again, is a subjective term because we had a definite split on the commission of 5-5, and in discussions with Mr. Wary, we had to include some kind of wording in this. So I put potential in there knowing full well that the report and the resultant studies had said there were no issues. But I thought potential at least gave us some window into satisfying the requirements of the zoning bylaw and the Planning and Development Act.
I appreciate the reach, Mr. Clerk. Sincerely.
No.
Tell me again, administration, what is the job of the Planning and Developing Act as it relates to discretionary use? The bomb's going to go off.
Mayor Masters, I'm going to have Ms. Dawson walk through what those requirements are.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the Planning and Development Act lays out the framework for making decisions on development applications. You have 2 categories: a permitted use development application, which administration reviews, and if they meet the criteria in the bylaw, it's permitted as of right. There's another category called discretionary use application, and there's criteria outlined in the bylaw. Administration provided our interpretation of the bylaw to council, but the council is authorized to make the decision on that and can use the criteria to make their own decision on that. It's discretionary because it's just that it takes an extra look, and there's other things that need to be factored in other than just the regulations that are standardized within the bylaw.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. Councillor Fundura, you want to close this off?
I do. This is more fun we had in a long time and at 9 o'clock at night. Can't blame me for that, can you? So at Planning Commission, it was 5-5. So we need to understand that there were some concerns, but my comment would be as this. If we've always talked about hearing out and listening to our residents, we're not against business. That's not what this point is that anytime we do things, we're always being told that you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to us. You just did it, and then you asked the question afterwards. So that was the point where what I understood from the 5 members that voted against it. Second comment for me would be is this. City sends out this, a notice 75 meters around the potential development. Okay. But suggestion was that discussion is, that's my question. There's nothing in the permitting in the any kind of when someone applies that they have to go and speak to the residents around the area. Maybe this will solve some of those issues as we're going forward. Is maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying, put something in writing. Maybe it's not necessary. And in this point, what I've heard loud and clear, what the residents are saying, and I was there too. I sat at that location for about an hour. And I think of myself is, yes, city comes up with a nice little letter saying whatever, and then you say no, and that's it. You don't have any other avenue to say how you feel about things. So I understand business, I understand I don't want an empty lot there where the car wash is gone or the gas station gone. But I think we need to reinforce some of the processes that we deal with when it comes to applications and who talks to who and why or should we. I think this is where some of the comments that I would make about that point is that's missing. Consultation with residents. We had one issue with that 5-story condo that was being built. And again, same thing. There was no discussion with the residents of that area from a developer that's across the prairie. Just saying. So this is fun. Hopefully this doesn't come like that again. But anyways, that's my comment on that point. And commission felt the way I read it. I feel the way the 5 members are saying. The other 5 are saying that they met all the criteria. Everything is positive. So we have impasse here. So it's here. And I think now we go make a vote. And if you vote in favor of denial or you vote against favor of denial, and there we are. And if we deny this, we'll go back into the original and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. To be clear, Council, what you are voting on, if you vote in favor, you are voting in favor of denial based upon these criteria. If you vote opposed, you're suggesting that you're opposing the denial based on these criteria. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
We're losing them.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The motion to deny the discretionary use is defeated 3-8. We will now reverse the vote, but Councillor Fundura will need to read it.
Councillor Ventura, you're up.
Okay, I'm up again. Okay, so I need a seconder on the original recommendation of the. Yes, Councillor Bresciani. Okay, that the City Council approves the discretionary use approve the discretion use for the proposed service trade wash light car wash land use located at 5826 Rochester Boulevard. Subject property following standard and conditions, and they're all in here. So now we're voting. If you vote in favor of this, it goes in. If you vote against it, it doesn't go. So. Right.
Thank you, Mayor. I will
Any
begin-
question?
Sorry.
Do they get to debate it?
If they wish.
Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns?
I'll be done.
Now you can call the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura, I'll begin with you, please.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 8-3, Mayor.
We have a motion to adjourn on the floors. Seconder? No, yes. I need a seconder. I got Councillor Zakiniak. Call the vote, please.
Councillor Stevens. Opposed. Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Fundura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Oh, I'm so in favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Oh, did you?
Councillor Stadnichuk.
I'm opposed. Sorry. I'm so tired.
But duly noted, we'll hustle up.
What's the problem?
All right, we will, again, these items were considered before, we're going to move on to CR 21-116. This was debated at length at Executive Committee. Councillor Mancinelli, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
I'm sorry, what number report was that, Mayor
CR
Masters?
21-116, the real campus lease.
Oh, okay, the Real Campus lease. So basically, Real, acting as a subsidiary of the City of Regina, runs the Real Campus itself. It's been operating, I can't remember if it's off a 1 year or a 2 year lease. In the recent planning for the future and becoming self-reliant, they've had action from various businesses looking at leasing land off them. It's very hard to lease a 40-year lease to a business entity when you're operating off a 1 or 2 year lease yourself. The suggestion here is to modify the Real lease to a 40-year lease to align with what they're trying to achieve, and I stand in favor of it, and I hope the rest of you do too.
Thank you, Councillor
That's the right paper, right?
Mancinelli. Any questions on the report? You want to close it off? All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
And with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider item CR 21-117, the Real YQR Distillery lease. Councillor Mancinelli, can you please introduce the report?
So aligning with that previous report on subleases in Real, YQR Regina is looking at opening a facility that would incorporate a distillery, a culinary school, as well as a restaurant. I think it's a great idea for the campus. I'm in favor of it.
Nice introduction. Any questions from council? Seeing none? Oh, I need a seconder. Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Shaw, thank you very much. Slow down for 1 second. Any questions? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider item MR 21-2, Women Entrepreneurs of Saskatchewan Charter. Mr. Nickel, I would
Sure.
ask that you please introduce the
Sure.
report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a recommendation that City Council approve the request from the Women Entrepreneurs Saskatchewan to sign its charter, which seeks to elevate women entrepreneurs and close the gender entrepreneurship gap. And the second recommendation that is that Council authorize the Mayor to sign the charter that is outlined in Appendix A. This is a very short report. Basically, the policy and strategic impacts on page 1 carried on to the top of page 2 speak in large part to what this program and charter are looking to do through the provincial and local economies. And this is seeking to enhance and increase the participation of women in the entrepreneurial sector through a program of advocacy, mentorship, guidance, and support. And as Saskatchewan's capital city, Regina plays the integral role in the success of this initiative. Other organizations have done this across the province, and this is something that they approached the Mayor to sign on behalf of City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Could I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Shaw as a seconder. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Council. We'll now consider the very important item of CM 21-16, Government of Canada Rapid Housing Initiative funding allocation for delivering affordable housing. Can I have someone from administration please introduce the report?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the city's been selected to receive funding for the delivery of permanent affordable housing as part of the Government of Canada's Rapid Housing Initiative. City Stream, which is administered through CMHC, Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, and the city's been allocated $7.8 million in capital funding to deliver a minimum of 29 affordable housing units. The funding can be used to cover the acquisition of land, construction of new residential units, conversion of non-residential buildings, as well as the rehab of a residential building that's in a state of disrepair or abandoned. That funding cannot be used for operational expenses. There is some urgency to this request, so the city must submit a proposal to CMHC outlining the project that will be delivered with the RHA funds, including the proposed development and construction schedule by August 31st of 2021, so before the end of this month. And then following that approval, there'll be a contribution agreement between the city and CMHC that would be signed and the funds transferred to the city. There is a requirement that the project be delivered within 12 months of the signing of that agreement, and occupancy permits have to be received within that time frame. So this is definitely a project and a grant program that is really wanting to take action and see results. So this program obviously helps support the city's efforts to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing units and provide support for residents experiencing chronic homelessness and housing insecurity. The program aligns with the goals and strategies of the OCP, our comprehensive housing strategy, and our plan to end homelessness. So what administration is recommending is that council direct staff to submit the proposal for the funds by the end of August, and that we enter into a capital contribution agreement with CMHC to receive the funds. And then additionally, the administration will have to make a contribution to the project. And we're suggesting that we take $1 million from the Social Development Reserve that's allocated for the Permanent Supportive Housing Operation Grant in 2022 and put that towards capital expenditures for the city's portion of that Rapid Housing Initiative project. And we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Holen. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Any questions from members on just the delegation of authority on this one? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I wish we'd put this in front of a car wash. I think this is actually a bit more urgent. I just need some clarification on how this is going to function. Specifically with regards to the $1 million we've already discussed for permanent supportive housing. So just to clarify, we're not forfeiting investing in those operational supports. Instead, what we're saying is we'll take that $1 million and we will put it towards the operational supports associated with housing folks in this particular new property.
So I'll start, and then I'll maybe have Ms. Hill, who's our Manager of Social and Cultural Development, comment. She's been the one who has been in conversations with CMHC around this arrangement. But the $1 million that we're suggesting is money that the city would have to put into providing funding for this program around some of the ineligible capital requirements. But there will be a requirement for us to provide some operational funding so that we can make sure that this project can be sustainable. And the requirement is that this project operates for 20 years. But I'll ask Ms. Hill to comment further.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, the city manager is correct. There's a couple of different elements that are at play here. So one is that the city council's made a priority commitment towards the operations of permanent supportive housing. The gap we have in Regina right now really is around providing those operating supports that are required for the hardest to house in our community to remain housed. And so the availability of our operating grant really puts us in a different position as a municipality receiving RHI funding in terms of the amount of success and traction that we are going to be able to get with this kind of a project. So the intention is that once we have a project in place and built, however we get there, that we would be able to work with a nonprofit partner who could operate that structure and access the operational funding over that 20-year period to provide supports to tenants. in the near term during construction, that we're asking that funding be made available for ineligible items within the RHI program, things such as soft furnishings or additional program space, just to allow us a bit more flexibility in the construction of that of the property.
Okay, thank you. So just to follow up, we would essentially be using that money, and we'd have to be taking a different approach after this project goes ahead in terms of, are we going back to providing operational supports? So we're giving up the operational supports, the $1 million to put into this project. My issue with that is we don't need more capital. We need operational supports. There are no dollars on the table from the provincial government for this kind of operational support. We can build all sorts of buildings we want. We've put millions of dollars into buildings. We don't have the finances to actually serve those clients. So that's my problem with the report and how it's structured. So I appreciate the work and the time frame, but I would ask administration, are there other ways that we can balance both? So we're talking about one-time funding for this project. Where could we source the $1 million to help match and align with the federal program and still commit to the 2022 operational supports? Could it, I guess specifically, could have come from the General Reserve Fund because it's one time.
So through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, this is one-time funding. If we don't do what's suggested in the report, obviously administration could look at other options. You know, your suggestion of taking it from the general fund reserve is an option. However, we've had conversations about reserves, and of course, you know, they are getting low. And of course, you know, I'd have Mr. Lacey comment further. You know, I think the other thing with this program is the conversations that we're having with CMHC are somewhat fluctuating. So although we have to submit an application by the end of the month, and I think we should do that, there is some due diligence on our part to make sure that we're not putting, you know, the city at risk in terms of entering into a signed agreement with CMHC. So yes, we'll apply by the end of the month. And then, you know, I think there is an opportunity as we look to negotiate the final agreement as to exactly what our funding contributions are, because we were told we are absolutely required, and then we were told, well, you may not have to. So I think we'll be back in front of council, even though the report talks about delegated authority as long as it you know, matches the intention of what we have in front of you. If it changes, and it may, then we'll be back in front of council. But Mr. Lacey, a comment on opportunities to find $1 million one time?
I already know the answer. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think Mr. Holden's captured it. I've talked about where our reserves are at, and particularly the general fund reserve being at or near its balance when you take into commitments. So while it certainly is an option for council, council should just make that decision aware of where that balance is at.
I've given that a lot of thought, and I wouldn't do this lightly, but I am going to move that administration be authorized to use up to $1 million from the General Reserve Fund to help contribute to this particular federal funding opportunity. Sorry, I'm not as lucid as I was a couple hours ago. Hopefully it's clear.
Mr. Clerk. Sorry, go ahead. I'm trying to push it, but Amber and I are fighting over it.
Councillor Stevens, just to make this easy for us to track in terms of an amendment, are you essentially looking to change number 4 from social development reserve to the general fund reserve? Is that essentially
correct.
What you're asking?
Yeah.
I think that'll be easier for Amber to capture. So if everyone understands that the amendment is just to change number 4 from social development reserve to the general fund reserve.
Councillor Stevens needs a seconder. Councillor Stadenchuk.
If I could maybe speak to that point, I understand it's late. That $1 million for operational support was not easy. to get. And I think it will disappear really quickly in the shuffle over the years. And the reality is the provincial government is not keeping up to its end of what we consider to be a bargain in terms of the plan to end homelessness and advancing it. I think the $1 million is worth it. I think still the relationship with the federal government on this particular file is still uncertain. We might not need that $1 million. So this is a bit of a line of credit, but to an important cause, which is housing and homelessness. We've committed to it as a council, and I think it's important that we see this as an important use of these funds, and I think it's worth it, without actually abandoning our commitment in 2022 for the $1 million in operational supports for an existing housing provider. So I think that speaks for itself. This is a way of doing both and advancing the plan to end homelessness as council has committed in the past.
Councillor Hawkins?
I fully support the plan to end homelessness, and I also fully support having to come up with our contribution for this project. What I don't support is at 5 after 9, after 8 hours and 14 minutes and 34 seconds, that we start messing around with our reserves against the recommendation of the administration. That just makes no sense at all. And for that reason, I accept the explanation given by the city manager. I am very confident and in good faith. This is not a raid on the Housing First program funding, and I think that we make a big mistake in terms of our reserve policy if we start making this kind of move at this kind of hour of the night. So I don't support the amendment, but I will support the motion going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. So again, I think that I absolutely agree with Councillor Hawkins. The social development reserve, that's what it's for. That's why that money is there. So again, now that we've got the $7.8 million, that's huge. So that it is going to move us forward. But to take it out of the general fund reserve, we know that we have many other things that we also have to consider. So we've already got the social development reserve. That's what it's there for. And I think it's a bonus that now we have the 7.8 for the Rapid Housing Initiative, which goes to that whole homelessness piece. So again, it's supposed to come out of the social reserve. That's what it's there for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. So first, a question for administration. What are the implications of withdrawing $1 million from the General Reserve Fund?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me here, but it is, the general fund reserve, when you take into account commitments against it, is approximately where its minimum recommended range is, which is in the low 20 million. So by making a decision to draw upon that reserve now, what that does is that potentially limits future flexibility. For future council decisions, should it wish to access that reserve for other purposes, and as well, that reserve's there kind of as an emergency fund as well, with respect to any unexpected expenditures come up in year that we haven't budgeted for. That's what that reserve's for as well, to be able to access it to cover off unexpected events, expenditures, etc. So all it does is making that decision potentially limits future flexibility.
And we talked about this at executive committee meeting, where that fund is projected, I believe, to be below its limit at the end of this year, and with no way to replenish the reserve. So that's something that we may need to consider at a future date. And this was something that we just need to keep an eye on, and we may need to consider how to replenish it. Is that accurate? We don't know at this time.
So through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. The typical source of funding to replenish that reserve is if the city happens to run a surplus in any given year in the general fund. That surplus is then transferred to the general fund reserve to replenish that reserve. We budget on a balanced budget, so we balance with not anticipating to make any transfers. However, historically, we have run surpluses, and so that's allowed us to replenish it. And maybe I'll just come back and you know, when I talk about limit future flexibility, council might recall as an example, when we provided the pre-budget update a couple of months ago, we talked about the fact that there's a one-time reduction in municipal revenue share funding from the province in the range of $2 or $3 million. And so because that's one time, you know, we would typically look at perhaps funding that via reserve. That would be with respect to a future budget conversation later in the year. And so when I use examples about it just limits council's ability and future flexibility, that would be an example. It's just another draw upon the reserve that would limit future flexibility.
Okay, thank you. So I was already concerned at our executive committee meeting about the fact that this reserve was going to be projected to be below its minimum requirement with no indication of how we might replenish it. So I can't support withdrawing these funds from this reserve. I do absolutely support this proposal, but I can't support this amendment. I don't think that is the appropriate place, and it's going to be below its minimum requirements. I don't think it's financially a good financial decision for us to continue to draw on that reserve when we have other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor LeBlanc.
I'll speak in favor of the motion. So in my view, this is essentially the thing we first debated at Community Wellness Committee and then at Council when we moved some of the funding for affordable housing from capital into operations in the Housing First model. And this is like us moving it back. So picking up on Councillor Stevens' point, I think we could build 1 million affordable housing units in Regina, but if we don't have operational funding, we'll still have 2,000 homeless people. And so at some point, we're over-capitalized and under-operationalized. I think that's where we are at now, and so I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stadnicek.
Question for administration. So how healthy is our social development reserve?
So thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the social development reserve is pretty much at close to a zero balance, or will be after the end of next year. And so this is so the social development reserve has been often the main source of funding for the housing incentive program, and so the $1 million is really coming out of that annual housing HIP program. Because the social development reserve has been historically at a low balance, particularly in the last couple of years, we have sought other reserve sources to fund the HIP program. So there is not really any funds in the social development reserve. If you're looking for that to pull $1 million out, I would say that there is no funding in that reserve to pull from. And so if council desired to fund that $1 million from a reserve, the general fund reserve would probably be the appropriate reserve to look at there, or alternatively the asset revitalization reserve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from Councillor. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to close off debate?
Not on the amendment, no.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Fundura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The amendment is defeated 4-7, Mayor.
If I could, I have some follow-up questions on the main motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. You got a couple minutes left? Shoot.
So, let's say we go ahead and buy this building, right? Do we have a provider that can actually serve the clients? So that's my first question. Are there folks who are lined up who can do this within a year? And secondly, are there community organizations that have the requisite operational support to even provide any services to the homeless that are housed in this facility?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I'll have Ms. Hill provide some detail. At the end of the day, the proposal that the city is pursuing is that we would look to acquire a piece of property. We would then look to put out a tender to look for someone to construct, renovate, improve the space. And while that process is going on, obviously there'll be some consultation in terms of making sure that the units that we're building will serve obviously the clients they're intended for. And then there will be an opportunity to reach out and find a nonprofit organization that has the skill set to be able to operate that and provide the services. And I just want to have Ms. Hill comment on, yes, we're taking $1 million from the 2.5. That, in terms of the timing of funding, will happen in 2022 when the program is funding is put in place. So although we're taking the money from that fund, it'll be up to $1 million. And I think it's going to take us a little bit of time to get the capacity in place, even within the community, to make sure that we can provide operational grants. But I'll have Ms. Hill comment further.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the intention around this project, the RHI project, our highest priority for this would be to undertake a project that would meet the same needs that were identified when council directed the use of the permanent supportive housing operating grant. So the intention for this facility would be that it is housing some of the hardest to house in our community, and that there are operational supports provided in order to help them remain housed. We would be looking for a nonprofit partner, preferably an Indigenous-led organization, to support the operation of that facility and to enter into a long-term partnership with the city to provide those services and oversee the residences over a minimum of a 20-year period. This is very similar to what we had intended with the permanent supportive housing operating grant. So really, there's been no change in terms of our intention. We're just looking at delivering a building alongside the operating grant rather than requiring our partner to bring the building with them into the partnership. So we have been out speaking to community. We've had one sort of larger meeting with nonprofit organizations that work in the housing sector, and then a number of follow-up conversations. There is certainly interest in working with us on this. There's recognition that there's a great need in the community. There's trepidation around the speed of the turnaround and the suitability of the facility that we end up locating. So really, once we have the facility, we're going to need to work with our partners to identify who feels they can best provide service within that facility. And I see this being, a collaborative discussion that we can have over the next number of months as some of these decisions start to fall into place.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no further question, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Stevens, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 11-0, Mayor.
I was just going to ask for 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes? 2 more minutes. Councillor Mancinelli, pressure is on you. I'm just going to tell you. Consider item CR 21-123, 2021 appointment to the School Board City Council Liaison Committee. Councillor Mancinelli, can you introduce the report in 10 seconds or less?
I sure can. It's city's responsibility to approve the appointments to the School Board Liaison Committee. I can't remember who was appointed, but I remember going through the fact that that's our responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. It is in our package, and I'm just going to ask, anyone opposed to the appointments? And I do need a seconder. See, I got ahead of myself. Councillor Stevens, thank you. Seeing none opposed, carried. One more. We'll consider IR 21-4, 2021 semi-annual review of closed executive committee items. Councillor Mancinelli, can you introduce the report?
I sure can. This is a list of the executive items we've reviewed in the last year. I think the city clerk will have to mention any items that are of interest. If I remember right, there's blanks of empty parcels on that sheet from things that we haven't discussed. That's
Not to mention that was more than 10 seconds, but moving on.
Through you, Mayor, this is just the semi-annual report where we present publicly those closed items that were considered in private session of executive committee that subsequently required council approval. So it just adds to the transparency of our decision making.
Way better at it than me.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Call the vote. Oh, I'm just going to say, any opposed? How about that? Councillor Hawkins? Thank you, sir. Seconder? Any opposed? Thanks very much.